Why is my face not appearing? Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
No, we've got no.
No, we've got
They can hear you, Commissioner Naive.
I can hear you.
And
Yes, we can hear you, Bob.
and you can see us as well. Okay.
No, Rachel's just coming to fix that for you.
Okay.
Over here, Rachel. Oh, where are we? Here we go down here.
Ah, that's the one we missed. Yeah, mute.
I'm sorry to that.
Here we are.
Perfect. Thank you,
Okay,
Rachel.
thanks, Rose. Okay, I think we're all ready to run now. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Tēnā katoa. Welcome to the hearing this morning. My name is Bob Nixon, and with me is Commissioner James Sinclair.
Good morning.
We've been appointed by the Queenstown Lakes District Council to hear and determine this application. And as you're all aware, the application, while we're under the orange setting, are being heard by Zoom. The hearing is to determine whether or not consent should be granted to an application by Canyon Ridge Villas Limited to construct 8 residential units with associated earthworks, landscaping, and the upgrade of a right-of-way with an 8-lot subdivision at Atley Road, Arthur's Point. So, is everyone still hearing me clearly?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. The procedure we'll be following will be familiar to some of you, but I'll briefly outline how it's going to be conducted. The procedure we're following at this hearing is normal process that occurs with resource management hearings undertaken basically throughout the country. Now, given that this hearing is being undertaken online, we'll be asking those presenting evidence to the hearing, or certainly it's our preference that be either a summary of the evidence or to summarise your evidence as you go through. The exception of that will be legal counsel, who we haven't received their evidence. It's pre-circulated, so I imagine they will read their submissions in full, although they're welcome to summarise if they can. Now, the applicant presents their case first. We've received pre-circulated copies of the applicant's evidence and, of course, the officer's report on that evidence. And I understand from the applicant's perspective, they've sought 3 hours. We'll be hearing, I think, from Mr. Leckie, Mr. Fairmaid, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Weir, and Mr. Bartlett this morning. Does that sound correct, Mr. Leckie?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Thank you. Now, following that, we'll hear from submitters. Now, at this stage, we're aware that a large number of the submitters will be represented by Mr. Gordon, and we'll have Mr. Edmonds as planning witness, giving evidence on their behalf. In addition to that, we've received a statement of evidence from Mr. O'Malley, who we understand will also be presenting evidence. We have evidence also from Jeffrey Jones, and from Sonia Coy, I think his name is. Following that, we'll hear from the Council's reporting officer and ask him to respond to the matters that have arisen during the hearing. And following that process, the applicant may exercise a right of reply, which may be in the form of a summary at the end of the hearing or in writing following the close of the hearing and the exercise of any right of reply. Now, when it's the turn of a person to speak, they may also comment on any matters that have been raised in preceding evidence or presentations. As most of you will be aware, hearings commissioners do not necessarily adopt the conclusions recommended by the reporting officer. Given the limitations of Zoom, we'll do our best to keep the proceedings reasonably informal, but obviously we don't want to get into sort of a cross-examination type of environment if we can avoid it. Any disagreement with the opinions of other parties should be expressed during the presentation. Now, we have undertaken a site visit. We did that yesterday afternoon, went onto the site and walked around the area surrounding the site, so we are reasonably familiar with it. Once the hearing is closed, we would expect to issue a written decision on the application within 15 working days. And following that, of course, there is an appeal right to the Environment Court if any party is dissatisfied with that decision. Now, we have had drawn to our attention this morning a late submission from Murray Devery. Now, I'm not quite sure when it was received, but I understand it was quite late. Given that situation, I think probably appropriate at this stage. Mr. Leakey, do you have an issue with us with the submission being accepted at this stage?
No, the applicant doesn't have a concern about accepting that late submission. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, in that case, we'll record that the late submission be accepted. So at this point, I think we can now proceed to begin with the applicant's presentation. So, Mr. Leakey, would you like to proceed, please?
Thank you, Commissioner, and hopefully everyone can hear me okay, but if not, please let me know. Just to briefly introduce who's who and where's where on the screen and in the room may assist, if I may. As the Commissioner mentioned, my name's Josh Leakey, lawyer for the applicant, and Mr. Ben Barry-Walsh is my junior who's in Wellington on the screen. And in the room here we have Mr. Freeman, Mr. Fairmaid, and Mr. Bartlett, and on the screen Mr. Weir. So that makes up the applicant team today. My legal submissions are being pre-circulated, so I won't read them verbatim, but we'll walk through them if I may. As mentioned, they're presented on behalf of the applicant, who's Mr. Fairmaid, and his business partner, Mike Greer, for 8 residential dwellings and an associated subdivision. The proposal raises matters for determination by the commissioners relating to the effects of intensification as compared to historic residential densities. And it's a matter that's becoming increasingly common in growth areas around New Zealand. The proposal will introduce a higher density than what is currently present on the surrounding sites. In my submission, this is consistent with the policy direction of the MPS UD 2020 and also the relatively newly minted proposed district plan. And there's a pertinent typo there, and I apologise for that. The zone is the lower density suburban residential zone, not the low density. And that point was discussed in the decision of the commissioners in the district plan review, where the name of the zone was changed from low density to lower in light of the varying densities that the zone enables. And I just reference hearing report 9A to the PDP decision where that was assessed by the commissioners. As a result of the change in policy direction, the receiving environment is in a state of change. In my submission, the reasonably anticipated future environment of both the site and the surrounding area is one which includes moderate intensity development. The site has been selected and the proposal designed by specialist urban designers and architects to limit the impacts on neighbouring properties, in particular managing dominance effects through building orientation, design and landscaping. In addition, the nature of the site and the final design ensures the generous setback distances between the proposed dwellings and the surrounding neighbouring properties. In my submission, the proposal therefore appropriately maintains the local amenity values, including privacy, and will ensure access to sunlight for neighbouring properties. Traffic effects have also been assessed, and there will be minor increases in traffic movements, and there are some upgrades, relatively minor upgrades to Attlee Road proposed and the existing right-of-way that accesses the site. The Attlee Road improvements are safety improvements through street lighting and road markings on the southern portion of Attlee Road. And in my submission, Mr. Bartlett will expand on this. These measures provide net transport benefits from the proposal. Therefore, overall, the proposal results in effects that are minor or less than minor and the proposal is consistent with the objectives and policies of the PDP. Moving through, paragraph 6 is a summary of where the legal submissions are heading, starting with the receiving and what I refer to as the anticipated environment. The site's located on Attlee Road, as we've heard, on the eastern side of the river, in an area which has been developed broadly over the past 20 years under the ODP. The site itself, though, is currently vacant and covered in exotic vegetation. As we've mentioned, access is served from the private right-of-way on Attlee Road or off Attlee Road that currently services 7 existing dwellings. Over the page, paragraph 9, most of the properties in the immediate context have larger lot sizes ranging 800 to 1,000 square metres with generous, reasonably sized landscaping and curtilage areas. And they were generally developed under the ODP, or what's referred to as the ODP, the plan before the PDP. The PDP changes that. The lower density zone enables increased density for comprehensively designed developments to help provide a more diverse and affordable housing stock within the district. And that wording is from the zone purpose, which Mr. Freeman speaks to. The PDP has introduced an ability to create smaller lot sizes, and it's expected that over time, the environment within Arthur's Point and the other parts of Queenstown with this zone will change as a result. It can therefore be reasonably anticipated that, like many parts of the Queenstown urban area, the surrounding area to this site will move towards increasingly denser development format. My submission, and it's an important part of the applicant case, it's appropriate and necessary for the assessment of effects for the proposal to be informed by the provisions of the PDP, in particular, their enabling of higher density. The objectives and policies of the zone, and Mr. Freeman speaks to these in his evidence, indicate the kind of environment the council anticipates within the site and the surrounding area. And this is relevant in my submission to decision-making for this application. And I've just referenced some case law here, the Matukituki case, where the High Court held that the district plan reflects the community's decisions as to the tolerance of effects, particularly relevant here for density. I've then moved to the Hawthorne case, which is relatively commonly cited around the fact that permitted and consented activities form part of that legal receiving environment. But more relevant here is what I'm calling the anticipated environment, and the Queenstown Central decision discussed that and then stated in the context of the non-complying test and indeed the RMA, a real-world approach to analysis without artificial assumptions was needed in relation to the environment. The environment, as it was expected to change, was found in that case to be the relevant starting point to the assessment of effects. The future environment as a result of a changing or moving planning situation is therefore relevant. And the Tasty case is similar in that sense, albeit it was a context of notification. In that case, the High Court held that the objectives and policies in the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan were relevant to determining whether a person was affected, so what the effects on that person was. In my submission, that decision is relevant in the present context as it supports the submission that the zone purpose, objectives and policies support intensification, and that's an important element in framing up your assessment of effects. That assessment is then also guided by the NPS UD, in particular policy 6A, which relates to decision-making and the application of the NPS UD. When making planning decisions that affect urban environments, decision-makers must have regard to the planned urban built form anticipated by the RMA planning documents that give effect to the NPS. So just to assist that in an evidential sense, Mr. Freeman has attached a series of drawings, they're Annexure E of his evidence, identifying example of what could be anticipated on the site, applying those densities. It's important to clarify and acknowledge that we're not submitting that as a permitted baseline. It isn't a permitted baseline, and that there would be earthworks triggers. Therefore, it doesn't form part of the effects that can just by default be disregarded. It does, however, provide context as to what could be reasonably anticipated on the site. So moving with that environment context or lens set, moving now to the proposal. As we've heard, the proposal is for 8 residential units, and I've given the net areas and average area there. There's a mixture of typologies, and Mr. Feme can speak to this, and they provide more details provided in Mr. Freeman's evidence. The mixture of typologies is across 3 different units, and the visual example of those is given in Annexure A to Mr. Freeman's evidence. Outside the units, there's extensive landscaping proposed, and this is ensured through a proposed condition of consent. Outdoor areas have been screened where possible, taking into account neighbouring properties, and landscaping is proposed to be completed in a staged manner as the development proceeds rather than at the completion. The right-of-way onto the site will need to be upgraded and widened, and that's proposed as part of this application, and the minor upgrades to Attlee Road. And Mr. Bartlett will speak to the gradient of the right-of-way. The applicant agrees that this will trigger the need for consent through 2 triggers in the proposed district plan, and that the grade is higher than the 16%. But I'll let Mr. Bartlett speak to that in more detail. I don't propose to read out the statutory framework. I don't understand there's any disagreement between Mr. Gordon and other parties and myself on that. Section 104 sets out the matters for determination, and as this is a non-complying application, the gateway tests in 104D also apply. I would add at paragraph 30, in my submission, the NPS UD is very relevant to this determination. In fact, all decisions made in urban environments, and it's a point of disagreement between the planning witnesses, and in my submission, that it's a very important element in the interpretation of this application. And my legal submissions from here on in apply the effects and the objectives and policies within that legal context. So over the page 8, starting with what I consider likely to be the key effect for discussion at this hearing, density and amenity. And it's a primary concern identified by the neighbours around the increased density that this proposal would enable, and the associated effects of that. The NPSUD sets out some key direction, which is important to assessing that, and policy 6 is the critical one. I won't read that out. But the amenity effects here in my submission need to be assessed in light of that national direction. And at 36, I've just outlined that the conversion of a vacant site to a developed site will of course result in a change, and that's anticipated in this case by the zone. The density of the proposal in the applicant's submission is in accordance with what's anticipated by the lower density zone, and the zone purpose expressly states that there's a change of density anticipated and enabled by the zone. The applicant and the council both agree that the proposed density for the site is not out of character of this zone, and there hasn't been any urban design evidence lodged by submitters saying the contrary. In reality, the neighbourhood character is not static, and it will evolve with the changing policy direction of the planning documents. Of course, at 38, the PDP doesn't enable these increased densities unfettered, and I agree with submitters' comments on that. The characteristics of the site, however, deliver outcomes that align with the amenity that the zoning drives. In particular, the potential for privacy and overlooking impacts on neighbouring properties has been addressed by Mr. Ware. And due to the location of the right-of-way and Attlee Road essentially entirely surrounding this site, the potential for overlooking and dominance has been significantly reduced compared to a site with, say, immediately adjoining residential neighbours. The neighbouring properties to the south, west and east are separated from the proposal by this right-of-way, and that the common frontage is largely dominated by vehicle access, garaging and parking. And there is an additional separation between habitable areas and living courts for the existing and then also the proposed residents. Mr. Ware has provided some evidence walking through the relevant neighbours and the effect on them, and I won't repeat that here. I'll leave that to Mr. Ware. In terms of 83 Atley Road, in my submission, the right-of-way again limits effects on that property due to that physical separation. These separation distances that are visually shown in Mr. Ware's evidence are generous and consistent with what is readily anticipated in the urban environment. So I focus there on the effects of the proposal on that surrounding environment. Moving now to the development itself and effects between the units. The units do breach the internal setback requirements and separation distances. Mr. Ware has assessed this, and the design of the built form, including window placement and landscaping, addresses those effects, and quality outdoor spaces are provided. This has been peer reviewed by Ms. Costello for the council, who concludes with the conclusions of Mr. Ware. Ms. Costello's review concludes that the proposal will result in acceptable dominance and privacy impacts when considering the response of the design to the surrounding neighbours. Ms. Costello does note that some level of impact is a consequence of ensuring that future generations and communities have the necessary increased housing density. So that's a theme that comes through from the purpose of this zone. Overall, in my submission, the effects associated with visual amenity, shading and dominance have been assessed to be less than minor, and the council agrees. Moving to transport, I don't propose to spend a lot of time on this. Mr. Bartlett has provided transportation evidence. They understand it's largely uncontested by any transport experts. The site's accessed from Atley Road, and we've spoken about the right-of-way. The applicant agrees with Mr. O'Malley in relation to the gradient of that right-of-way and the need for an additional 2 consent triggers in relation to that. Over the page 11, I've provided some more background on the right-of-way. Following completion, it will service a total of 14 residential lots, and Mr. Bartlett's assessed the effects on that. I do need to amend paragraph 49 in terms of compliance with the code of practice. That's with the exception of this additional consent trigger due to the existing gradient of the right-of-way, which I understand is approximately 21%. The code of practice being 16%. The applicant has full legal ability to complete the upgrade works to that right-of-way under the relevant easement instruments. And in my submission, these upgrades will in fact better address transportation effects on the right-of-way than they currently are. The 51, I've just noted there that the council is in full agreement, as the applicant understands it, in relation to the effects on the right-of-way being appropriate. Over the page, Mr. Bartlett's gone on to assess the effects on Atley Road and confirm that the proposal will not have any noticeable effect on the operational efficiency of Atley Road due to the relatively low number of additional movements. I've provided some more detail there at paragraph 53. Novo Group has peer reviewed Mr. Bartlett's work and confirmed that no further upgrade of Atley Road is required. Mr. Bartlett, as I've mentioned, has proposed some minor mitigation works to address some safety concerns on Atley Road. That includes street lighting and road marking, and Mr. Bartlett can provide more detail on that. Overall, in my submission in relation to transportation matters, that with the upgrade of the right-of-way, essentially it's widening, and the safety improvements to Atley Road, the proposal not only mitigates its own effects, but provides an overall improvement to the existing road network. In terms of the next theme of effects, construction effects, I won't read this out, but essentially there's been an acoustic assessment undertaken by the applicant, been peer reviewed by Styles Group for the council, and all acoustic experts agree that the relevant noise and vibration standards in the plan can be met. So to conclude for now on effects, the applicant and the council both are in agreement that the effects of the proposal will be no more than minor, and therefore the first gateway in 104D is met. The remainder of my submissions now focus on the PDP and the planning provisions. As most of as the commissioners and a lot of the parties in the room will know, the PDP is undergoing a staged plan review. It's now well advanced in that the PDP is now the operative planning instrument in relation to the rules for this proposal and this hearing today. Given that, in my submission, very little weight should be given to the ODP and the outcomes that the ODP enabled. I've referenced there the Keystone Ridge Trust, which is the case where the court discussed the weight to be given to a proposed plan, and that what's relevant is the stage of the process that the plan's in, and also that where there's a significant shift in council policy, more weight can be given to a PDP rather than an ODP. It's a relatively moot point in my submission here, given that the relevant rules that are operative are from the PDP. And for that reason, it's my submission that the ODP should be given very little weight. There has been a clear policy shift, as you've heard, through the PDP, enabling smaller lot sizes and increased densities. And this is a deliberate change in approach from the ODP. So at 62, I've just concluded my submission there that significant weight should be given to the PDP objectives and policies and very little to the ODP. Mr. Freeman and Ms. Devlin for the council have assessed the proposal against the ODP, and I've briefly summarised that there. However, I don't propose to go over it given the focus on the PDP. Over the page, Mr. Freeman has provided a thorough assessment of those objectives and policies, and I don't propose to read that out. I have summarised the assessment. In addition, Ms. Costello for the council has assessed the proposal against the relevant residential zone design guide, and that's provided in the section 42A report. So I've gone on to briefly summarise the relevant strategic directions. Again, I won't read those out. They're from chapter 3. Chapter 4, which relates specifically to the urban environment, includes some clear outcomes for the urban environment and for this zone. But moving now to this zone, which in my submission is the key focus, page 16. There are two key objectives, 7.2.1, identifying that development should provide a mix of capable suburban densities. And then 7.2.3, which seeks to encourage higher density development where it responds sensitively to the context and character of the locality and is designed to maintain local amenity values. And policy 7.2.3.1, which sits beneath that objective, that seeks to encourage densities higher than the 1 to 450 square metres per residential unit, where the design fits well with the immediate context, whilst managing dominance effects on neighbours and achieving a reasonable level of privacy between neighbours. And in my submission, these objectives and the policies that give effect to them aren't in conflict, and this proposal can achieve all of them. With respect to the first one, 7.2.1, the proposal provides residential development compatible with the surrounding environment, and I've discussed where in evidence that's referred to. The proposed design and location ensures that the proposal is consistent with the character of the zone and will maintain amenity. And then in relation to the second objective that I referenced, 723, the site size, location, and separation from neighbours aids in reducing effects on those neighbours. With respect to the considerations of privacy, which are focused on the sublimbs A and B of policy 7231, the proposed dwellings on the site have a generous setback, as I've mentioned, from those residential neighbours that will mean that the increased density will result in little or no loss of privacy on those neighbours. I've briefly mentioned the earthworks policy there. As I've mentioned, earthworks consents are triggered in this case. Likewise, I've briefly mentioned the subdivision and development chapter, which I don't propose to read out. Overall, the proposal is consistent with the objectives and policies of the PDP, and it's only inconsistent with one policy of the ODP, which in my submission should be given very little weight, if any at all. And on that basis, it's the applicant's case that the second gateway test in 104D is also met. I've briefly outlined a submission on part 2. In my submission, there's no need to revert back to part 2 in this case, given the newly minted PDP gives effect to part 2. Mr. Freeman and Ms. Devlin for the council have provided an assessment out of caution and consider the proposal is consistent with part 2 regardless. In the next section, I've given some more detail on the NPS UD 2020 and that it provides higher order guidance that applies to all planning decisions by any local authority that affects the urban environment. So relevantly in this case, over the page at paragraph 82, objective 3 and 4 are relevant, but particularly objective 6, which I've outlined at subparagraph C, which sets out that local authority decisions on urban development that affect urban environments are integrated with planning and funding decisions. So that's objective 6. Policy 6 at 83 is the key one that I was attempting to bring your attention to. That means all planning decisions that affect urban environments must have regard to the following matters. This is the policy that gives guidance as to the effect on amenity of these increased densities. A, the planned urban form anticipated by RMA planning documents that give effect to the NPS. So in this case, this is the lower density zone. And key point B, that the planned urban form in those RMA planning documents may involve significant changes to an area and that those changes may detract from amenity values appreciated by some people, but improve amenity values appreciated by others, including future generations. And that in itself is not an adverse effect. So it's a strong directive from the NPS regarding this tension between increased densities and those existing amenity values that are enjoyed by the people who live in the environment. Over at 84, I've summarised that in my submission, policy 6 addresses this type of development and this type of tension. It confirms that higher density residential is which is anticipated by the PDP must be had regard to. And in quite a strong statement, that amenity effects on neighbours are not of themselves an adverse effect. In my submission, that I'd just add though that there are, of course, the effects on neighbours are relevant under the provisions of the PDP. However, this national direction is very direct policy guidance that identifies that the changing environment must be considered and accepted as a reality. The not in my backyard position, which is seen around New Zealand, just can't be sustained when having regard to that national direction. At 85, I've outlined in summary, and all this is included in the evidence, the reasons why this proposal is consistent and achieves the outcomes sought in the NPS UD. The site's close to the town centre and employment. It's very close. Mr. Bartlett's evidence gives distances to existing public transport. It provides for an efficient use of land by accommodating more dwellings within, particularly for Queenstown, a very limited land resource. Responds to a regional need for increased housing. And importantly, the attributes of the site enable the maintenance of amenity values which is a driver from their lower density zone provisions. For the council, Ms Costello agrees that the proposal is supported by the NPSUD as an intensification of housing that does not have unacceptable local effects due to the considered design. And Ms Costello has cited similar points that I've raised. That's paragraph 85 of my legal submissions. So my submission to conclude on the NPSUD, it is expressly directed and encouraging precisely the sort of development that this application seeks. The proposal is also consistent with the higher order planning provisions from the Otago Regional Policy Statement. Mr Freeman and Ms Devlin have both addressed those. I've briefly summarised the applicant's response to the submissions received. There were 36 submissions received, and most of those were from neighbouring landowners who expressed genuinely consistent concerns. I've attempted to broadly categorise those as key themes relating to density, privacy and dominance, traffic and construction effects. Mr Edmonds has provided a statement of evidence on behalf of a number of the submitters and notes that there is nothing particular about either the design approach or the built form that offsets the building coverage. And in my submission, this is a key evidential difference between the applicant case and Mr Edmonds. In my submission, it fails to recognise the unique characteristics of this site being entirely surrounded by the right-of-way and Atley Road, and therefore those generous setbacks that are enabled. Mr Edmonds has provided an analysis of the residential densities of this immediate area that were developed under the ODP framework. In my submission, that provides limited assistance in applying the current proposal to the PDP framework, and that they're different. Mr Evans provides an analysis against the objectives and policies of the PDP and concludes the proposal is contrary to almost all of them. And in my submission, this seems to disregard those higher densities that the PDP lower density zone enables and anticipates. Therefore, Mr Freeman's planning evidence should be preferred in this case. I won't read the next section. I'll briefly summarise the 42A report. I'll leave that to the council to present. Largely, the applicant and the council team are in full agreement. Mr Freeman and Mr Bartlett have suggested some minor changes to conditions and have spoken to Ms Devlin about those, and I'll leave the planners to speak to that. But as I understand it, as between council and the applicant team at least, the conditions are largely agreed. Just to conclude, the residential amenity of Arthur's Point is undergoing change, and the PDP anticipates this in appropriate circumstances. The proposal is consistent with national direction and also the objectives and policies of the lower density zone. And these support a general shift away from low density environments to a higher density built form. The site is appropriately located for this medium density development, and the proposal has been carefully designed to reduce effects. As I've mentioned, this includes both the building design and orientation and also the site selection itself. But a key aspect is the enablement of the setback distances from those existing neighbours. The proposal includes the upgrades to the right-of-way and also Atley Road. The applicant and council witnesses all agree that the adverse effects will be less than minor and that the proposal is consistent with the objectives and policies of the PDP. Therefore, it is our case that both the gateway tests are met, and in my submission that the proposal should be granted consent. I'm happy to take any questions now or through the day as we work through the witnesses for the applicant. Okay,
thank you, Mr. Leakey. You get underway. There's a couple of things I would like to ask. The first one concerns the right-of-way. If you could clarify this for me. You've got a right-of-way serving 85A to 85E Atley Road. Now, is there quite separate to the resource consent process and the RMA, is there any land ownership legal issue about adding additional lots onto that access way without the consent of the existing properties on it? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes, I understand that question, sir. And there's been, it's a point that does come up often, and there has been some judicial commentary on it. And that, in my submission, the use of private right-of-ways, the reasonable use is what could be expected by the parties that have the benefit to the right-of-way, and that's heavily guided by the outcomes of the district plan. So that guides the amount of development that a right-of-way can tolerate, or the users of a right-of-way should tolerate. So in my submission, the size of this site, when tested against what the zoning anticipates, means that my clients are within the rights they hold to utilise that right-of-way for the level of generation. So there's no cold, hard, fixed cap within the easement instrument in this case. So in my submission, we need to look to what a reasonable holder of those rights could anticipate through the zoning.
Yes, I do appreciate our role is quite independent of whether or not an existing landowner raised an issue along those lines. But I did just wonder whether, in fact, say hypothetically, 85C said, well, I refuse to allow anybody to have additional parties to have access to this right of way. That was the context on which I asked the question, not in the sense that would affect our decision making. Yes,
I appreciate that. And ultimately, whilst I don't consider there is a legal issue with that increased use of the right of way, that would ultimately be a matter, a private property matter between the various parties that have the benefit of the right of way.
Okay, thank you. Second question of clarification. Obviously we've been reading through the various reports and especially the planning reports. I'm still not quite clear why the ODP has any relevance whatsoever. Can you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, yes, sir. And I do share your point, in that the ODP does keep coming up in 42A reports. The no rules are triggered, therefore the weight, I think I described it in my submission, is very low weight, if any at all. The reason I'm saying very low weight is that the ODP does still exist and the objectives and policies are still there. However, in cases like this one, where there are no rules triggered, those objectives and policies in my submission don't have any relevance to decision making. So whilst I haven't gone as far as saying completely ignore it, I consider that in cases like this one where no rules are triggered, the weighting is so low that that's essentially where decision makers need to be taking the ODP. The only reason I haven't gone that far is that it does still exist, and it has been assessed. So it's a very low weight situation in my submission.
Yeah, it was possibly a question more for the planners, but the reason I asked that question was in the context of this particular zone. I understand only recently the earthworks rules have finally got clear of any appeals. Yeah, there are rules on earthworks and transport and such like. So unless there were it triggers no rules, and we seem all agreed on that, unless there's some policy relating to Chapter 7, which somebody's still got to be in their bonnet about, just as a matter of fact, I would have thought we could just disregard it entirely. But I'm open to further guidance on that through the process.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I essentially that is an outcome I would submit you can get to, which is to not apply any weight to the ODP, other than it does still exist. But maybe we've all just got accustomed to assessing proposals against it, and that's why it keeps coming up.
Fair enough. Okay. I might come back in a minute, but meanwhile I ask my Commissioner Sinclair if she's got any questions.
I've just got a couple, Mr. Leakey. You just referred to some new rules that have been triggered under the transport section. Will they be addressed in Mr. Freeman's summary statement,
Yes.
I wasn't sure what the rule references, will that come to light at some stage in the proceedings?
Yes, Commissioner Sinclair, that's a good question. Both Mr. Freeman and also Mr. Bartlett will provide more detail on that in their summary statements, but there are, in summary, 2 additional rule triggers which relate to the gradient of the right-of-way. One is due to the fact that it results in a non-compliance with the subdivision code, and that in itself triggers a rule. That rule was already triggered, so it's an additional trigger to the same rule.
Oh, okay, so we already know about that rule, but something else, okay, understand. Yep. Is there an entirely new rule that's triggered as well?
Yes, that's right. So the rule that was already triggered is 29.5.13. The new rule, which relates solely to the gradient for access, is 29.5.16. And it's an RD trigger relating to that 16% one.
And is that the one? I think there was a slight discrepancy between Mr. Edmonds's table of rules and Councillor Payne and Mr. Freeman's assessment. Is that the new rule? Is that what that addresses?
Yes. So this new rule addresses a point that's been raised by Mr. O'Malley. There's a Clark Fortune assessment done of the gradient of the existing right-of-way. Okay. And I understand that resulted in an average gradient of 21%.
Maximum.
A maximum, sorry, not average, a maximum gradient of 21%. So that triggers this rule, which provides for the 16% maximum gradient. Yeah.
And will Mr. Bartlett address that, and then I guess council officers will respond to it?
Yes, that's right. And from a, oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Just to add from a legal perspective, the effects have been assessed. There's no issue as to scope. It's just an additional trigger that needs to be added to the bundle.
Thank you. The other question I had was back to the right-of-way. I read somewhere that there has to be some works on the right-of-way, and that I think it's 83, I may be wrong, hasn't given approval. How does that process work? Is that under the right-of-way application that is made to council?
Yes, so there's, in my submission, there's sort of 2 separate aspects. There's the RMA aspect for your determination today around the triggers for the right-of-way, so safety type matters. In terms of actually, sorry, I'll have a sip of water. In terms of undertaking those physical works, the applicant would be exercising their rights under the right-of-way easement instrument. In our submission, that gives them the legal ability to carry out those works, so there's no issue that the consent can't be exercised. If there was a disagreement as between the parties to the right-of-way, again, that would be a matter of contract between those parties to resolve. But the right-of-way references the land transfer regulations, which are referenced in almost all right-of-ways that provide a right of maintenance, upgrade and use. And in my submission, that's what my client would be relying on to carry out those works.
Thank you. I had a couple more questions. One was about the, and it may be that you might push this back to the urban designers. It's the urban design guidelines, and a lot of it's to deal with the street interface, and the words come up quite a bit, the street, but we're dealing with the interface of this development backing onto a right-of-way. I'm just wondering how can we use the right-of-way as a street, and are we allowed to use the right-of-way as a street in this instance? I mean, I guess we want to get the best intentions there, but I wanted to understand the difference there.
Yes, no, that's a good question, and I will pass it to Mr. Ware from the applicant team, and Ms. Costello will likely have some comments as well. I mean, in a legal sense, and perhaps a strict planning sense, the right-of-way wouldn't be deemed a street, but some of the outcomes within the guidelines would be relevant to that right-of-way in my submission. So there wouldn't be a need to disregard them, but the only street in this case is Atley Road.
Right,
in a strict sense.
And my last question I just had was on, I understand the applicant's done some other developments in the area and it related to Bullendale. Was that under a special housing act?
Yes,
Right. And the other one was, I may get the pronunciation wrong, is it Tomasic or Tomasic? Was that also a special housing application?
yes, the Bullingdale certainly was, and as was Tomasic, if I pronounce it. Tomasic, if I pronounce it.
Tomasic.
Both.
And to understand, how do special housing acts fit into like the receiving environment, or how do we consider, where do they sit in the framework?
Yes, so the under the special housing legislation, the test that those proposals went through is different to the zoning test for this proposal. So they're not on all fours, and there's certainly no submission from me that they provide a precedent or an outcome that you need to be necessarily guided in this instance. What they do though is several things. They form part of the receiving environment. So that they are part of the legal environment. But most relevantly, and Mr. Fairmaid will speak to this, they give an indication of the sorts of outcomes that the applicant is seeking to achieve with this application. And that's the main reference to them. It's certainly not to compare the planning framework because they're very different. And the matters for the hearing today wouldn't have been the same or comparable for the consideration of those special housing areas.
Thank you. That was all I had. Oh no, I did. Sorry, I did have one extra question. It was about the urban design NPS, and at what stage is that at? Does it, once it gets released, is it effective immediately, or does it have to go through like similar to a district plan appeals and challenges? I just had a question on that.
Is this around the NPS?
NPS urban design.
Urban development, yeah, yes. So there's broadly, to my perspective, two different aspects to it. Most relevantly here is policy 6, and that it applies to all decision makers in urban areas or urban environments. Sorry, it uses the term. So that applies from the inception of the NPS and is most relevant to this application. There's a separate process that the NPS triggers, which doesn't have that same immediate legal effect, and that's broadly the housing or land release to align with demand point from the NPS, requiring councils to undertake economic studies regarding the availability of land and the demand for that land, and directs councils to release more land, normally more land, could be less land, in the future to respond to that. So the release of that land in the future would need to go through a Schedule 1 process, which isn't relevant here. It's more this policy 6 that I'm putting particular relevance on through my submissions.
And policy 6, you say is not under challenge, and it is a strong. We have to have good. We have to take that into account as quite a key policy that's come out of the NPS. Yes,
that's right. And to do that in my submission, you're applying the outcomes sought by policy 6 when you're applying the objectives and policy and rule framework of this lower density zone. In my submission, that helpfully takes you in the same direction, and that it doesn't create a conflict, and that the objectives and policies of the zone give effect to that policy 6. But it is a relevant matter for you to have in mind when applying that policy framework.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leckie. Just before we launch the first witness, we'll just take a very brief adjournment for about 2 or 3 minutes, if that's okay. Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Leckey, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I'll call Mr. Females. We'll just reshuffle the room so you can see Mr. Female on the screen a bit more clearly. So Mr. Female's prepared evidence in chief and also a summary statement that's been pre-circulated. So with the leave of the Commissioner, perhaps Mr. Female could read the summary only and take any questions.
Yes, Steve, that's fine.
Good morning, Commissioners, submitters and Council staff. I will, as Josh has indicated, just read out my summary evidence. Key points. I first became aware of the site as a result of direct approach from the vendor's agent in 2018, during which the emerging Bullendale development was in its infancy. The site was attractive due to its north-facing elevated aspect. This provides excellent sunlight hours and enables a compliant height development above surrounding homes and overlooking outlook space to the northeast and west. The ability to provide separation from neighbours due to the elevated topography and existing right-of-way on the eastern and southern sides of Atlees Road to the northwest were also attractive features. At the design stages of this project, I met with Ben O'Malley and Rory O'Donnell as spokespeople for the Arthurs Point neighbourhood. Their concerns centred around privacy, density and traffic effects. In response to these concerns, we reduced the number of proposed dwellings from 9 to 8. The proposal has been designed with awareness of the surrounding residential environment, and in my view, the elevated topography and right-of-way access provide ample separation for neighbours. The proposal also provides a significant amount of site parking, being 2 resident and 2 visitor parks per dwelling, which is substantially above the requirement of the PDP. The proposal also positively contributes to much needed housing supply in the Queenstown area. Since I prepared my original statement of evidence, Mr. John Edmonds has provided evidence on behalf of a number of submitters. In that evidence, Mr. Edmonds provides a map and commentary regarding the lot sizes in the Arthurs Point area. However, Mr. Edmonds' assessment does not include all surrounding Arthurs Point environment, which includes a mixture of zoning. It therefore doesn't account for the Bullendale development or Tamasi site, both of which are consented for medium density residential, and in the case of Bullendale, now developed and indicative of the residential diversity currently in Arthurs Point. Mr. Edmonds also suggests that there is nothing particular about the proposal's master planned built form approach to offset building coverage. This fails to recognise the elevated topography of the site and the separation from neighbours due to the right-of-way and roads adjacent to the proposal. In my experience, master planned urban solutions providing medium density housing are very successful methods for delivering quality urban design outcomes and are extensively and successfully adopted throughout New Zealand. To conclusion, the site provides a prime opportunity to provide a high quality medium density residential developments. Separation from neighbours and north facing aspect mean that will maintain local amenity whilst responding to the need for sustainable housing development within Queenstown.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fairmate. I was just asking the first question I would like to ask sort of follows on from our site visit yesterday and sort of the reasonable familiarity with Arthurs Point as a locality. There's going to be discussions throughout the hearing about the extent to which there is increasing diversity of housing in Arthurs Point. But in terms of that issue, it seemed to us that it's quite different to the kind of diversity that you're seeing with redevelopment in places like Christchurch and Auckland, where people are demolishing, say, old villas, old houses on big sections and putting up 3 or 4 units to replace them. Much of the housing in Arthurs Point, and in fact matter much of Queenstown, you've got very modern houses sitting smack in the middle of existing sections. It seems to us unlikely that people would demolish a $500,000 10-year-old house to put in 3 or 4 units. What makes this site unique is it's like a tiny greenfield site. within Arthur's Point, and it's those kind of sites in Arthur's Point that are going to be developed for higher density, rather than the mass of the existing housing which already exists there. Would you agree that that is in fact the likely outcome for this locality?
Well, I'm sure that the hearing here today is generally aware of a lot of the Queenstown topography being generally south facing. This particular site is quite, I wouldn't say unique, but it is quite particular in that it is north facing. And when we looked at the site, that was one of the things that, as I've noted, really took us, and it's obviously elevated and it is zoned for residential development. So my business partner, Mike Greer, and myself both consider it to be a premium site. And it did sort of mean that we need to pay particular attention to how we did develop it. And it does warrant the intensity that we've proposed. We've concluded that. I will say that Mr. Leakey has made a comment that it is similar to Bullendale. It is similar in terms of the way that we are looking to develop it, being master planned, but the type of product that we're looking to put on the subject site is of a higher quality, and I think reflects the quality of the homes in the Atlees Road area. So whilst the same master plan delivery approach is adopted, the outcome will be a more quality outcome for the subject site. But yes, Commissioner, I would agree with you that Arthur's Point generally is a newly evolving residential environment, and therefore a lot of the homes in Arthur's Point are newer, not all of them, but a lot of them. So I think I don't foresee that you're going to see with the PDP and the sort of national urban development guidelines that I don't foresee that you'll see existing dwellings being demolished and sort of brownfields development occurring. There is still pieces of land, greenfields land in Arthur's Point that will be developed, that are being considered for development right now. And I think that's going to happen in the immediate future, more likely than taking out existing homes for development. I would agree with you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I just had two questions, Mr. Fairmaid. One was just if you could tell me, I'm not familiar with the Tumaisi development, just whereabouts is it located?
It's located on the immediate west boundary of the developed Bullendale development. It's intended as an extension to the Bullendale SHA. It is an SHA. It has been consented as an SHA. It's not currently commenced. I was involved with that development, the Tumaisi development, in its infancy, but I'm not involved now.
Okay, so consented but not built.
Correct.
And the other question I had, which is a bit random, and it may just be a photocopying error attached to your evidence that was submitted to us, was a random piece of paper that had a few headings. They were called additional work, investigate, develop, define, and consult. And I think it's just been collated in the photocopier and attached to your evidence. And I don't think it has any relevance, but I wanted to check.
I should probably take that one. So yeah, that's an error. So that can be disregarded, that page. So Mr. Fairmaid's evidence ends with his signature.
Ends with the signature. Yeah. Thank you. I just had one small question actually, and it was today regarding the title for the property. It's a couple of years old now. I just wondered if there'd been any changes to the computer freehold register since the time the application was lodged.
No.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairmaid. I'd like to call your next witness.
Yes, thank you. We'll do another reshuffle. I'll just get Mr. Bartlett to come to the front. Councillor Bartlett likewise has a summary statement and will speak to those additional rule triggers and then take any questions.
Hello, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett.
My summary has been pre-circulated, so if you're comfortable with that, I'll start at the key points at paragraph 4.
Thank you.
I suppose before I go that, I should repeat that my name is Jason Alexander Bartlett. The site is accessed via a right-of-way off Attlee Road. The applicant has proposed improvements to the right-of-way and the intersection from Attlee Road. These can be provided within the existing and proposed right-of-way easements. These works will provide an overall improvement and accommodate the additional traffic generated by the proposed development. I will discuss the gradient element of that at the end of this, so I will, but the paragraph still stands. The site is located close to the district's alternative transport networks, including pedestrian and cycling routes on Attlee Road and the local bus services on Arthurs Point Road. This means that residents will have multiple transport options for local trips. From the transport assessment undertaken, I consider that the traffic generation arising from the proposed development will not have a noticeable adverse traffic effect on the operational capacity or safety of Attlee Road, and the additional traffic generation can be accommodated within the existing carriageway formation. However, the proposed development will include safety improvements to the southern portion of Attlee Road between the site and Matthias Terrace. These improvements include street lighting, vegetation management, and additional signs and markings. This will improve the transport environment and particularly the safety of pedestrians and cyclists who share the carriageway. Overall, I consider that the proposed improvements to Attlee Road are appropriate. I have suggested minor amendments to the proposed consent conditions. These are in line with the engineering advice received, engineering guidance, and will provide the greatest benefit during the design process. And then, if you don't mind, I will just address the right-of-way gradient elements for you. So it's understood that the maximum gradient of the existing right-of-way access is up to 21%. The areas of the steeper gradient generally coincides with the lower portion of the axis and includes part of the hairpin curve. So essentially that's the upper portion that's within 83 Attlee Road. The average gradient of the existing gradient is 16.3%. So with respect to the PDP, that triggers 2 rule breaches. Firstly is 29.5.13, which is access and road design, and part A, which requires that all vehicle accesses shall be in accordance with table 3.2 of the QLDC Land Development and Subdivision Code of Practice 2018. Just to note that that's also table 3.3 of the current version of that guidance, which limits a figure E9 road type, which is up to 6 dwellings, or a figure E11 road type, which is up to 20 dwellings, to a maximum gradient of 16%. So that's about 1 in 5.75. The second breach is to 29.5.16, which is maximum gradient for vehicle access, part A, which requires the maximum gradient for any private way used for vehicle access shall be 1 in 6, which is 16.7%. It is proposed to widen this portion of access to 5.5 metres sealwards to allow for 2 traffic lanes. The proposed design will not change the longitudinal gradient and of the access. So that means that those maximum gradients that I mentioned before will remain, which breaches the proposed PDP rules as discussed. So to give some context to this, I suppose, there's a number of streets within Queenstown that do breach the 16% rule. In fact, most notably, or to the maximum degree, a number of streets that we regularly drive around in the town centre, including Ballarat Street, Milligan Street, Turner Street and Lake Street. So though, for reference, they're all around 25% or 1 in 4, which is significantly steeper than what we're talking about here. And obviously there's a lot of, being in a mountainous area, there's a lot of areas where we have those roads in the region of 16 to 20% like we've got here. The steeper streets generally do not restrict access, but are able to, do not restrict access, but may raise safety concerns in the winter when ice or snow may settle on these streets, creating a slippery surface. Typically these roads are maintained by a QLDC who are able to clear ice and snow from the streets during winter. With respect to road design, these streets can provide appropriate drainage and high friction surfacing, such as chip seal or similar, to minimise road safety effects. So when we take that back to the right of way, I would be suggesting here that we consider a road surfacing that's appropriate for the gradient. And that's something that has been done on other developments, and of note would probably be the tree space development on the sides of Coronet Peak, just not far above the site really, where it also has streets or private ways providing more than access to more than 6 dwellings and at a gradient of more than 16%. Respect to the right of way, the existing gradient breaches the rules. Proposed widening will provide a wider sealed surface to allow oncoming vehicles to pass, and appropriate road markings can be included at the hairpin bend, no stopping restrictions or centreline marking, just to delineate that area better, and a high friction surfacing such as chip seal or similar can be applied. An appropriate worded consent condition can be added to manage this design if necessary. I consider that the gradients up to 21% maximum can be appropriately managed through the design process. And if I just go back to my summary evidence now, overall, I consider that the proposed improvements to the right-of-way access and the southern portion of Attlee Road are appropriate and will result in net safety and transport benefits. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Just follow on from your comment about the surfacing of the right-of-way. I'm aware that for, I can call it roads or right-of-ways like that, the council doesn't want to know about clearing them if there's snow on them in winter. Are you suggesting that it's an issue about the type of surfacing on it that is important?
I think you've pretty much nailed it really. Because council aren't there to manage it in the winter, therefore you can bring other surfacings and that sort of thing in to make it more appropriate for in this situation where you don't have that that council support, I suppose. There are other methods, but it does require the users and the owners and that sort of thing to do that work. For instance, that it might be you put a pile of grit beside the road each winter so that a caring person can go out there and shovel it over it or something, but it tends to not be undertaken.
Yes, I have experience of that living on a street like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bartlett. My other question was that I noticed that in the various reports we've received, there was quite a lot of toing and froing between yourself, Novo Group, and the council about upgrading Attlee Road. And I'm presuming I think you've clarified it. It's the section between Matthias Ceres and where the right-of-way starts heading up the hill. It doesn't extend beyond there, does it? It's just up to where the right-of-way is that right?
Yes, it's essentially up to where the right-of-way is. There is a tiny stub of council-managed Attlee Road beyond the site, but there's not been any real discussion on that.
And the council what I call the legal road, does that end about where that cycleway starts to veer off down the hill?
No, the legal road currently ends just beyond the site, just to the south of the site. So Atley Road extends, yeah.
So what's the status of Atley Road beyond that point?
It's a right-of-way providing access to multiple dwellings.
Yeah, we walked around it. It's certainly quite very unusual arrangement.
I know a number of your submitters do live on that portion of Atley Road, and it's probably better to get from them, I would suggest, as to what the actual status of that part of the road is. I know I have discussed it in evidence in the past for different applications, and as part of the PDP review for land to the south as well. So
I realise that it's slightly incidental to this application, but I think one of your, I think it might be in the original AEE, your contribution to that, you made reference to an area of land that could be developed up sort of beyond this area. There's a substantial number of houses. Is that up in that area and would be reliant on an upgraded Atley Road to provide access?
correct, yes, it would be. It's all serviced by that right of way that runs around the, I suppose, the southern portion of this site, and into sort of, what is it? It's 90 odds, upward of 90 odd Atley Road, I suppose. Yeah.
So at some future stage, that road could require drastic upgrading.
Yes. I'd only be a little hesitant there because I'm not too sure where the PDP process sits for that piece of land at the moment.
Yes, I can jump in perhaps and help there. It's a long story, but it's been the council has been instructed by the courts to re-notify the rezoning in relation to that land. So that's going through or re-going through a public notification process. So it's yet to be determined under that process. It's the Gertrude Sadlery land. And there was a determination from the court that the notification process gone through by the council, or the summary of submission process, wasn't correct. So that process is essentially beginning again now to determine the zoning in the context of the PDP.
Oh, thank you. That clarifies a lot of things for us.
Mr. Leakey, you have to identify on a map somewhere that particular piece of land?
I'm just looking at the council's GIS on my screen, which I appreciate isn't helpful for you. I can pull together a visual of it.
Can I just interrupt there, Josh? I have given access for everyone to share screens if you want to try that.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm on a different screen here.
A different screen.
I'll just confer notes with Mr. Bartlett. It's this land here.
Yes, it is. So it's the land identified as
111
Atley Road, right through to 163 Atley Road. So it's sort of all the land to the sort of southern portion against the canyon, I suppose, around the existing dwellings.
It would essentially, if successful, extend the urban form out into the confluence of the river, or the peninsula.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, could I suggest at this point, not now, but could before the end of the hearing, if we could have that information, because one of the things I noticed with the material provided, while it was very comprehensive, we really didn't have either an aerial or any other plan showing the wider area surrounding the application site. So they don't drop everything this instant, but by the close of the hearing, it would be helpful if we could have that information, please.
Yeah. I know that, there's a lot of bits and pieces around that additional land and how much it can service. From memory, and I think it is actually in my original assessment, is somewhere in the region of 100 odd dwellings. So it's a lot.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Leakey, one other thing. Mr. Bartlett just went over a couple of the other non-compliances relating to the gradient. One on the topic of non-compliances, what we often do at these hearings is ask for the applicant and the council just to confer and to have a final agreed set of non-compliances, if you like. Just probably useful to raise that point now. Again, it's not a thing to drop everything, but if that could be done in due course, that would be very helpful for us. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. We'll do that.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Bartlett.
I just have one little question, Mr. Bartlett. It was just that just didn't quite follow where the footpath issue got to between Novo, council's engineers and yourself. I understand when they agreed that it no longer had to be E12, could be E11, but I just didn't understand what happened with the footpath.
Right, so essentially, and I'm guessing you're talking about the southern portion of Attlee Road here, the section between Matthias Terrace and the site.
Yes.
Yeah, so where that has got to is not so much providing a footpath, instead of creating a safer shared area. So hence the need for lighting and additional road markings, and particularly the signage is to be updated to include pedestrians on the shared use signage at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll now move to Mr. Ware, who's, I can see on my screen, also has a summary statement, and happy to take any questions. Over to you, Bruce. Oh, we can't hear you, sorry, Bruce.
Oh, apologies. Hold on.
Oh, I can't hear you at this.
Oh, and we can't see or hear, Mr. Leakey.
I can see Mr. Ware's attempting to.
Try the ugly headphones. Can you hear me?
There we go. We can hear you, Mr. Ware. I'll just check with the commissioners that they can hear you. Can you speak, Mr. Ware?
Here we go. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes, yes we can.
And you can see me okay?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. I have a habit of destroying technology, so apologies for that. Yes, firstly, like I say, my name is Bruce Charles Ware, and I'm an independent urban design consultant. And I'll run through my key points. Just to clarify as well, I'll point out that I was the master planner, or have been the master planner, on both the Bullendale development and the Tamasi development up the road in Arthur's Point North. So no doubt there's quite a lot of questions that are going to be asked after this, and everything's interrelated. So I'll run through the key points and give you as much time as I can for questions. So the Canyon Ridge site is located in an area that supports increased residential density. It is close to the town centre and other local amenities. It is in close proximity to public transport and the walking and cycling route in particular between the town centre and Arthur's Point, thereby providing the opportunity for modal shift. It features an appropriate residential zone, being, and correction, lower density suburban residential zone, and is accessed immediately off a local road capable of servicing significantly more residential development in the future. The National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, NPSUD, establishes the directive to deliver well-functioning, more intensive urban environments in appropriate locations, and provides the necessary guidance in terms of balancing the existing and proposed character to deliver well-functioning urban environments. There are clear references to the NPSUD in the zone objectives and policies. So the proposal provides for a range of net lot sizes from 217 square metres through to 430 square metres, and that's largely perfunctory as due to the site conditions themselves. while the density and type of housing proposed is somewhat different to the existing pattern of residential development. As per the MPSUD, this in itself cannot be considered an adverse effect. I'll point out that Mr. Edmonds asserts that the predominance of larger average lot sizes determines urban density and the character of an area. However, this fails to take into account the number of dwellings with residential flats. And this is a technique that we use generally when we're assessing a location for desirability. We follow this approach. So a basic internet search of properties for sale in the area reveals the number of home and income opportunities, i.e. dwellings with residential flats. And furthermore, it's an equally crude search and very cursory search shows a number of online holiday rentals and further residential flats. So your Airbnbs and Bookabatches and those sorts of things. So the analysis of lot sizes therefore does not provide a full picture of the living intensities. And I just wanted to raise that to say, look, you've got to be careful in doing quite a cursory interrogation of densities and intensities. The proposal is within the zone bulk and location controls. And as a result, the external effects are pretty much within anticipated levels. The potential overlooking and privacy effects of the proposal should be have been mitigated through building design and landscaping and the topography of the site. Modelling prepared by Foley Architects has demonstrated that the setbacks from the immediate adjacent neighbours, and this is just using the GIS system and the models provided, from facade to facade are between 21 and 23.5 metres. And so to give some sort of context to that, I guess you would say, look, a local road, 15-metre local road with setbacks would be about the same separation distance that you'd expect. The closest outdoor living area is 85C, and that's Mr. O'Malley's site, and that is 17 metres, and I've provided some sections to illustrate these separation distances. These, in my opinion, are generous separation distances for medium density residential environment, like has been prepared, and the impact on private living amenity for neighbours is therefore less than minor. In my view, the proposal delivers positive outcomes sought by the MPSUD and is consistent with an evolving and anticipated urban environment, I guess defined or anticipated by the LDS zone. It has successfully minimised or mitigated any potential urban design impacts on neighbours through quality design. So overall, the proposal delivers quality response to the challenges of delivering a more intensive residential outcome that integrates well with the surrounding environment and meets the outcomes sought by both the MPSUD and the zone itself. So perhaps I can take questions, or would you like me to expand on any of these points?
I think we'll take some questions at this stage. The first point, the first thing I'd like to ask about is in your paragraph 8 of your summary here, obviously a bit of a dispute between yourself and Mr. Edmonds on that point. We have also noticed walking around the area, the permitted baseline has been raised as one of the factors, and I think whether it was your evidence or one of the witnesses' evidence drew a series of comparative scenarios for developing this site, ranging from, you could have a single dwelling sitting on the knoll. Now, one of the things that we found striking during our site visit was that it would appear if you stand on that knoll, even if you built a single detached large dwelling, single story dwelling, you will be able to see right into the outdoor living areas of 85C and 85D. And that's basically it's not an issue of the separation, it's the issue of the elevation, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think that dovetails in with an earlier point that you raised with Mr. Fairmaid about the likelihood of further development and how that might occur. You know, and you raised the point about big lots and houses. Look, at the end of the day, the sites that are most attractive for development are the ones that, like Shane pointed out, are north facing, that have slopes. Slopes are really important for achieving density because it means that you get outlook, obviously, and views and preserve solar aspect. And so what happens is that there's a number of sites in the area, but that including the sites that that are accessed from Matthias Terrace. But as you come down Atlee Road, where they have the same attributes, where look, it's just a price point factor. When the dollar value is high enough, those sites will go for development at some point in the future, and that's this evolving character that's going to occur as a result of the low density provisions and the NPUSUD guidance that says, look, this development is going to occur. It's just a matter of timing as to when it will occur. And this particular site, you're completely right. I mean, a big house, which you could do no problem at all, or 4 big houses, they arguably would have almost worse impacts on neighbours than what's been developed here.
Yes, I think, and let's go back to your evidence, Chief. You might not be able to lay your hands on it straight away, because I didn't quite understand what you were saying in your paragraph 94, and I'll read out what you said. It could be, in fact, argued that pursuing a less invasive earthworking approach would result in poorer outcomes for neighbours, particularly the owners of 85A to F Atlee Road. Is that what you meant?
Yes, partly. That was not so much an overlooking there, but if you then took the same garaging, if you did, I think there seems to be a general accord between people that, north of 5 residential dwellings on that site would be reasonably anticipated. And if you did 5 lots and you said, look, we've just got to minimize earthworks to the bare minimum, that means that the garaging would be sitting up higher from the lane, and they would be a lot more dominant. And as you can see from the visualizations provided by Foley Group architects, that in fact you've still got a lot of space in the building volumetric controls to do a pretty dominant building, with no guarantee that you would get, say, sort of more windows and overlooking to the south towards those 85 ADF lot owners and dwelling.
Okay.
So that's, yeah.
The right of way, in urban design terms, could it be regarded as functioning in the same way as a street?
Oh, I think absolutely. I think you, from, I guess I can say not just my standpoint, from the profession's point of view, that anything where people share a space is public realm, whether it's privately owned or public ownership. People treat it in the same way. It's the place where you commune, you get together, you wave at each other. So yes, the right of way does operate as public realm, in my opinion.
Yes, thank you very much. Got those questions.
I do. Mr. Nixon's asked a couple of my questions, so move on to some other questioning. The 4 metre separation distance between dwellings, I understand, I'm pretty sure that's a new rule in our PDP. What do you think that rule is trying to achieve?
Oh, look, I understand. If you have, I guess if you've got dwellings of separate ownership immediately against each other that are not being developed concurrently, then 4 metres separation is a safe bet in terms of achieving a level of privacy where you don't know what the design is going to be on the adjacent property. So look, it's a nice to have, but not critical. I think the reality is there's so many other factors that come into play: the orientation of dwellings, how each facade is treated. So in this case, the dwellings are fundamentally, or particularly dwellings 2 through to 7, are pretty much 0 lot units. That is, one side has what we call a negative face and the other side has an open face. So you optimize the amount of lighting. 4 meters gets you a little bit more landscape. But the problem that you do have in a traditional sense is, as you get to say 4 meters and you're not designing comprehensively, you end up with a scenario where people put up fences down the boundary and it gets pretty ugly fairly quickly. So 4 meters is a guide, but it's not an absolute in my opinion. I think once you're designing comprehensively, there's so many other factors that you have to bring together. Look, there's inevitable compromises. There really are. There's no way you can avoid it. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Commissioner.
There's some matters of discretion associated with that rule, and I wondered if you were familiar with them. If not, I've got them in brief form. It was concerned with, if you are going to reduce that rule, you have to have a look whether it creates an overall better amenity value. And I understand that includes off-site neighbours. I understand the amenity value on site from what you've just said, but I'm just wondering what your view is. How would the less distance between the dwellings create amenity values for off-site residents?
I did consider that, and look, we're talking about would a 2 metre difference make a noticeable, tangible, provide a tangible benefit to the neighbours to the south by having a smaller yard or side yard? And what ends up happening is that because the units are angled slightly, that the actual visual difference between, and I think the modelling provided by the architects has done quite a good job in illustrating that really, because of the way the units are angled, you end up with essentially always getting a view of building, albeit it might have more light on one side and perhaps you'll get an occasional glance through. But I guess for the majority of the time, there's very little tangible benefit to the neighbours between 2 and 4 metres. I think the separation is fantastic, and look, it would be, it would be marginally better to have the 4 metres, but not significantly so in this case.
The other question in Mr. Edmonds' submission, he has said that it's going to, I think he's described it as present itself to that right of way as an almost continuous wall of structures. I just wondered what your response was to that point.
I don't think that's quite true, because the lane is, look, it's definitely more dominant than a single big house, like at the extreme example of, you know, a mammoth, a huge mansion, because you have, you know, as you come up that laneway for ADF, you will get a run of buildings. But would it be any different if I'd done, or, you know, as a designer, if I'd done 4 houses, for example? No, you'd get the same visual impact, and you'd generally approach the site in the same way. And I think that's what Foley's have illustrated, that, you know, if you do 5, and in fact, Mr. O'Malley illustrated the same approach of using the rectangles. You approach the site in the same way. So the visual difference of having a wall of buildings, whichever way you go, is very, very similar. So could you mitigate that further through landscaping? Oh, I'm not too sure that it would make a material difference, Commissioner. Yeah.
And the other criticism was about the large amount of asphalt. Is there ways to break that up further?
Yes, I think so. I think that, and that was something that was raised by, you know, Miss Devlin and Miss Costello as potential, you know, surface treatment. Thinking about that a bit more carefully, I concur with their opinion. I think it's we could with the landscaping. I do believe that Miss Gilchrist has done a really good job, but I'm sure we could refine a little bit further. Yet again, you've got to be careful with these things. You're not striving for effect. The more you break a space, the less cohesive it feels. So there's a really nuanced balance between these sorts of things. But look, we'll look at it. We can look at it again through detailed design and just and, you know, reassess it depending on you know, I guess how things progress today.
I think that just following on from that, it sort of comes back to the question I asked about whether the right of way is part of the public realm, because the sort of environment you have there now, it's a question of how it would change and whether it be for the better or for the worse. We're not in any way critical of the design as it faces on to the right of way, but it would seem to me that it would be, while that would be perfectly okay on a site right on the edge of this commercial area in central Queenstown, in this particular case, and given the existing environment in this location, some sort of not breaking up, but certainly some softening of the garage doors type effect, if you know what I mean, is certainly very important that be done to the best possible outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, garage doors are probably the one that I think everybody would agree that are the, I guess, the element that causes the most effect. You know, they open and close and things are backing out and there's all that movement. And of course, that is the interface between what is a low density residential environment as it currently stands on one side and you know, I guess the new character that's evolving for Arthur's Point to the north. Yeah, look, I agree with you. I think that having something that picks up both elements as a linking space would be really good. I do believe Miss Gilchrist has achieved a really good balance between the two, potentially refined a little bit further, but you know, like I say, the more detail you put into it, the more urban it will become. So yeah, just a caution more than anything about pushing it too far. It'll feel like in a city if we do too much more to it.
I just have another question, and you may not be able to talk to this. It was on the Foley Group set of bundle of plans, and they showed some sections overlooking visualizations. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, I can.
I'm looking at 2.1. in 2.2, and it shows, I think, the line of sights from the proposed balconies down to the lower house on Atley Road.
They might have been the overlays that I did for at the back of those.
They're called overlook visualizations.
Yes, sorry, those were ones that I prepared using their base plans. I'll just pop those
Mike,
up.
yeah, if you could bring them up. My just question was, they seem to be taken from the height of the balustrade, and I just wondered what difference it would be if a person was standing on the balcony in terms of overlooking.
Yes, I did take them from the height of the balustrade, and my apologies, I'm having my technical issue again. Let's see how we go. I'll transition slowly and see if I can get it to render.
Yeah.
Bear with me one moment.
These are the plans attached to Mr. Ware's evidence in chief as well.
Why is it not rendering for us all? Too many things open. There's one there at the rear, but I will try and get. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know why it won't render for me. I can see them on the left. I'm sure you all can, but I can't get them to come up. But yes, I did take them from the height of the balustrade, and the reason for that is, look, a balustrade is going to be at 1.2, or higher than 1.2, and a normal person is, 1.8. An average person is 1.8 meters in height. So the 600 mil of difference, would it make a substantial difference? I rather than put a human there and then started to explain it, I thought, look, the best thing to do was to use the balustrade as a constant to explain. Yep. I'm sorry about that. I just can't get them to come up at all for you. My apologies. But it looks 600 millimeters over where we're talking generally a 20 meter distance is not going to make a noticeable difference in terms of overlooking or in particular or views.
And just if you can see it, the plan 2.1, and if I could visualize another 600 meters on that, does that mean it would overlook into that outdoor living area? It would clear the roof?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. I just call up. I'll just do. So we're really talking about because you've got to be always a little bit careful of the existing building modelling as well. But if I look at, I'll share the screen here, which is the council's council system. We're really talking about a sort of a position of round about, let's say about here, and looking through. And what you'll notice is that the living space is a deck immediately below the building, and then the grass is set down from that further. In fact, in many ways, the development that's undertaken on lots 1 and 8 are very similar in form to what's occurred on 80. The difference, of course, is they've got balconies to the north, whereas 80 Atley Road then steps down and drops away to the pathway below. But there's similar sort of, I guess, built form response in many ways.
And what about to 83, just to the right? Is that their outdoor living court out the front on that?
That's their outdoor living court to the front, correct. They have got they do open to the rear as well, but as you can see, that tends to get overshadowed by boundary planting, and to be honest, the building, I can't remember what number that is, off Matthias Terrace. No, apologies there. 43 Matthias. above that, that tends to overshadow those living quarters. So yeah, I'd say the predominant living space is this one to the west, north and west, towards Atley Road itself.
Well, that was all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Weir. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Happy to proceed with Mr. Freeman, or would you like to take a short break for morning tea?
Yes, I was just looking at the time, 10:50, so I think we might take an adjournment now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll take an adjournment of 10 minutes and I'll come back again at 11.
Bob, will you let me know when you're ready to start? Oh.
Right.
Are we ready to go, Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. If everyone's ready, shall we push on?
Yes.
So we'll call Mr. Freeman, who's also prepared a summary statement that's been circulated, and then can take any questions. Pass to you, Scott.
Thank you. If I start at paragraph 5 of my summary statement of evidence, under the ODP, the site is contained in a low density residential zone. No resource consents are required under the ODP. Under the PDP, the site is contained within the lower density suburban residential zone. A variety of consents are required under the PDP, with the overall status being that of a non-complying activity. Excluding the properties located at the southern end of Atlee Road, the residential area located to the east of the Shadow River is generally described as a typical suburban residential living environment. This environment was primarily developed under the ODP, which for the low density zone at Arthur's Point meant a minimum allotment size of 800 square metres for a greenfield subdivision. Aside from the low density residential zone under the ODP that was located in Queenstown Heights area, which required a minimum allotment size of 1,500 square metres, the minimum allotment size for the remainder of land contained within the zone in the Queenstown area was subject to a 600 square metre minimum allotment size. It is understood that the low density residential zone, Arthur's Point, under the ODP required a larger minimum allotment size, 800 versus 600, when compared to other areas in Queenstown contained in the same zone, due to a lack of infrastructure servicing in the Arthur's Point area. At the time, the ODP became the dominant planning document. Under the PDP, the lower density suburban residential zone now provides for a minimum allotment size of 450s for a greenfields subdivision. The 450 minimum allotment size now applies across the district for this zone, with the exception of the land contained within the airport air noise boundary and out of control boundary next to Queenstown Airport, where the ODP minimum allotment size of 600 square metres has been retained due to dealing with reverse sensitivity issues associated with aircraft noise. This means that the minimum allotment size for Arthur's Point area has been reduced from 800 to 450, a sizable reduction of 350, while the bulk of the lower density zone in the Queenstown area, excluding next to the airport, the minimum allotment size has reduced from 600 to 450, which is a 150 metre reduction. From a land use density perspective, the ODP provided a permitted density limit of 1 residential unit per 450 net area. The two exceptions were the density provisions in the ODP medium density residential subzone and for comprehensive residential developments. Breaching the 450 square area would require a non-compliant activity consent. Under the PDP, the lower density suburban residential zone provides a permitted density of 1 residential unit per 450 net, while via an RD activity consent, residential density can be reduced to 1 unit per 300 square metres net. Providing a density less than 300 square metres per unit net area means that such a proposal is classified as a non-complying activity. While a residential density between 300 and 450 does not form part of the permitted baseline, the PDP is clearly seeking to enable such developments by virtue of the non-notification rule in 7.6.1.1. This is therefore a reasonably anticipated development outcome for the zone, especially considering the statements made in the zone purpose for the zone that seek to enable increased residential densities and further objectives 721, 723 that seek to provide a mix of compatible suburban densities and the encouragement of higher density residential development. The predominant residential area to the east of the Shadow River is representative of the subdivision and density standards under the ODP, as that was the planning document in place at the time the area was developed. In my opinion, while being cognizant of the character and style of the existing residential environment in the Arthur's Point area, the scale and intensity of future residential subdivision and development in this area and the wider zone will be directed by the outcomes anticipated outcomes that are provided via the PDP. The lens that needs to be applied to assess the proposal is the anticipated development outcomes in the PDP rather than the existing residential environment. Maintaining the subdivision and development approach undertaken previously in the surrounding residential environment ignores the intensification approach that the PDP clearly provides for in the zone. The intensification approach can be utilised for both infill development and greenfield subdivision at Arthur's Point and further afield in the zone. While the proposal is different to the existing surrounding residential environment, the development approach for the site accords with the intensification goals of the zone and with the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. The proposal provides for an appropriate comprehensive residential development for the site. In reliance on the views of Mr. Ware, I consider the various bulk allocation rule breaches associated with the proposal are appropriate. Potential residential amenity effects in the form of loss of privacy, access to sunlight, and building dominance are effectively managed through the proposal's building orientation, design, articulation, and landscaping in the roading arrangement, which provides a buffer between the site and nearby residential properties. Transportation effects are mitigated through the proposed roading upgrade to the right-of-way and other physical works on Atley Road. In my opinion, the proposal can meet both the effects and policy gateway tests in section 104D, as the adverse effects will be no more than minor, and the proposal will not be contrary to the relevant planning instruments. There's one further thing which I'd like to address, having read Mr. O'Malley's statement and Mr. Gordon's submissions yesterday, and that was their assertion that the proposal is more akin to a development in the medium density residential zone under the PDP due to the number of allotments or units proposed and lot sizes. In this regard, I think it's useful to understand the rationale that the independent commissioners adopted for the zone purpose and the supporting provisions in determining the zone. So in this regard, I'll go to report 9A from the independent commissioners dealing with the zone. Mr. Leakey has touched on a couple of points, and if you please bear with me whilst I go through these. So from paragraph 65, the commissioners stated the following: we do not agree that the densities provided for in Chapter 7 low density residential zone, and that's what the zone was referred to when it was originally notified, can in many cases be factually described as what a typical and reasonably informed person would associate with low density. Through the zone's proposed consent pathways, density similar to that proposed to be enabled by the medium density residential zone would be possible. For example, notified rule 756 provides for dwellings, individual dwelling densities of 1 unit per 300 square metres. That rule is now 748. While that rule has exceptions, it is still a general rule that would apply across the zone. It cannot be interpreted as being intended to apply to a small minority of sites within the zone, or otherwise it would be a special case. Furthermore, the interrelationships with the recommended subdivision controls in Chapter 27 of the PDP is that if a land use consent was first granted for a 300 square metre density, then subdivision around a smaller site area was a relatively straightforward process. In addition, on these potential 300 square metre sites, the PDP also enables an additional residential flat, although subject to exceptions. While not subdividable from the residential unit, such residential flats could accommodate a compact 2-bedroom unit that could be independently occupied. This would achieve a net household density of up to 1 per 150 square metres within a subdivision title density of 1 per 300 square metres. To reiterate, we do not agree that this outcome can be reasonably said to be a low density outcome. To that end, we consider that the notified zone purpose incorrectly references the typical densities of the existing environment that predominates today, rather than a wide range of outcomes that the zone seeks to enable over the life of the plan. This is not a helpful from the point of view of soundly administering the new plan. We accept that there is an intended triation between the 3 principal residential zones, being low, medium, and high, and that the low density zone provides for overall the lowest density of those. On consideration of how the plan can be understood and administered by the community, we've come to the view that the most appropriate outcome will be for the zone to be renamed to more accurately depict the outcomes that it intends to accommodate. We find on that basis, based on the provisions we find are most appropriate, the zone should be renamed lower density residential. This is a more accurate depiction of the full range of outcomes that the zone intends to provide for or manage. Thank you.
Just following up on that. Commissioner Sinclair and I have spent a bit of time thinking about the provisions of the zone, and you've just described how the commission at the time of the plan review was considering them. I presume that at the time those plan provisions were considered, that predated the National Policy Statement 2020. It must have done.
Yes, it did.
Okay, yeah, I would expect that. Even as redrafted, I suppose we're both a bit reluctant to condemn submitters for being sort of like NIMBYs and not reading the plan details properly, because in some ways the provisions of Chapter 7 seem a little incoherent in some respects, and that's reflected in the wording of some of the policies which persistently harp on about development which is consistent with the existing character of the area, or words to that effect. I don't have the policies right in front of me at the moment, but a number of them have been assessed both by yourself and I think Mr. Edmonds. And they, to a certain extent, Chapter 7 as currently worded seems to be trying to be all things to all people. So on one hand, it's sort of saying, hey, yes, you know, we're going to protect your lower density living environment. While on the other hand, in the rules, it's sort of saying to developers, hey, we're going to give you plenty of scope for higher density development. So to some extent, while I hear what you're saying, I can see the difficulties that Chapter 7 is creating for people.
Yeah, look, I can understand that, and if I go through and look at the zone purpose, it talks about enabling down to 1 per 300 square metres, and yes, there are policies under Objective 721 that talk about ensure. One deals with infrastructure servicing. The next one, 7213, deals with ensure that the height and bulk location maintains the suburban intensity character of the zone. So you know you've got provisions along those lines. But if we look at the actual rule that deals with the RD density, which is 748, so that has a range of matters of discretion, and I would argue that only B is really dealing with neighbouring sites, and that talks about privacy for occupants of the subject site and neighbouring sites. Yes, you could say D, street activation, building dominance, parking and layout could bring neighbours into it. But in terms of an amenity effect, really it's privacy. And then the next issue is if you are coming in and saying, all right, you are an RD status, I'm just talking hypothetically, in terms of density, and you then go to the fact you've got the specific non-notification rule that states non-notification, no affected person's approvals. So yes, I can see there's some tension, but when you've got some directive provisions saying this is what we're seeking to enable, and a non-notification clause, then in my view that's where the plan is clearly seeking to go.
Yeah. Oh, just on that point, I was going to ask you, because it wasn't clear to me originally from paragraph, I think it was from paragraph 88 of your evidence in chief. So as I understand it, if it's a subdivision between 300 and 450, it would be non-notified. Is that correct?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that, Commissioner. So was it subdivision?
If you subdivide down to allotments between 300 and 450, it's treated non-notified. Is that right?
No. So if you're doing the other rules. So if you're doing a greenfield subdivision in the zone, then the minimum allotment size is 450. And if you go below 450, it's non-complying. And if we look at a situation where a person comes in, and again, speaking hypothetically, the site has 610 square metres, they apply for an RD consent for two units, and they build those 2 units, then provision 27731 under the subdivision chapter basically means that the minimum allotment size of 450 is dispelled with. And also the minimum dimension size of 15 by 15 at subdivision stage is also dispelled with. So that approach of is still very much the same as the ODP, where your density, if you're building first, is governed by your land use, and you can have a smaller allotment size than if it's a greenfield subdivision.
Okay.
Mr. Freeman, does that mean that that they're built first and then subdivide, then the
Yes.
rules are dispensed with.
Okay.
Yeah. So for this application here, look, we included the subdivision component in this application, and usually you do that to avoid going for. Let's assume consent's granted, okay, and you know it's there. And this is for a range of similar consents over the years. You apply for the subdivision consent at the same time, particularly when it's not a unit title, to avoid getting a land use consent and then having to go back in and pay for a subdivision consent. So, you know, what we could do, and this is just me speaking aloud, you know, if we pulled the subdivision component from this application, that takes that one non-complying activity under the subdivision chapter. So that's pulled. And then once the units are constructed, provision 27731 under the subdivision chapter comes in, and there are no minimum allotment sizes required, or it's dispelled, I should say.
And are you proposing as part of this that the units have to be built to a certain stage before you can effect the subdivision?
Yeah. So there is a staging condition. So from memory, bulk earthworks have to occur over the entire site, but the subdivision can be staged. So for instance, let's say units 1 to 3 are built, completed. You can then, the consent holder can then subdivide those off to sell on, and then there'll be a bulk title that remains when the remainder of the units are constructed. And once they're constructed, then that bulk title can be subdivided down further for the lots to be sold off to buyers.
It used to be that there was a certain stage the houses had to get to. I think it used to have to be the roof.
Yep.
So on. Is that what's
Yeah. So that is one of the conditions that we have put forward or recommended to be amended. And that states that the units need to be built.
29, is that the?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So what are you proposing for that sort of trigger point to say the house is completed?
Yeah, if there's not that condition there, I'm comfortable with that being included, because that is, you know, obviously to avoid a situation where a lot is created and the building hasn't been completed.
Right.
Yes.
Just to make sure, basically just another question of clarification. Does the non-compliance activity status for this application arise solely because of the minimum allotment size, not for any other breaches or my?
So it's non-complying because we've applied for the subdivision at the stage, and obviously the houses aren't built, and we're also non-compliant because under the PDP, which is, my understanding is different to the ODP, but that's gone now. Under the PDP, where you talk about the 732, interpreting and applying the rules, 7324 states the following: proposals for development resulting in more than one residential unit per site shall demonstrate that each residential unit is fully contained and within the identified net area for each unit. So for the fact that we've got a number of allotments that are less than 300 square metres, that's pushing the land component into a non-complying activity.
Okay, so it's those two things that
Yeah.
have non-complying activity status. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yeah, I've got a couple of, I should have a better order to my questioning, but it was a little bit all over the show. Sorry, Mr. Freeman. I'll just go through the list. I just wasn't clear. I'm looking at a site plan. I just wasn't clear where the setback breaches were for lots 7 and 8, and I just wanted to understand exactly what was breached and where.
Okay, is this the plan dated 5/7/21?
Yes, RC02, is that it?
That's right. Yeah. So for lot 7,
Yeah.
if we're looking at it in a north-south direction, it's on the western boundary.
Western boundary, okay, down.
Yep. And
And
then
what
if you look,
about lot 8 as
oh
well?
yeah, so if you look at, there are dimensions, it's on the western boundary and also
Yeah.
the eastern boundary. And then for lot 8, you've got, there's a dimension on the eastern boundary, which is 1.82.
1.82, I see it there. Okay, thank you. The other one was, could you just explain the breach to the building facade length? Where are the breaches? Is it the whole row of content? No, it would
Yeah,
be
so that facade length is measured for ground levels above, sorry, for levels above ground level.
Okay,
And
I just wasn't sure which units breached it.
from memory, it's the top units. Yeah, so if we're looking at it, lots 2 to 7 breach that.
All of them breach that, okay.
Yep.
There didn't seem to be a lot of discussion in the assessment about what was proposed in terms of truck movements down the right of way during the earthworks phase. And I just wondered if you had any information on what was sort of envisaged in terms of numbers.
Yeah, there was.
Information.
Yeah, there was a construction management plan, which I have not printed out. So if you could I look at that and get back to you? Because I think.
Yep, no problem.
So there was a construction management plan that went through and looked at the various phases of the development, i.e. bulk earthworks, construction and so forth. So I'll check and come back to you in terms of.
It was in respect of the movements on the right of way I was interested in.
Yep, okay. No, we can check that and come back to you on that one.
Quite an important part of your case is based on this sort of anticipated environment, and I wondered if it would be very beneficial to me, and I'm thinking to Mr. Nixon about this, what are these anticipated plans, and I'm just wondering if you could take us through this set of anticipated plans and just explain them a little bit more clearly to us.
No, I can do that. So that's attachments E to my evidence.
Yes.
So if we look at the first plan is the site plan.
Yes.
So these are quite clearly they're not fully designed up dwellings. The architect was given the brief just to comply with bulk and location. So looking at this, you've got obviously five units at the top of the site. Clearly in terms of taking advantage of ease of access, better building positions, better views and so forth. So this is from a density perspective, this is permitted density only. Clearly it's not part of the permitted baseline because to the right of that plan you can see there's going to be earthworks. Right. So but basically this is the permitted density, but it won't form part of the permitted baseline because at the very least earthworks will be required. So the next page in that package obviously shows what's currently proposed in terms of the development. And then we go into the next red blob is showing the anticipated development with the 7-metre height limit. Yes. And then probably the next page is probably the more important one. Well, no, I think it is the most important one. So at the top of that page, you've got
SK 2.1?
That's it. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So at the top of that page, you've got that's the elevation that forms part of the current proposal. And then the bottom of the page, you've got 5 units, which is the anticipated development. So looking at these option here, and obviously one issue that's been raised from the submitters, and I can understand this is privacy. It's very similar in terms of what's proposed versus what's anticipated in terms of windows on the southern elevation, garages on the southern elevation, and probably the next thing in terms of this plan is clearly it's a 2D plan, which means if you moved, 20 metres to the left, you're going to run into the next plans where you do have a row of buildings where you don't get the opportunity to see through them.
Yeah,
so
you look at them obliquely.
Obliquely. So, and also it's not looking at the 2D plan. It's also someone's probably elevated as well, not standing on the ground. So yeah, basically this package indicates what is proposed versus what is anticipated is not too dissimilar in terms of environmental outcomes and built form and so forth.
And the next one, I've got 3.1. I seem to only have a really small portion of the top.
I thought that was my printing as well. No, that's definitely.
That's something.
Yeah. Same with that.
Okay. Is it something critical that we need to?
Yeah, look, we need to. That must be something to do with the PDF. So we can probably get. I've got it on the screen in front of me now. So what the top one's showing the proposed units from the same angle that the bottom image is showing. So for some reason it hasn't printed out.
We can provide that.
Yeah, we can provide that an updated set.
And does the bottom one with the red line, is that showing the complying?
No, that's showing the proposal. So basically, if you're looking at the bottom one, the red line is showing what is proposed.
Okay.
And then the darker underlying building is showing what could happen.
Yeah. So that is your 5 units on the site, and the red line is what is proposed.
Okay. On the same, I think we've run into the same problem over the page at 3.2. We only have a small portion of the building.
We've got more of it. We can update that set. Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioners, would you like me to share those plans so everybody can see
Yeah.
them? Would that be useful?
If you
Yes,
can,
that might be helpful. If it can be, that can be done.
Right. No.
Laid plans of mice and men.
We've got a very midget house on top.
And going back to 3.2, Mr. Freeman, is that the one that has worked? That once again shows the red line is what's applied for, and the darker shaded buildings are what is and could be anticipated as a.
Yeah. My 3.2 looks like the garages have been sliced off as well. So no, it has been. So on all these comparison images, the red line on the darker version anticipated development is the proposed development.
So the red line is the proposed development?
Yes.
Okay. On all of them? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Freeman, is it right that the red line is the outline of the upper image, which is the proposed development? Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you for going through those. That was helpful. Isn't it quite commonly in the submissions, or it pops up from time to time, a reference to recession planes? Can I just clarify that recession planes aren't relevant to this site?
No, recession planes don't apply on sloping sites.
Okay, thank you. We're done with that. Well, that was all I had, Mr. Freeman. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Freeman, just one final thing. When I was asking you a question before about what I saw as the inconsistency, I didn't have the provisions in front of me, but just to sort of clarify that, if you look at Chapter 7, and again, looking at this from the messages the plan is sending, objective 7.2.1, development within the zone provides for a mix of compatible suburban density, and then it has the words, and high amenity, low density residential living environment for residents. And then you go to 7.2.1.2, encourage intensive development to maximise the efficient use of the land in a way that is compatible with the scale and character of existing suburban residential development. And 7.2.1.3, ensure the height, bulk and location of development maintains the suburban intensity character of the zone, which I think you can sort of understand why submissions appear, given this kind of, the plan really is, in some respects, a bit incoherent. But I take on board the point that at the end of the day, it's what the rules provide for. And of course, you've now got the NPSUD and in particular policy 6, which is sort of the final knock on the head with the sledgehammer, I suppose. But yeah.
Yeah, if looking at it, if you look at, say, 7212, which talks about encouraging, and then in a way that is compatible with the scale and character of the existing suburban environment, if you were to take that to the point where new development has to match the existing urban environment, then that runs contrary to the enabling aspects of the zone, and also definitely runs contrary to the NPS. So yeah, I see your point, but I think yeah, there isn't the enabling aspect, and I don't think new development needs to be compatible. Well, sorry, no, identical. And you can argue that what is proposed is compatible.
Just on the comparisons have been undertaken with other forms of mountain permitted baseline, I presume neither you nor Mr. Edmonds have a definite handle on the extent to which existing residences within Arthur's Point have family flats that were sort of invited to sort of see that as part of a permitted baseline. But do we know whether it's 50% of them or 20% or 10%?
Oh, look, I haven't done that research myself. There's probably you can go through the council rate space to see what flats are actually legal. There could be a range of flats that are not legal in terms of they've just been put in. So yes. Look, as I said, I can rely on what Mr. Wera said in terms of probably a Google search. I would envisage that and the submitters would probably know better than me. I doubt there's not the prevalence of residential flats here as opposed to, say, Shot Over Country or Hanley, where there are a lot of residential flats. And it is, I've had a number of clients in the last couple of years where going in and you add the flat and together with the unit because you've got a double income.
Yeah, I can well understand that. The only other question I asked, which I think reasonably sure of the answer, but I'll ask you anyway. And this developer could, if they chose, provide no parking at all for their units, and that would be probably commercially pretty silly. But in terms of the NPSUD, they're not required to provide any parking at all, are they?
No, they're not. And my own view is, if you're doing a development of this style and quality, it would be probably marketing suicide not to provide car parks. So I think. And I know where the NPS is going, don't get me wrong. And I say to clients when they do come in and say, right, we don't want to provide parks. And I said, well, imagine coming down from the ski field at 9 o'clock at night and it's snowing and you can't find a car park. You've got 3 kids that are hungry and you've got ski gear. So the reality is you need to provide car parks. There are 2 car parks per unit at the very least. And, in terms of the applicant, there's never been a question of not providing car parks.
No, understood. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Well, that concludes the case for now for the applicant. Obviously, yet to hear from submitters and the council. If any questions, we will pause now and pass back to the Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, looking at the submissions, I think probably it would be best, counsel for the submitters. Mr. Gordon, if you like to proceed first, if you're ready to do so.
Yes, thanks, Commissioners. I'm not sure whether you want to hear from me now that you've interpreted the policy 6 of the NPS UD 2020 in the way that you just described, Commissioner, that it knocks the matter on the head. that is what my friend would urge on you, and that is an utterly incorrect approach. And I'll get to that during the course of my submissions. And if I forget, would you please remind me to come back to that?
I certainly welcome any contrary view to that. There's just the wording of it is sort of the subtlety of a chainsaw and brain surgery, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's got to be read in the whole, like all planning instruments, even the national policy statements. You need to avoid the temptation of picking pieces out and then giving them an interpretation that's not intended. But as I say, I'll come to that and hopefully be clearer. So if I can just refer to my written document and take you through that first of all, and then I'll turn to some notes that I've made on Mr. Leckie's submissions and the evidence given for the applicant, which will be unfortunately slightly organic, but hopefully we'll get there. So turning to the written submissions, these are presented on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. O'Malley and Rory O'Donnell and Tracy Van Herrel, and those other submitters listed in the appendix to Mr. O'Malley's evidence. It doesn't preclude other submitters saying things in addition to what I'm saying here, but my understanding is that all of those submitters wish to adopt what I'm saying here. So the submitters all lodged submissions opposing the application by the applicant to undertake this 8-lot subdivision with residential building platforms. I've added an executive summary. I don't intend to read that because all of those matters are fleshed out elsewhere in my submissions, but it's there for your benefit. I think it's worth perhaps going to point 6, paragraph 6, when I say that the proposal is better suited to the medium density suburban residential zone, and in this location the proposal challenges the fundamental premise of the lower density suburban residential zone, and if granted, other like applications will expect the same outcome, and apologies for the typo, and the integrity of the zone would be questionable or become questionable, and I think that's a real issue when we're dealing with a brand new plan. And secondly, I want to stress that it's accepted that residential development may occur on this site. Obviously, it's zoned for that purpose, but not at the density proposed. The proposal in its current form raises, that's the second typo, apologies, concerns as to the integrity of the PDP's lower density suburban residential zone. I'll refer to the PDP throughout as the plan because, like my friend, I accept that it's the most relevant planning instrument under which this application is to be assessed. And there's no question about that. The RMA assessment, I refer there to section 7C, which involves the requirement to have particular regard to the maintenance and enhancement of amenity values, which is particularly relevant to this proposal. I remind you of the amenity values definition at section 2. It's those natural or physical qualities and characteristics of an area that contribute to people's appreciation of its pleasantness, aesthetic coherence, and cultural and recreational attributes. I submit that it goes beyond matters of visual amenity in this case, and residential amenity is a key aspect of amenity values, being a person's appreciation and experience within their residential living environment. The policies most relevant to this proposal seek to maintain residential amenity. And I say that as discussed in these submissions and the evidence of Mr. O'Malley and Mr. Edmonds, the proposal falls short of maintaining the amenity values of the surrounding area because of the adverse effects on residential amenity which the proposal will generate for the neighbours. I reference not the non-complying activity status and set out section 104D, which you're both extremely familiar with from your work in Queenstown, which often involves non-complying applications. If I can deal with the gateways one by one and start with the objectives and policy, gateway 104D1B, I submit it's the settled objectives and policies of the PDP's suburban residential zones that are the most relevant to this application, all relevant appeals having been resolved. The key objective for consideration is objective 721, which aspires to compatible densities with high amenity and low density residential living. Note that it doesn't in that objective, I'm just checking the wording, it doesn't refer to lower density residential living in the objective, it's low density. Policies 7211 to 7217 sit under that objective and direct that development be compatible with the scale and character of existing suburban residential development and maintains suburban residential amenity values, including predominantly detached building forms and 1 to 2 story building heights maintained within the zone, and the height, bulk and location of development maintains the suburban intensity character of the zone and maintains suburban residential amenity values. And they would be the residential amenity values that flow from adherence to those height, bulk and location requirements. And I submit that these policies are central to the purpose of maintaining the suburban residential amenity of the lower density zone. They are its cornerstone. And if I can just interpolate there, the witnesses and for the applicant and Mr. Leckie himself urge upon you that the situation within the lower density suburban residential zone is fluid, and that it's intended to be so, and that gives you a pathway into approving this application. And I acknowledge that there is some fluidity, and I'll come to that, but the cornerstone of maintaining the existing residential amenity is not undermined by that. And I hope to explain that further. So to understand the context of these policies and their place in the zone framework, it's not only instructive to revisit the zone purpose, as Mr. O'Malley urges, but also to reflect on the wider suburban residential matrix and how that relates to Arthur's Point. And it is known to you now that the plan has 3 suburban residential zones, lower, medium and high density, with different values for residential amenity in each. And except for the historic core of Arthur's Point, which is zoned high density, the remainder is zoned lower density. And as I understand the evidence, the only exceptions to that have been created by the SHA consents that the applicant refers to. One's been built, the other one hasn't yet and may not be, who knows. I cross-reference Mr. Edmonds' informative illustration, which demonstrates the consistently low-density development of Arthur's Point, and which powerfully records the character of existing suburban residential development. And I suggest that it demonstrates that the proposal, if approved, would be a true outlier and at odds with the established suburban residential pattern of development. It has to be acknowledged, as I foreshadowed, that the zone framework includes an objective 723 and 4 policies to encourage higher density development. And that's obviously why the commissioners who dealt with the district plan review change the name from low density to lower density. There's nothing magic in my submission in them doing that, but clearly Objective 723 and its policies are to encourage a higher density development within certain constraints. So you've got this this tension, if you like, that you referred to, Commissioner Nixon. On the one hand, you've got Objective 721 seeking development of compatible densities with high amenity, low density residential living, and Objective 23, which encourages higher density development where it responds to the context and character of the locality and is designed to maintain local amenity values, and I've added that emphasis. And so it's notable that higher density can be deemed appropriate where it achieves two imperatives. Firstly, that it responds to the context and character of the locality. And secondly, is designed to maintain local amenity values. And the submitters say that the proposal achieves neither of these. But if the panel is unsure of that, it is instructive to observe in my submission how Objective 723 works together with Objective 721, because at first blush, they might seem inconsistent with each other and incompatible, as you have identified. I submit that their respective roles for the zone are fleshed out and explained to some degree by their policies and the nature of the language used. The 721 policies use directive and unqualified language. Only one of them uses the word encourage, that's policy 7212. The others begin with ensure or require and are relatively prescriptive by comparison to the more abstract language of the three 723 policies, intended to have wider application in the zone. And that is those policies that aren't, there's one policy that's confined to Kawara Heights. But these policies are intended to flesh out and encourage objective. Now, I submit that any apparent internal conflict is readily resolved by reading the more abstract policies of encouragement as subordinate to the more directive and prescriptive. And I say that this is consistent with the well-known approach of the Supreme Court in King Salmon, where the court made the observation that I've included there. And I've emphasised the final part of that extract, a requirement to give effect to a policy which is framed in a specific and unqualified way may in a practical sense be more prescriptive than a requirement to give effect to a policy which is worded at a high level of abstraction. So whilst this present proposal is not so concerned with giving effect to an NPS, this approach to the relativity of policies calls for policy 7231 to be given less weight than the more directive 721 policies that will achieve a more nuanced and sensible outcome for the zone. This approach properly limits the circumstances in which densities higher than 1 in 450 squares might be enabled, but in the main they will more readily be suited to sites zoned medium density. So just, if I can just pause there, and I have the benefit of a hard copy of the zone in my hand. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that the policies under 721, but for 7212, use language that is directive. Ensure, ensure, require, 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 require. If you compare that to Objective 723, the objective about higher densities, first word is encourage. Policy 7231, encourage, not require or ensure, but encourage. And then that encouragement is constrained by the matters set out at A, B, and C of 7231. And then the next encourage policy that's relevant is 7233. And that's to encourage landscaped areas to be well designed and integrated into the development layout and design, providing high amenity spaces for recreation and enjoyment, having particular regard to the visual amenity of streets and street frontages. And you asked the question, or at least one of you did, as to whether this right-of-way, in fact, the question was asked of Mr. Leckie, was a street. He said it wasn't. You asked the same question in urban design terms of Mr. Ware, and he said, this is a public realm. This is intended to have all the activities that a street will have in this location. Street isn't defined by the plan. Road is, and it has the meaning of the of one of the acts. Get it open somewhere. But the point here is that the definition of road doesn't include right-of-ways, rights of way. And the policy doesn't use the word road, it uses street and street frontages. And the urban designer that you're being encouraged to rely on here says that those street frontages are in effect the frontages to this right-of-way. But I digress, because the thrust of what I'm saying is that the encouraged policies as to greater density must be read subordinate to the more directive language of 721 and the 721 policies, which talk about ensuring and requiring. And it's those policies that the rules as to setback, site coverage, height, bulk, and location seek to implement. And it's all very well saying, oh, well, they're only minor breaches, and in the scheme of things, they don't matter, as the applicant would urge upon you. But the reality is those very rules that Mr. O'Malley points to repeatedly are repeatedly breached. And it's those rules that are intended to give effect to and implement these ensure and require policies of 721. So you can't just walk away from them. And I think I was up to paragraph 26 of my written submissions, and I just make the observation, and I'm relying on Mr. Edmonds to have this right, that there is no land zoned medium density at Arthur's Point. But if there was, I observe it would likely be characterised by compact townhouse development of the type and density proposed here. And because there has to be some relativity intended between lower density and medium density, we've attached both to these submissions and to Mr. O'Malley's evidence a table of comparable scale and density standards, and for each of the 3 suburban residential zones and the present proposal. And from this, it's apparent that the proposal better resembles the plan's intentions for its medium density zone, with all lots being significantly closer to the permitted activity standard of 1 in 250 squares than the 1 in 450 squares standard for the lower density zone. And I ask myself, when I look at that table and the word lower density, what the relevance of the medium density and high density requirements are. And of course, lower, the use of that word infers that there is some kind of relativity. And in my submission, it's to the the next more intense zone, which is the medium density zone. And so it is relevant in my submission, indeed germane, to consider how this proposal would fit in a different zone, in a different location. In short, apart from an SHA, which is an entirely different construct, there isn't any intention in the district plan to have this kind of development at Arthur's Point. It fits within a medium density zone, and the medium density zones are elsewhere in Queenstown for good reason. At 28, I acknowledge that some of the density breaches of the proposal might appear to be small at face value, and Mr. Freeman has urged that on you with his rather clever diagrams. But in my submission, it's the repetition of these breaches, at least for the 6 units on the south right-of-way frontage, that has a cumulative impact and creates a visual impression of overly compact, continuous bulk that is out of character with the Attlee Road area and the wider zone at Arthur's Point. And what this application does, and this won't be lost on you from your site visit yesterday, is that it replaces a skyline of wilding pines, which probably should be taken down in any event, with a new skyline. And it's a skyline of continuous development from most angles, other than directly in front. And in my submission, the lower density zone at Arthur's Point cannot have been intended to provide its residents with a skyline of continuous development, as this proposal will inevitably read. So I go on at paragraph 29 to say that 104D1B exists to provide a pathway for proposals that do not meet standards and rules. But because rules are devised to implement policies, one cannot expect to find policy support for non-compliances. At best, they might be said to be not contrary to or at odds with the overarching thrust of the policy framework. And I refer there to the well-known Court of Appeal decision in Arigato Investments and Auckland Regional Council. Cases that safely negotiate this threshold test do so because the breaches are relatively minor, both in scale and occurrence. However, where the effect of relatively minor breaches is magnified by repetition, they are more likely to be contrary to the overall policy mandate, as is the case here. Finally, where a proposal more readily meets the standards for another zone, in this case, the medium density zone, and that I understand to have been conceded by the applicant's experts, it can safely be said to be more suited to that other zone and consistent with the plan's expectations for that other zone. That is the case here, and which invites a conclusion that the proposal is inappropriate for the location it is proposed to be in, and inherently in conflict with the policy framework the plan adopts for that location. What would be appropriate instead is not yet clear. And as Mr. O'Malley properly acknowledges, there will be a level of development that is consistent with the zone aspirations and the constraints of the site, just not this proposal, which is at odds with the established suburban residential pattern of development on a sloping site with irregular access. And I add those last 2 points, sloping site and irregular access, because both of those elements of this small greenfield site magnify the effects that occur for this local neighbourhood. Now, one thing that's happening here in Wellington is that we've got a stunning day and I'm being blinded by a reflection from a nearby building. So if you'll just bear with me for a moment and I'll draw a blind.
Certainly.
Thank you. And so at 32, I submit what is axiomatic, and that is that the proposal fails to negotiate the Section 104D1B lim, and to suggest otherwise would be to reach a conclusion that is plainly at odds with both the wider policy framework for the suburban residential zones, plural, and the more specific policies of this lower density suburban residential zone. Turning to the second limb, it's submitted that the proposal does not meet this limb either because it will have greater than minor adverse effects on the residential amenity values of the submitters, as outlined by Mr. O'Malley, and also as conceded, I think, by Mr. Weir, but also as a matter of common sense and interpretation of the policies that require compatible development under 721 and the rules that implement them. So it's not just about what Mr. O'Malley says the effects on he and his neighbours are, but that is significant, and it's not irrelevant under the NPSUD, as my friend would have you understand. But I do say that the subjectivity of anecdotal evidence as to adverse effects should be carefully weighed against any expert evidence. I concede that. But that process must also acknowledge that it will be the people living in a place who are best equipped to appreciate the amenity considerations in play. And as noted above, the Act's definition of amenity invites a subjective approach because it's the natural or physical qualities and characteristics of an area that contribute to people's appreciation of its pleasantness, not independent experts' appreciation of pleasantness, but people's. With this in mind, and that Mr. O'Malley is speaking for a range of neighbourhood and local concerns, the panel is confronted by assertions that the existing level of amenity will be diminished, not just changed, but undermined. And I submit that dominance is a key issue. It's possibly the key issue. It's acknowledged as potentially problematic and to be guarded against in 2 of the 723 policies. So again, if you just go to policy 7231, the particular significance as to how a development manages dominance effects on neighbours. So the plan itself refers to effects on neighbours. It's not just a matter of whether the neighbours accept that or not. And dominance is also mentioned somewhere else, or have I imagined it? I've imagined it. But it certainly comes up in the matters of discretion as well that you need to consider, and that Mr. Freeman happily conceded to. Yeah, so I might, the written words of my paragraph 36 might need correction because I can only see dominance now expressed once, not twice.
It's 723(1)A you're talking about?
A, yes.
7231A manages dominance effects on neighbours.
Just can't see another dominance referred to.
No, I can't. Never mind. Must have been late at night. But I do submit that dominance is not purely a matter of visual appearances, but also the perception and knowledge of being overlooked by dwellings that are elevated because of topography and design features. In this case, a series of indoor spaces with picture windows facing south over outdoor living areas oriented to the sun. So it'll be obvious from your site visit that properties, particularly Atley Road, 83C through E have their outdoor living spaces oriented to the north, and these proposed apartments or townhouses will have large windows overlooking those areas. They may not be living spaces, they may be bedrooms, but that doesn't change in my submission that even the perception of being under surveillance at any time or a sense of being watched can be enough to constrain enjoyment or limit the pleasantness of private open spaces. And I say that here, 6 of the proposed units will dominate the right-of-way that they are designed to butt up against. That much is clear from the evidence, including the applicant's own images. Mr. O'Malley reasonably points out that the structures will read as a continuous built form, and the lack of setback prevents the establishment of vegetation to militate between those elements and the right-of-way and existing dwellings opposite. The outcomes are reasonably likely to diminish amenity precisely because they're out of character with the existing development, which the zone provisions seek to protect. And if I can pause there, in your discussion with Mr. Weir, you asked him about whether more compliant spaces between structures would enable more landscaping to develop and soften the appearance. There was a discussion about garage doors, and he concluded by saying that it would feel in a city if we did much more with it. And there he's conceding that the proximity of these built structures to the right-of-way and the way they're designed is really unable to be mitigated in a suburban sense, in the sense that we all understand suburban residential might be, and that it's more a commercial fringe or inner city kind of outcome for that streetscape, regardless of any further landscape mitigation that might be proposed. And that takes me to paragraph 39, and I submit that the zone encourages greater density. Where it encourages greater density, it limits those opportunities to proposals which are designed to maintain local amenity values and respond to the context and character of the locality. That's a quote from 723.1. I beg your pardon, it's from 723, the objective. And I say that in short, the zone conceived just a few years ago acknowledges the existing amenity of the developed areas, zoned lower density, and seeks to retain them. Changes to local character occasioned by higher density are not encouraged, but might be acceptable where they are accompanied by deeper setbacks, sensitive orientation and design, and landscaping to guard against dominance, and a reasonable level of privacy between neighbours through deeper setbacks, the use of screening and landscaping. And we say that not enough has been done with this proposal to achieve those elements, and that in terms of setback, Mr. Weir relies on the width of the right-of-way on the one hand, but concedes it's in the public realm and part of the open space of the suburban environment on the other hand. So there's even tension or internal conflict in his evidence on this point. But my submission to you is that a better outcome would be occasioned by less development at the right-of-way frontage, pushed further back into the land, into the site. And what you've got is the exact opposite here, and something that's more akin to possibly to a special housing area, as Mr. O'Malley will opine. And I suggest that at paragraph 40 that Mr. O'Malley and his neighbours are right to emphasise the lack of these devices to mitigate the effects of over-densification, and they are justified in pointing out the character of their neighbourhood will change contrary to specific zone policies intended to guard against such change. And I refer you there to the word compatible in policy 721. And so compatibility gives some justification for saying, yes, change, but change has to be compatible. It has to be able to fit with what's already there. And in my submission, this doesn't not fit. It just clashes with what's there. Does not fit, yeah. And when I wrote this, I was anticipating you may not have had your site visit. So I said, on your site visit, you might usefully ask yourselves, where else in this locality are similar developments to this proposal? Indeed, where are they in the lower density zone or in Arthur's Point? What is the existing character, and could a proposal preserve that character by inserting itself more gently into the streetscape? And of course, the only answer as to where else similar development occurs at Arthur's Point is the special housing development at Bullendale. And that's touched on in my paragraph 43. And Mr. O'Malley also referred to a nearby townhouse development on allotments bigger than 450 squares known as Alluvial Court. I submit that ultimately you are the arbiters of whether this proposal successfully negotiates the obvious character and amenity changes to be wrought on the right-of-way, and your finding will need to acknowledge how the zone policy framework calls for careful consideration of those aspects. This is not just a situation where existing homeowners point to Section 7 of the RMA and raise their concerns about proposed changes to their amenity values. It's a situation where their zone provisions call for continuity. The application image that I show there in my submissions is also referred to by Mr. O'Malley. It's the likely outlook from Mr. O'Malley's home, and it's intended to show the proposal in its best light, mitigated by tree planting. And there's also a point to be made looking at, several points to be made looking at that image. One of them is that the level of the viewpoint is roughly equivalent to the roof of Mr. O'Malley's dwelling, Mr. and Mrs. O'Malley's dwelling. So it's an elevated view and doesn't take into account the sloping that begins to occur as you come off the right-of-way. And you can see there what I'm talking about in terms of a skyline of built development, or a ridgeline of built development. I'm not sure how it will equate to the mountains behind Arthur's Point. The other point I want to make about this image, so it's not lost on you, is that the grey strip in front of the dwelling units is intended to depict the right-of-way. It's not a footpath, but it's the actual right-of-way. And so the green strip along the frontage of what's intended to be grass is the boundary of the O'Malley and neighbouring properties. And I heard from Mr. Ware that there's a 17-metre distance across there, and that's foreshortened by this view, and I accept that. But my point here is that the development that's proposed is right on the edge of the widened right-of-way. They're going to widen it slightly to make vehicle passage more more safer. But there you've got the walls that define the driveways themselves, which slope down to the garage doors. They're right on the right of way. There's no setback from that public realm that is that right of way. And in that respect, the proposal borrows from the right of way that open space and dominates it. And frankly, you don't need to be an urban designer to understand that. And that was my paragraph 46 and 47. And at 48, I repeat that whether the south-facing windows are living rooms or bedrooms, they will likely give a perception of overlooking the private living spaces to the south because of their very proximity and elevation above the right-of-way. Instead of a spacious streetscape open to Arthur's Point's enveloping mountains to the north, there will be the brooding presence of a tightly packed, overbearing structures right on the street frontage. And in my submission, the proposal fails by some margin to negotiate this gateway of section 104D, the effects being more than minor. So then you turn to, you may or may not turn to, but if you decided that one of those tests was satisfied, then scrutiny of the proposal under section 104.1 provides ample opportunity still to send it back for necessary redesign. And Mr. Edmonds expresses a reasonable view as to how your overarching assessment under 104.1 might proceed. The requirement under the Act is to have regard to any actual and potential effects on the environment and any offset benefits and any relevant provisions of a plan or proposed plan. You may also have regard to consider any other matter you consider, there's a typo there somehow, you consider reasonably necessary to determine the application. I submit that the actual and potential effects are traversed above and in the evidence of Mr. O'Malley. No offset benefits are proposed. I suppose I should acknowledge the widening of the right-of-way as an offset benefit, but then that's for the purpose of accommodating the additional traffic to be generated by the development. And in that respect, there is some, if you like, setback from the existing formed carriageway of the right-of-way. But certainly no other offset benefits are proposed. There's no open space or park or anything of that nature. The developer simply seeks to maximise coverage of the site, as you might expect. I submit that the relevant provisions of the proposed plan are the most germane. The directive language of the key policies for development in the zone leave plan users in no doubt as to expected outcomes. The subordinate policies which encourage greater density in certain circumstances do not provide a pathway for this application because the proposal does not successfully manage dominance effects with deeper setbacks and sensitive orientation and design and effective landscape. It does nothing to achieve a reasonable level of privacy internally or externally, nor does it have particular regard to the visual amenity of streets and street frontages. It's no more really than shoehorning as much development onto a site as is conceivably possible. I repeat that the plan has another zone where such proposals and their effects are accommodated, and that of itself speaks to the clear outcomes the plan intends for the Queenstown community and the locations where higher density residential neighbourhoods can reasonably be accommodated. If proposals like this are not located in those zones, the integrity of the plan is open to question. The expectations of developers will be that like proposals should be treated as like, and the plan's clear intentions for lower density residential living will be repeatedly challenged within a few short years from a comprehensive review. In short, if the several rule breaches are to be waived, there will be an effective amendment to the plan. Sometimes that's referred to as planning by stealth or plan change by stealth, rejecting the applicability of the standards and the policy framework they are intended to implement. And I referred there to a very old case called Ocean Apartments Limited and Kapiti Coast District Council, old but gold. And I tried to forget it, but I can't. It was the first case I ever lost. But it's worth a read because it is the way in which the consent authority says that the standards support the policy framework. If you repeatedly can't meet the standards, then it calls the policy framework completely, its integrity completely into question. And I say again in my final sentence of paragraph 58, there is nothing unusual or exceptional about this proposal that warrants putting the standards aside and removing the very means of demonstrating how the policies are to operate in a real world setting. I say that resort to part 2 of the Act is unnecessary and unhelpful where the relevant policy directives are so clear and unequivocal. And I think that for different reasons, Mr. Leckie agrees with me. Although the planners have both gone to part 2, I think we agree that that's unnecessary. And I say for these reasons and those advanced by Mr. Edmonds and Mr. O'Malley, the application should be declined. Now, the MPSUD.
Excuse me, before we go any further, I'm sorry to interrupt you at this moment. We'd just like to take a very brief adjournment at this stage and then come back in about 3 minutes. Will that be acceptable?
Perfectly acceptable. And if you've got a chance to bring up the MPSUD, that might be helpful in that time as well. So I'm not about my ability to share it with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you.
For a short adjournment, thank you. Okay, Mr. Gordon, sorry for that interruption. You're going to proceed to talk about the MPSUD.
Yes. And look, the relevant policy 6 is set out in Mr. Lecky's submissions at paragraph 83. And I've just checked to make sure it's an accurate quote. So if I can take you to the wording, because this wording is critical and it relates to a question, Commissioner Nixon, that you most perceptively asked, which is, which came first, this zone or the MPSUD? And the answer is this zone, because this zone was developed and notified, I think, in about 2015-16. In 2016, we had the NPS-UD capacity, which has been now superseded in 2020 by the NPS-UD. So bearing that in mind, policy 6, when making planning decisions that affect urban environments, decision makers have particular regard to the following matters. And I think I'd concede that what you're being asked to do here is make a decision that affects an urban environment. So you've got to have regard to the following matters. And the first is A, the planned urban form anticipated by those RMA planning documents that have given effect to this NPS. Now, this zone is not one of those planning documents because it hasn't been reviewed post the NPS as part of the council's obligations in respect of the NPS-UD. And it's the planned urban built form, B, in those RMA planning documents that is the same planning documents that are giving effect to the NPS-UD, may involve significant changes to an area, and those changes may detract from amenity values appreciated, etc. And importantly, according to Mr. Lecky, the changes are not of themselves an adverse effect. Now, in my submission to you, changes that the lower density residential suburban zone occasion are not negatived by or cancelled out, it's a better expression, by the NPS-UD, because the zone is not a zone that is giving effect to the NPS. It predates it. So the commissioners who made the decision to put the lower density residential provisions in place, and which are now beyond appeal, we're not responding to policy 6 or any of the other requirements of the NPS. And so they didn't have in mind that changes of themselves couldn't be an adverse effect. They weren't, if you like, seeking to use the NPS to trump the kind of residential amenity outcomes that these policies in the lower density residential zone so comprehensively articulate. Is that argument clear to you?
Yes, I think
whether you agree with it or not is another thing, but as long as you're clear on what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it predates, the plan predates the RMA planning documents. My understanding.
No, the plan provision predates the NPS, and therefore it predates, it's not a response to the NPS, and it predates the council's ultimate response to the NPS will be to look at whether its capacity to meet demand from existing urban areas and new areas is sufficient. That's what the council now has to get on with, and it started its process by promulgating a spatial plan. And if you're familiar with the spatial plan, you'll know that it identifies two areas for new urban development, and they're Ladies Mile and the Southern Gateway south of the Kowara Bridge on State Highway 6. I forget what is it, the Coneburn Valley, in the vicinity of Jacks Point. The other two areas identified for new development. And then you ask yourself the question whether this capacity for infill development or change to the kind of provisions that enable development in your existing urban areas. So that process is yet to happen.
Mr. Gordon, do you know when it's scheduled to happen?
Your guess is as good as mine, Commissioner. The present rate of progress, I wouldn't think it's this year. But if you read the MPS, you'll see that there's a process for identifying what the development or the housing demands are, and then a process for identifying the development capacity, taking into account existing and new spaces that might be available. The council has to develop a future development strategy, and that has to be informed by a housing and business capacity assessment, an HBA, and part of the HBA process is the spatial plan. So there's a whole bunch of processes that have to occur under the MPS, and part of it involves identifying whether the instruments need to be changed. So it's not right for Mr. Leckie to say that Policy 6 bites now on you in the way that he's suggested.
Is it also significant that Queenstown's a tier 2 local authority under the MPS? Some other local authorities like Auckland and Christchurch are tier 1, where they're currently subject to, I used the word brutal before, which is not a bad word because people can have 3-story apartments built right next to them with no say, basically. But is there a difference here because this is a tier 2 local authority, so it's not so draconian?
Yes, there is a difference, Commissioner, but that's not relevant to this application because this application doesn't seek to go over height and into that realm of 6 stories that the tier 1 urban areas are required to consider. And also tier 2, I believe, provides more time for the councils to implement the MPS rather than a tier 1, which has to get on with it more quickly. But I just don't know. I can't remember exactly where that provision is. If you want it from me, I'll have to find it and email you. But I'm pretty sure the tier 2s have more time.
Okay, no, I was curious about that.
Now, that's the MPS. Mr. Leckie referred you to a couple of authorities that are happily more helpful to me than to his case. The first is the Matuki Trust Queenstown Lakes decision, which he refers to at his paragraph 13, which is a 2006 case. And the particular point that Mr. Leckie urges on you is that district plans reflect the community's decisions as to the tolerance for adverse effects generated by activities. And the inquiry under 104.1a must be informed by the rules of the relevant plan. And that pretty much encapsulates my argument. So your decision under 104 is informed by the rules, and it's the rules that implement the policies. And In that case, the High Court said, yes, you can't just discard those. The community's decisions as to the tolerance for adverse effects generated by activities is to some extent actually captured in how the rules are promulgated. And in this case, we're talking about spaces between buildings, site coverage, all of those kinds of rules which this application confronts. Second case he refers to is another High Court decision, the High Court decision in Tasty Products and Auckland City. And the sentence there, it has paragraph 17. This decision is relevant in the present context as it supports the submission that the zone purpose and objectives and policies supporting intensification are an important element in framing an assessment of effects under the RMA. In other words, the case is saying that when you want to know what the relevant effects are, you can derive that from the policies. But where Mr. Leckie and I differ is that he considers that the policies at 7231 are met by this proposal, and I say that they fall well short of it. And it's up to you ultimately to make your own conclusion. But, I asked a rhetorical question: how does this proposal manage dominance effects on neighbours through measures such as deeper setbacks, sensitive building orientation? And I say you just cannot accept that this development in these locations along the right-of-way, right on the right-of-way frontage, achieve what that policy is urging you to adhere to, or at least how that policy is to be reflected in the effects that are important in making an assessment. And I've just got a couple of other comments. I think in relation to Mr. Bartlett's evidence about right-of-ways. On the one hand, you've got Mr. O'Malley saying that this right-of-way already has a maximum gradient of 21%, and it's because it's a right-of-way, it's private maintenance. It's to be maintained by the locals. On the other, and Mr. O'Malley, who uses it every day, says it's unsafe, and if you add more traffic to it, despite widening it, it'll be more unsafe. Mr. Bartlett, on the other hand, says, well, it's not as steep as some streets in Queenstown, but of course, the comparators are public streets that are maintained by the council, where the council ensures that the chip quality, etc., is of good quality and good standard and safe in winter conditions. In winter conditions for a right-of-way, he says, well, you could throw some grit on this. But even if you had a pile on the side of the right-of-way, it's unlikely that anybody would do it regularly. So there's a safety issue here that exists that's not answered by the application. It's exacerbated because the application brings more traffic onto the right-of-way. I think I've been talking for long enough, and those are all the points that I want to make in support of the submitters in opposition. And I can call a witness now or answer any questions as you please.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Gordon. We'll have some questions for you. I would think after questioning you, we'll take the lunch break at that stage, given the time at present. So just begin perhaps with one of the things you possibly haven't touched on here is the applicant has put a lot of effort, if that's the right word for it, into contrasting what you might be able to do either as of right, and I'll use these words deliberately, or as anticipated by the plan under other scenarios. Now, one of those would suggest that if a proposal were to come back for, say, 5 to 6 units on this site, the non-compliances would be far less challenging. Again, I'll use those words deliberately, and that it would be quite difficult for us to decline consent to a development on this site of, say, 5 units, for example. What's your reaction to that? Because it forms a big part of the applicant's case that's been put to us.
Well, firstly, I think my clients might welcome a development of 5 units on the site. Secondly, secondly, there is no permitted baseline. We're all agreed on that. So you can't treat any of those comparators as a permitted baseline. As I understand it, the applicant hasn't produced a comparator for a permitted baseline. I may be wrong, but as I understand it, that there isn't one in terms of the proposal that's in front of you. If a proposal is complying, it's complying, and the rules that it complies with, which are to implement the policies, mean that the policy framework is upheld. And I suppose really what I'm saying here is if my clients had thought that the lower density suburban residential zone could produce the kind of effects or the kind of development that is coming forward here, they'd probably still be involved in appeals on the provisions of the lower density zone. And it's almost impossible to say, well, there are effects that would come from a complying activity that you need to take into account. We haven't got sufficient detail in any of the applicant's work to actually properly assess what those effects might be. The applicant's just chosen a couple of examples that suit it from a couple of angles. And it's doing so to say, well, you know, this is not going to be much different from something that's complying. And I think you'd have to ask yourself, why are they doing that? And that's because they accept that what they're proposing doesn't meet the rules, doesn't therefore meet the policy framework. And they want you to think that it's a close run thing. I don't see how you can, where there's no permitted baseline, I don't see how you can reach the conclusion that the applicant urges on you in that regard when you'd need all of the kind of detail on those comparators that this proposal actually has in it. You know, it's a long way of saying there isn't enough detail to answer that question properly.
Yeah, I can appreciate you could probably come up with 20 different scenarios. So without having a series of plans in front of us or in front of your clients, or even in front of the applicant, it'd be very difficult to make that judgment. But
yeah,
I ask that question because it is very much part of what has been put in front of us.
Well, I suppose I can also add to the way I responded to that, Commissioner, is that my clients would welcome a development that is less dense and less on top of them, less dominant. And that would be their expectation.
Okay. Now, just as you probably heard, we asked questions earlier on of the applicant. The thing that was very striking to Commissioner Sinclair and I went out there and we stood on top of that knoll And it became obvious immediately that whatever was built on that knoll was, and you've touched on it with the word dominance, is going to exert dominance, particularly over 85C, I would say, be the worst affected property. And it's short of having no development on the knoll, a dominance effect is bound to occur even if you had a single dwelling on it. And it's something, even if the plan permitted it, it's going to be an adverse effect, but it's one that the plan could in certain circumstances allow. Do you think your clients accept that reality?
Yeah, I think they do, Commissioner. I mean, that would be what your example would be: a house on a hill, presumably oriented to the north. We don't know what the driveway would do. We don't know what the landscaping, how that would operate. It would break the skyline, yes. Would it be likely to break the skyline to the extent of this proposal? I would have thought that's fanciful. But it will certainly be deeper into the site than these built structures that here read as a continuous structure.
So would it be fair for me to say that the concerns your clients could be perhaps described as the degree of dominance that this proposal is putting in front of them, rather than an absence of dominance?
Yes, but I'm not inviting you to suggest that it's an acceptable degree of dominance. There will be an alternative there somewhere that is more in harmony with the existing environment and less dominant. This proposal just has 6 of the 8 developments right on the edge of the right-of-way, and all of them reading as continuous. And that degree of dominance is too great.
And that links to your comment before about the repetitive nature of the non-compliances, such as between each unit. It's like a series, not just one non-compliance or a one-off non-compliance, but a series of them one after the other.
Yes, I think that's a very fair linkage. It's that repetition that results in that dominant outcome. I mean, Mr. O'Malley also makes the point that if you look at these 6 front on, they read as 3-story buildings because they're on top of undercroft garages. And if you're slightly below the right-of-way, as those existing dwellings are opposite, then you end up with a line of 3-story buildings. I think 5 of the 6 would read as 3-story buildings, and that's out of kilter with what the plan says is compatible when it refers to in its own purpose. It refers to 1 to 2-story buildings, and again, that's a demonstration of how you go from one expression of how a development might appear to an outcome that's overbearing and dominant.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't. Commissioner Nixon's asked a couple of my questions, so thank you. Very helpful.
That's very helpful to clarify a number of things for us. So thank you. Now, at this stage, propose that we'll take the lunch break, and if we come back at 1:30, unless anyone has a problem with that, we'll just take that break of 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Mr. Gordon, you want to call, was it Mr. O'Malley first?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I think Mr. O'Malley's with us somewhere. I hope he is.
I'm here.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ben O'Malley, and I submit this evidence on behalf of my wife and I as the owners of 85C Atley Road. There are a number of other submitters listed in Appendix D that are also wishing to adopt my evidence. Now, I'd just like to take over the share screen function if I could.
Sure.
Oops. Can you see the aerial photo, or is it a different screen you can see?
Yeah.
Not yet, Mr. O'Malley. It just says, oh yeah, yes.
There we are, got it now.
Okay. So just to point out, this is our property in here. Rory O'Donnell and Tracy Van Herel on this property, Michael and Michelle White, Jeff Jones, who I think you're going to hear from later on. And also, while the screen's up here, I'll just point out Commissioner Nixon asked about the extent of Atley Road legal road, so that's it down there. Now,
Can I ask a question there? If
yes.
you would continue that cursor down to it'll be the southwest, just there. What's
Yes.
that land in there?
I'm not sure who owns that land, but this is the right of way that heads around to the further to the south. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my wife and I purchased the property over 20 years ago, and we were drawn to it from its sort of satellite suburban nature on a quiet cul-de-sac surrounded by rural land. And in fact, we all share rural delivery addresses there. Now, I do not profess to be an expert in matters of planning or urban design, etc., but my work over the last 25 years has provided me with a great deal of experience in those matters. And part of that, I've spent the last 20 odd years as the chair of the Millbrook Design Review Panel, and also served a term on the QLDC Urban Design Panel. Now, moving to paragraph 7 of my evidence, my neighbours and I acknowledge that the subject site can and will be developed. We are also aware that given its zoning, development is likely to be at a higher density than the circa 1,000 square metre average of the adjacent sites. But what I've tried to demonstrate in this statement of evidence is that the proposal involves a level of density that is out of character and likely to undermine the existing amenities. I just wanted to pause there for a moment. By the existing amenities, I mean the spaciousness and openness of the existing pattern of development, with its separation between houses and established gardens. And if I could just provide, to help you understand from our point of view, what we see the context and character of our neighbourhood, which is the context and character referred to in 7.2.3. We see it as quiet, safe, uncluttered. It's a cohesive residential neighbourhood that's characterised by single family units occupying most dwellings. Consistent low density. It's lower density than most residential neighbourhoods in the district. It's similar to Quail Rise, for example. Low scale, predominantly single level homes. Boundary plantings. The boundaries are demarcated by plantings that provide the key form of separation between neighbours. Reasonably large yard spaces. It's a consistent density pattern, as per the images you can see on the screen as well. Most sections exceed 800 square metres. Privacy, as a result of mostly single level dwellings and generous building separations and boundary plantings, we have that privacy. And there are generally larger section sizes to ensure adequate parking on site, which keeps the street clear of visitor parking. And you can see from on the image there that there's ample room on our sites to park cars without projecting out into the right of way. So just moving back to paragraph 8 of my evidence, the applicant is attempting to shoehorn a development into our neighbourhood that is not compatible with the scale and character of the existing suburban residential development. And it's more akin to what would be expected in a medium density zone. And as Mr. Gordon has pointed out, that is effectively plan change by stealth, and both Mr. Leckie and Mr. Fairmaid have also confirmed that they see this as medium density in their evidence. Mr. Leckie also refers to the Bullendale being a good indication of the sort of outcomes intended by this development, which is worth noting. Moving on to paragraph 9 of my evidence, approving such a development would result in adverse effects on our neighbourhood and would detract from, rather than maintain, the amenity values enjoyed by users of neighbouring properties. The lack of space between buildings and the increased site coverage over what is anticipated by the rules significantly increases the dominance of buildings and creates overlapping frontages. The narrower than permitted site dimensions means there is little room for any landscaping to mitigate the massing of these buildings on the south side of the development once open space for entries and driveways are taken out. The additional number of dwellings on the site over and above those that could reasonably be anticipated in the zone will increase traffic movements well beyond what would be expected, and on a right-of-way that is too steep to handle such additional traffic. Lastly, short-term construction effects will be exacerbated by the scale of development and considerably greater than would be expected from a complying development. I won't touch too much on paragraph 11. It's safe to say that we were very surprised that given the number of rule breaches, that the council officers recommended that this proposal be accepted. Moving down to paragraph 13 and onwards, I'm going to take you through some of the rule breaches and their impacts as we see them. And it's quite clear that it's been established that there can be some development down to as low as 300. So acknowledge that the zone purpose goes on to anticipate higher densities as follows. In addition, and to help meet the needs of the community, the zone also enables increased density by allowing sites down to 300 square metres in the area and larger comprehensively developed developments. I won't read all that, but I'll just go on to say the second paragraph of, 15, such applications for increased density typically have restricted discretionary activity status. As illustrated by Mr. Edmonds, the list of consents triggered in his statement are subject to other limiting controls in the LDRS and subdivision and development chapters, such as site coverage, setbacks, impervious area ratios, building height, minimum lot areas, and minimum lot dimensions. Mr. Leckie used the word unfettered, that the development is not unfettered. These other series of rules help guide density. Moving on to paragraph 17, the applicant, Ms. Costello and Ms. Devlin, appear to place weight on the possibility that densities could be as low as 1 unit per 150 square metres. From my assessment of the rules, it would be difficult to achieve that on this particular site without significant breaches of other rules. To be able to get near to that figure and still be complying with other rules such as setbacks, site coverages, car parking, bearing in mind that additional flats require another car park to be provided. This would result in each residential flat needing to be combined with much smaller houses, and flats would have to be attached. Paragraph 18, it seems to me that when a range of rules are not met, there must be a serious question as to whether the policies they intended to implement will be upheld. In this case, the rules which advance policy 7.2.1.2 as to the maintaining the scale and character of the existing suburban residential development and not diminishing residential amenity values are not adhered to in various ways. From this, I conclude that repeated breaches for each of the proposed units suggests that the proposal is contrary to that policy, and that it is not compatible with the scale and character of the existing suburban residential development, and it diminishes the residential amenity values rather than maintaining them. And again, just pause there. I'm talking about the openness and the outlook that we presently enjoy from the north-facing indoor and outdoor living areas that we have. Moving on to 18.1, some of these, I understand that the rules are to do with each individual lot, not to be an average of 300 square metres achieved. And some of these lots are down to, or one of these lots is down to 217 square metres, which is even lower than the 250 square metre minimum for medium density. Moving down to 18.3. Some of the examples of the densest developments in the South Arthurs Point area that you may have seen yesterday on your visit to Commissioners, I'm not sure. Alluvial Court and Atley Road, where they're generally on flat sites and above 450 square metre minimums. Just roll through to that. In terms of a minimum lot dimensions rule, I cannot see anywhere where Mr. Costello or any other urban design people have considered this. To me, it's a very important rule, and I would suggest that it was there to ensure that odd sites or overly narrow sites were provided in developments. And one of the key attributes of that is that if you have wider frontages, by the time you take out your driveway entrance and your main door entrance, there is space left over for additional landscape planting to help soften street frontages, and just like the rest of our houses have already have achieved. So the 15 by 15 metre square you can see on there, by my calculations, you could possibly do 3 on the back row, maybe 2 on the front row. The 12 by 12 square shown there for the medium density zone, I think lot 1 would be the only lot that would achieve a 12 by 12 square within it. So the effects of a string of narrow sites on the southern elevation is that it leaves little room for any hard landscaping to mitigate the massing of these 3-storey buildings on the south side of the development once that space is taken out for the entrances, as I talked about. So this results in basically a sea of continuous asphalt leading to almost contiguous garage doors, which we heard from Mr. Weir do have effects on people living nearby. If I could just show on this plan here, the landscape plan shows trees being located in this area here. These planter boxes scale off to be roughly 600 millimeters wide. So trying to get substantial trees to grow in there that would help with any kind of mitigation is going to be a difficult task on the south side of that site. I guess another impact of narrower than anticipated sites is that it really drives all the windows to be facing either north or south on this back row of properties, which really emphasises the amount of, or increases the amount of windows that will be facing and looking back down into the 85A through to 85E houses. Moving on to the building site coverage rule. The proposal as it is falls well short or breaches it considerably. The site coverage requirement is 40%. It's at 48.8%. Some of the houses are up as high as 60.8%. So if I take you to lot 2 on the screen, it has almost nil opportunity for any kind of impervious landscaping around here because of such great or such a high site coverage, which leads me on to the landscape permeable rule. They've achieved it at an average level, but not achieving it anywhere near it on some of the lots that are identified at lots 2 and 3, for example. Most of the landscaping is out in the front of the development of the lots 2 through to 8, which is great for them, but does little to provide any kind of mitigation to existing properties to the south. So Ms. Devlin in her report, this is my paragraph 18.7, concludes, I consider that rule 7.5.6 does not apply, and I can only assume that she must believe that the rule applies to an average rather than each individual lot. As I've noted, there is evidence in the section 42A report to high quality landscaping, which will provide character and amenity. As I mentioned, that is probably appropriate for the occupiers of this new development, but not for the people to the south of it. What planting will be in the shade of the row of houses proposed, and so growth will be extremely slow. If the lots complied with the minimum dimension rules, then there could only be 3 lots in the south row. See my diagram, which would allow much wider frontages, which would in turn allow greater landscaping opportunities on the south side between driveways and entry paths. A far better landscape outcome for the streetscape and a wider neighbourhood. Policy 7.2.3.2 notes, encourage landscape areas to be well designed and integrated into the development layout and design, providing high amenity spaces for recreation and enjoyment, having a particular regard to the visual amenity of the street and street frontages, which Mr. Weir has confirmed in the sense of urban design, the right of way would be a street frontage. I suggest that the minimal landscaping on that south side doesn't provide particular regard at all to the street frontage. Moving on to 18.8, minimum boundary setbacks. This rule anticipates 4.5 metre setbacks from the road, which the proposal does achieve. The rule, however, requires 2 metre setbacks from all other lot boundaries. There are some exceptions to this rule that would allow the garages, as proposed, to be closer than 2 metres from the boundary. However, generally, the rules anticipate buildings being a minimum of 4 metres apart. The purpose of this rule is to ensure sufficient open space between buildings as a density control. The plans included within the application do not show any setback lines from internal boundaries. From my reading of those plans, not one of the proposed lots achieve this required separation, and neither Ms. Devlin or Mr. Costello has considered this rule and the negative effects that the breaches would have on the existing residential amenity values. And what I mean by that is that we'll be looking up to a ridgeline of uninterrupted built form. I guess it provides a lack of permeability between buildings and spaces between those buildings, giving a sense of overcrowdedness. Moving on to 18.9, as shown below, some dwellings are only 1 metre apart. So I'll just turn to the next image on the screen for you. Sorry, it's slow. Between lots 7 and 6, there's only a 1 metre gap, which is the image down here is a blow up of that. Between lots 1 and 2, it's down to a 650 millimetre gap, and within that gap there is to be a some sort of retaining wall because there's a step down in the grade between those two properties. So this creates an overall effect of uninterrupted form. And I guess that this all overlooks the street frontage and the houses to the south and will create a sense of dominance and overbearing. We'll move on to the right-of-way steepness now. This may be something that is ordinarily dealt with at engineering approval stage, but I think it's important that it's be discussed at the resource consent stage because it's obviously quite too late to deal with it at engineering approval. So we've identified that the rule is going to be broken, 16%, And I guess those rules are put in there for very good reasons. Anything steeper than that causes issues, practical issues. And we know firsthand about those issues, having lived on that right away for such a long period of time. I'll just bring up the right away so that the overly steep part starts from about down here. I think it's changed 10 right around to here. The new driveway proposed for lot 8 comes in off here in the area that's quite steep, and that is just after a tight hairpin corner. Now the gradients are at the centre line. Clearly on the inner circle of the bend, or the inner radius of the bend, the gradients are far steeper. And you only got to take a taxi ride with someone up here who's not familiar with driving that road, and they find it very difficult to get around that corner as it is. And I would suggest that even though this right of way is being widened, that it'll, in real terms, it will still be a single lane, because of people will be required to park along down the side of that right of way because of the insufficient number of parking in real life terms, not in accordance with the rules, but in real life. We've also mentioned that QLDC does not come up here and clear the road. It's left to us as residences, and we get snow here from anywhere between 1 to 3 times a year. And you literally cannot drive out of this driveway until the road is cleared. If you do try and drive down it, it packs of snow, the snow freezes, and it's there for days on end, which we've found out about to our detriment over the years. Right, moving on to 1811. There is a requirement in the district plan and the code of practice to vest right-of-ways above 12 where they're servicing more than 12 properties. And depending on how you identify a residential flat, it could be, at the moment, the proposal could be the 6 existing houses plus 8, or it could be higher than that of residential flats that exist on a couple of the properties on our right-of-way were counted. Now that again is done for very good reasons. Fractious ownership and dealing with right-of-ways is problematic. Getting people to try and agree who's clearing the snow, who is dealing with parking, etc., are very real issues. And the important point to be would that if it was to be a vested road, then if you look at the screen there, this will become the road boundary, and the requirement would be for a 4.5 metre separation or setback from that new road arrangement, which would have quite a big effect on what could possibly go on the site.
Sorry, Mr. Malley, could you just explain that point again, please?
Sure. So under the rule in the traffic chapter 29.513C, it requires any right-of-way servicing more than 12 units to be vested in council, which would mean, in the perfect world, the right-of-way running up here to this width, to where it stops servicing 12 and it only serves a few down this leg of it,
yeah,
would in theory be vested in council, making it a legal road. And then under the setback rules, setbacks from road frontages are to be 4.5 metres, which you can see is achieved down here. It would then be required to be set off 4.5 metres off both these frontages as well.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to 19.1. At D1 of her report, Ms. Costello claims that there is no minimum lot size and requirement. At her footnote 3 references this to justify references a rule to justify this. That rule is not applicable for this application, as it refers to subdivision associated with infill housing, where each allotment to be created and the original allotment all contain at least one established residential unit. That is not the case here. For this proposal, as the site is fully vacant, and so I believe that this is no justification for Ms. Costello's view. The following critical density rules do apply, but have not been referenced in the Section 42 report, being Rule 27.6.1, minimum lot size, and then also the minimum lot dimension rule. And that possibly may be why the officers have so little regard for the dominance effects in their Section 42 report. 19.2, I cannot find any assessment in the Section 42A report for the matters I have raised in my points 17.2, 3, 6, 8, and 9. And I think these are key matters to assess, and in my view, their absence results in an incomplete report for the commissioners to consider. This application fails on every one of these checks and balances, and these are repeated breaches that we've talked about and Mr. Gordon has talked about, which leads to the conclusion that the proposal is simply too dense for the site. And correspondingly, there will be a loss of pleasantness for the existing dwellings. Moving down to 19.3, infill is not defined in the plan, but at Rule 27.3.131, infill is treated as lots with existing dwellings on them, which is not the case for this application. The code of practice is referred to within the draft conditions attached to Section 42 and must be intended to apply. So I disagree with Mr. Devlin's assumption that the subdivision guide does not apply here. 19.4, the text set out below comes from 5.1.3 of Ms. Devlin's report. I won't read it out, but I think maybe Mr. Edmonds may refer to that, but it seemed quite an odd kind of statement for us as lay people. It almost felt like it would be coming from possibly the applicant's planner. And to 19.5, in my opinion, the cumulative effects of the above non-compliances lead to the inevitable conclusion that the proposal will be out of step with the existing suburban development and diminish residential amenity values rather than maintain them. In particular, the diminished space between and around the buildings caused by the excessive building coverage and reduced setbacks creates building dominance effects on adjacent neighbours. When viewed from oblique angles and locations other than front on, the long buildings that are positioned so close together give the impression of a solid mass of building with no gaps between them. And that's shown in the image. As discussed earlier, the large expanses of paving and minimal planting to the south elevations provides almost no mitigation to the building dominance issues. And so again, that excessive dominance is going to result in a loss of pleasantness for us and our neighbours.
Mr. O'Malley, can I just interrupt for a moment and ask you whether the trees that are shown there, perhaps they're not the first one to the right, but from thereafter, are they located in the 600 mil square planters that are shown on the plan you previously referred to us?
Yes, the smaller of, yes, I think the one lot 6, this one here is sitting in a 600 millimetre wide planter pit, and same with the ones down here. This particular tree here obviously has some more space to be able to grow. And if I bring up the landscape, these are the small planter boxes down here, here, and here. There is no room at all for a tree at lot 5. Just simply the lack of space between buildings doesn't allow it at all.
Right, thank you.
Moving on to para 19.7. In his evidence at paragraph 84, Mr. Freeman runs the argument that an alternative design that he claims could reasonably be expected to occur on the site would result in the same visual effects. That alternative design shows 5 lots on the south row, but does not factor in the minimum lot dimension rule of 15 by 15 metres. As demonstrated over the page, I'll just flick across to that now. As demonstrated below, I would suggest that it is presumptuous to say that his alternative proposal could reasonably occur on the site. 3 lots, my assumption would be that 3 lots could possibly fit along the back row, but trying to add a fourth one would jut the 15 by 15 square well out into the right-of-way area. And so, yeah, again, I guess I would question that trying to use the 5 narrow sites they've shown as some sort of permitted baseline to compare the current proposal with what something that could possibly happen is an incorrect way of looking at it.
And Mr. O'Malley, should we take it that you've scaled those for 15 by 15 boxes, have you?
Correct, yes, they're to scale.
Thank you.
Hello, I could just briefly interrupt at this point. This issue came up a little earlier and I'm still not quite clear on it. So I raised a question about subdivision, and I think the response of Mr. Freeman was that if an applicant came along with just a proposal for units, they're not subject to the subdivision rules, and then subsequently they subdivide the units that they've got consent for, that they can basically get around those rules. I think that's not quite the right way of putting it, but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this. Maybe Mr. Evans later can explain that, but from my understanding of...
I think it's something the planning officer will need to address when it comes to her opportunity to reply. It's a perfectly valid issue to raise.
Yes. The current application before us is for subdivision and land use. So that's the application I guess we're dealing with. My understanding is that if you only give the decision makers the authority to give them part of the story or part of the picture, and then a week later or whatever, put in an application for subdivision, that they are missing out on material information that would help inform their first decision. But as say, Mr. Gordon or Mr. Evans can maybe talk more to that.
Mr. Edmonds might be able to comment as well. We're not entirely clear right at this point in time.
Okay. So moving on to 19.8, I think that's where I was. The proposed building heights should not be overlooked either. While the buildings meet the 7-metre height limit, I believe that the commissioners need to consider building height when considering the building dominance issues at this discretionary level. It's not a complying activity, so you have the ability to look at all the matters at a discretionary level. As noted above, the zone purpose states houses will typically be 1 or 2 stories in height. However, when viewed from the south, 5 of the 6 units facing the right-of-way are 3 stories high, making them predominantly 3 stories. 19.9, I've touched on that already, but 5 dwellings as opposed to 8 dwellings clearly would achieve a more spacious, better quality. And sorry, when I talk about 5 versus 8, if they had them 3 at the front, 3 at the back row, 2 at the front, they would clearly achieve a more spacious, better quality streetscape with greater access to views and direct sunlight and better privacy. The units wouldn't appear continuous or overbearing. With minimum 4-metre spaces between units, the dominant effects of tall, narrow buildings in a tight row would be reduced or softened. It would also mean considerably less traffic generation, and traffic effects being a key amenity issue for us. 19.10, if my neighbours and I had understood that the lower density zone, when first proposed, could result in this kind of density, i.e. medium density, we would have actively opposed it and taken appeals to the Environment Court if necessary. Now I'm just going to touch on roading, moving down to roading. 20.3, Council, in conjunction with the Wakatipu Trails Trust, has plans to increase pedestrian and cycle traffic down the section of Adley Road. And I'll just bring up the site plan again. So you can just see off the edge of this is where the trail runs down here, and just beside the Devry property, that's where it rolls down there.
Mr. O'Malley, is that little sort of entrances at the top of the road, little posts?
Yes, there's a white entrance. So bigger plan is that they would have a new, yet to be built, dedicated cycle bridge downstream of the Edith Cavell Bridge. And this trail is to be part of the Wakatipu Trails Trust network that links all the way back out to Millbrook, and is also to be a commuter trail, given that Arthur's Point is only 6 odd kilometres to town. And there was recently a community meeting. The people from the council that were dealing with this suddenly found they had some money to spend on, particularly on that part of the trail, and called a meeting for all the residents in the area. And it was quite a robust discussion, if I could say that politely. And it was the overwhelming feeling from the residents that there needed to be a separate footpath or cycle trail from the carriageway of the road. And that the road needed to be widened through there because it's such a pinch point with a rock wall on one side and a drop off beyond a stock fence on the other side. As referred to in page 2 of the Novo Group traffic report dated 26th April, that land being rezoned further south off Atley Road could accommodate up to 100 dwellings. Mr. Bartlett also refers to this at 5A of his evidence. Therefore, the requirement to make Atley Road an E12 design is imminent and should be imposed on this development if approved, given that it would trigger it. Ms. Sonia Coy makes a good point in her evidence, which she'll talk about later on, that beyond the site, a development was proposed, which I think had around 6 lots. The council at that time deemed this road unsafe and would not progress that development any further until the roading issues on Atley Road had been resolved in terms of widening and footpaths. So at that time, they believed this road was unsafe. And so we are struggling to, I guess, to fathom why, with 2 or 3 peer reviews, they now believe that that section of road is okay and safe.
So, Mr. O'Malley, oh, sorry, Commissioner, but if I can just ask a question of clarification from Mr. O'Malley, is the point that you're making that pedestrians from the right-of-way, including from the proposal, trying to get, say, to the bus stop, which I understand is about 400 or 500 metres away, don't have a dedicated footpath or cycle path for that purpose, and simply at the moment have to walk on the carriageway? Correct.
And because of the sort of haphazard development along that stretch of road over the years, there are some peculiarities. There's a fence post jutting out into the side of the carriageway, which forces traffic, pedestrians, everybody to go through a very narrow gap. And so over the years, we've had children that have never felt safe walking down to the bus stop down there, particularly in the morning when tradesmen and the like are coming and going from residences on that stretch of road.
Yeah, thanks. And so the discussion around the cycleway was don't spend money here until you've fixed Atley Road. Is
Correct. And they had money available and they pulled back and said, we can't fix it now. It's a bigger discussion. But my point, I guess, I'm making is that the development further to the south is a real anticipated activity, and so that road all the way around there will at some stage go to an E12 type road, which has a separate footpath aside the road surface, and so it needs to be dealt with either now or very, very soon.
Right. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner, did you have a question of Mr. O'Malley?
I just wanted, is it the part of the Atley Road that was deemed to be unsafe, was that going round to the south, or was it the part that gets access to the right-of-way?
Without the record of that hearing in front of me, I couldn't confirm that, but I believe it was the entire area. I do know that there was further issues around south as well.
Okay, and just the location of the bus stop, I'm just not sure where that is. Is that down by the letterboxes or is it down on the main road?
Down by the main road, by the campground.
Oh, okay.
Oh, out there.
Right, okay,
Right.
thank you.
And just to point out on this image here, you can see the contour lines, you can see the boundary of the lot. So this full width of Atley Road would be used to achieve a separate footpath and a road. Now, it was only at the last subdivision that dealt with this lot 2 and the house below it that this section of Vatley Road was actually converted to legal road. Previously, it was right of way. So council have anticipated that they want to take control of that road to enable or help enable development further around past there. And if I go to my submission, and find my images, here we go. This image depicts that this sort of brown area here will have to be almost a vertical cut face to achieve the 5.5 metre wide required E12 road, plus a footpath. Whether the footpath's on that side of the road or this side of the road, people smarter than me will determine that. It's going to be a tricky manoeuvre, because where the footpath is here, it drops away quite steeply down to the neighbouring property, which you can see at the lower, in the cross section down the bottom of this page. Here is the Devery property down below, the very, very steep natural ground line. This is the sort of indicates the existing ground line. This is the very steep cut face that would have to be achieved to create enough room to get the 5.5 metre road and the footpath. Now, Mr. Goumet in his submitted evidence also pointed out that there would have to be room for a crash barrier to protect this house and potentially to protect pedestrians from cars there. So it's going to be, and this is not a sort of a fanciful argument, this is very real, this is going to happen at some stage. And so the lot 1 house would be perched right up above this almost sheer cliff. And so if I just stay at this image, the discussion of wheelie bins and mailboxes. Currently, we have some mailboxes down here. We were directed by New Zealand Post years ago to shift our mailboxes to here from further down the street where the large group of mailboxes is. And so adding another 8 of those plus 2 bins go out at a time on collection day, so 16 extra bins. It's already very cluttered. The rubbish truck can barely turn in here and reverse out. When this road is widened and this cut face, there is little room left for the wheelie bins and mailboxes, which would lead me on to the fact that if this road or the right-of-way was indeed vested in council, as suggested in the transport chapter, that the recycling or refuse trucks could then come up and deliver to the houses, or pick up from the houses, sorry, rather than everything being collected at the bottom of the hill. So it's at 20.8. Council engaged Novo Group to peer review the Bartlett traffic report, and Novo initially concluded that the Atley Road should be upgraded to E2. Council then requested Novo Group to complete 2 more peer reviews before they finally accepted the Bartlett view. And this is in the context, as I said before, that previously under a different application, Council had deemed this section of road to be a little bit unsafe. So it appears there's been some sort of backtrack on Council's position. And certainly if they had attended the community meetings, they would have got the full feeling of the community around the importance of a dedicated footpath separate from the road carriageway. Moving on to 21, the right of way. As noted in 1810 and 1811 of the statement of evidence, the right of way is too steep to meet council rules and would service too many lots to continue to be held as a private right of way. We note from the previous resource consents underlying the site, RM210019 RM210019 that condition 8 limits the area M to service one dwelling. And from the reading of that consent notice, which I think was signed off by you, Commissioner Sinclair, the applicant had volunteered for area M, which is this little section down here, to service one house only. And if we look at the architectural, here is this area M is here, it's going to service lots 3, 2, and 1. I'm not sure what the legalities of that are, how easy it is to get such a thing overturned, but I guess it did lead to the thinking of the previous owner of the site that there wouldn't be a great deal of houses down that end of the right of way.
So, Mr. O'Malley, is it your understanding that that easement requirement that you've just referred to was part of the subdivision condition in relation to the creation of lot 2, that is now the subject lot being the subject of this application?
Correct. And as I explained before, the part that is now legal Atlee Road below the site, this is the subdivision prior to that. And so you could see this was, at that stage, was a right-of-way referred to here as A and CA, and now it's been converted to the right-of-way, to the legal road, sorry.
And finally, if asked, can you provide a copy of that decision that you're referring to?
Yes, I can do that.
Right. That might be something that the commissioners are interested in.
Okay, moving on to parking. While the minimum parking requirements of 2 car parks have been achieved, the reality is that the garages are not overly large, meaning that by the time wheelie bins and bikes, etc., are stored inside, it'll be extremely unlikely that there will be also capacity for 2 vehicles. Parking in front of garages at 2 to 7 will mean the vehicles are hanging partially out into the right of way. And if I can just bring up a diagram for that. This here, I've scaled cars sitting out in front of these lots. And clearly, if there's a car parked in front of these garages, they are hanging out into the right of way that is there for the benefit of all these people to pass to and from. I've just shown on my property next door a dotted car. If we did the same thing as hung our cars out the same distance, then the right of way is simply unworkable. So it defeats the purposes of widening the right of way if cars are going to park on it. And if they can't park here, they then park down the right of way, down the road, which, as I mentioned earlier on, effectively returns it to being a one-way carriageway. And so the effect of this, such a great number of properties on the southern boundary is going to create issues and neighbour conflict that will go on for a long time. Parking in front of lot 4. I'll go back to my submission. So lot 4, this is an excerpt from the applicant's subdivision plan. Under the subdivision rules, they have to have the larger turnaround area further down. They then have to provide a hammerhead reverse manoeuvre because they're servicing beyond that more than 3 lots. So if a car parks in front of this garage, they are again blocking the hammerhead turning manoeuvre that was put in there for the purpose of manoeuvring. Again, defeats the purpose of this. And because the road is not, it is a right of way, we have no recourse. We cannot call council parking enforcement, anything like that, to ask for cars to be removed, which again, I would suggest is a reason why council suggests that when you have more than 12 homes off one right of way, that it should become a vested in public, or vested in council road.
So, Mr. O'Malley, is it your understanding that the area marked RG is available as part of an easement under the subdivision plan for use by all of the occupants of or visitors to the proposed dwellings?
I think it'd be
The
probably,
purpose of turning around.
it's probably only from lots 1 to 2, 1, 2, and 3. Beyond that, I'd say, Mr. Gordon.
Okay.
Yep.
Good, thank you.
In the, I think in one of the assessment, or I think it's the policy 7.2.3.1a, it talks about that some mitigation could be achieved through deeper than normal setbacks. I suggest that that hasn't been achieved here because, as I pointed out, the setbacks aren't overly deep from the right-of-way. You can't even fit a car on the setback area. So this will mean that visitors or spare cars will attempt to park down at the manoeuvring area or on the steep section of right-of-way. The photo taken below is taken from the applicant recent development at Bullendale, shows the reality of this with cars parking on lawns and wherever they can. I'll go back to that image. Oh, Peter, I've lost my, hang on. Just got to go back and find my evidence. Bear with me, sorry. So where vehicles are parked or partially on the right-of-way, the streetscape becomes cluttered and unattractive, as well as blocking reverse manoeuvres within legal right-of-ways. So that's what we'd see as very much an adverse effect on us, and that effect is exacerbated by the sheer number of properties proposed for this development. Moving to 23.1 of my evidence.
Before you go there, can you explain what that photograph is? Or are we
sorry, yes.
going to do that?
I did mention that before. It is a photograph from Bullendale. So you can see here the blue car is parked on a grass verge, not a park. Vans parked out in front of garages, parked in front of garages. There are other images we could have put in here of vehicles and boats, etc., parked on the adjacent vacant sections. We understand anecdotally that in the morning when people are leaving for work, etc., in this kind of development, there's horns tooting with frustrated people being blocked in by someone taking a sneaky park the night before and parking in front of a garage or right-of-way. And I guess all that kind of thing would just, at our neighbourhood, would create neighbour conflict, which is not conducive to a happy neighbourhood.
Thank you.
So 23.1. So the proposal seeks to destroy an attractive and natural rock face at the bottom of the existing right-of-way in order to widen the right-of-way. Ms. Devon acknowledges this feature, but observes that there is no requirements to retain it. However, when she later quotes the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement, it notes respects and wherever possible enhances the area's history, setting and natural and built environment. So I would say it's a strong natural feature that is a natural cut face rather than a machine cut face, which we will end up being looking at if this development proceeds. Moving on to effects during construction. The proposed development is such that it will be inevitable that the right-of-way will be closed to residents of 85A to E for potentially weeks at a time when service trenches are excavated and the carriageway widened, including pouring concrete to the enlarged turning head. So we go to the landscape plan, the architectural plans, I think show it. This turning head is proposed to be a concrete, exposed concrete, which makes sense to be more durable in a high turning area. But the reality is they'll be boxing that pouring it, compacting the road, we will not be able to get up that road for quite a time. That's going to be quite an impact on us. Large trucks will inevitably block the intersection with the right-of-way during deliveries. We know now that the rubbish truck can barely turn around there, so I don't know where a delivery truck is going to be able to park, and down the bottom, which I think they suggest in their construction methodology, without having impacts on us. Clearly, such short-term effects will be exacerbated if 8 houses were built in comparison to, say, the 5 houses. There would be more room if you had 5 houses for laying down of building products, etc. District plan assessment. I'm not going to go into too much detail into this because that's not my area. This is probably for John Edmonds to deal with. But at 25.1, respect to the list of restricted discretionary matters for 7.4.8 of the LDSR standards, we are particularly concerned with the following highlighted matters, which are all engaged by the proposal because it results in adverse effects of each type. So some of the ones we've highlighted there: privacy for occupants of the neighbouring sites, the street activation. Don't think there's anything particular about the design that creates street activation with its row of garage doors and 4 small trees. Building dominance, parking and access layout of covered street parking and neighbours, design and integration of landscaping, the nature and degree of hazards posed to people and property. I'm talking about the steep drop off in front of what will be lot 1. Moving down to 7.2.1, encourage an intensity of development that maximises the efficient use of the land in a way that is compatible with the scale and character of the existing suburban residential development. We don't believe it's compatible at all. It will jar with the existing development, in my opinion. Ensure that the height, bulk and location of development maintains the suburban intensity character of the zone and maintains the amenity values enjoyed by users of neighbouring properties. And I took you through earlier on the amenity values that we enjoy, in particular privacy and access to sunlight. Encourages densities higher than 1 to 450 square metres per residential unit where this is designed to fit well with the immediate context. I don't believe it fits well with immediate context, and there is to be significant, particular significance attached to the way the development manages the dominant effects on neighbours through measures such as deeper setbacks. Talked about that already. Sensitive building orientation and design, use of building articulation and landscaping. Talked about the landscape on the south side. Building articulation is relatively cookie cutter. It also achieves a reasonable level of privacy between neighbours through measures such as deeper boundary setbacks, offsetting habitable rooms, windows that face each other, or the use of screening devices or landscaping. Provides activation of streets through the placement of doors, windows and openings that face the street. Encourage landscape areas to be well designed and integrated into the development layout and design, providing high amenity spaces for recreation and enjoyment, having particular regard to the visual amenity of streets and street frontages. Again, that importance placed on street frontages. To my way of thinking, the proposal fails on many of these points as follows. Privacy for neighbours is diminished by the additional number of habitable rooms with elevated windows overlooking the right-of-way and into neighbouring outdoor living areas. There is no street activation. The proposal is for a long row of almost continuous garage doors beneath elevated structures when viewed from the street right-of-way. Setbacks are modest. Landscaping to the south of the street frontage is minimal, with little regard for the visual amenity of streets. If the minimum lot dimensions were adhered to, there would be more space for landscaping alongside the driveways and the entry paths where they front onto the southern right-of-way. The steep access is not appropriate or safe for this level of additional development. The proposal results in excessive building dominance for existing dwellings on the right-of-way, which are more typical of lower density Arthur's Point character. A compliant proposal would be significantly less dominant, possibly neutral and in character. And we've talked before that I would suggest a more compliant or closer to permitted baseline would be 3 houses on the back row, possibly 2 on the front. In the subdivision and development chapter, there's some highlighted areas there that I believe are particularly relevant. And some of those, just touch on those, whether the lot sizes and dimensions are appropriate. I don't think the lot dimensions are appropriate. The lot sizes are well lower than the minimum site size. Whether they're appropriate in respect of widening, formation or upgrading of existing and proposed roads, and any provisions required for access for future subdivision on adjoining land. So that has to give regard to future subdivision on adjoining land or nearby land, I would suggest. Consistencies with the principles and outcomes of the QLDC subdivision design guidelines. I won't go into too much more here. On E, it talks about whether the location, alignment, gradients and patterns of roading, service lanes, pedestrians, access ways and cycleways is appropriate, and including as regards their safety and efficiency. I've covered already the steepness of the right-of-way and the real life struggles we have as residents with that steep driveway. Also to point out that the open space is reduced because the proposal has excessive site coverage above the site coverage rule. Moving down to the bottom of that page where it's highlighted in yellow, whether appropriate easements are provided for existing and proposed access and services. That may be something to look at for that area M that I pointed out earlier on. Moving to the applicant's evidence at 27.1. At paragraph 15 of Mr. Fairmaid's evidence, he insinuates that he instigated a meeting with Rory and myself. He also states that having listened to our concerns, he decided to reduce the number of dwellings from 9 down to 8. This is totally incorrect. Rory had seen him on site, called him to ask what was going on. Rory obviously knew he is a developer. He informed Rory that they were looking to put 6 dwellings on the site. Rory asked him if we could meet on site, which he agreed to. Prior to that meeting, Rory phoned me to tell me that there was 6 proposed. And then when we were at the meeting, Mr. Fairmaid revealed that he was in fact proposing 8 houses and showed us a site plan without any elevations, and we couldn't keep a copy of that. So to suggest that he was almost doing us a favour reducing from 9 to 8, I cannot agree with that. So in conclusion, we do anticipate and acknowledge that the development will occur on the site, but respectfully ask the commissioners to decline this application. And I guess you've heard all the reasons or the rules that are broken, but what that really means to us in terms of loss of amenity is that there's going to be a loss of visual and audible privacy. And what I mean about that is that currently we have no houses that look into our property. In our case, it will be the bedrooms from lot 7 that look down upon our outdoor living areas from an elevated position. From the O'Donnells, it is the first floor of the balcony of lot 7 that sits high above their property and looks down into their outdoor area. From Mr. Jones, Jeff Jones next door, he has to contend with lots 5 and 6 looking down onto him. And Trish McDougall's property at 85E has to contend with houses at 2, 3 and 4. The tall buildings located on the elevated knoll give the sense of an overbearing and dominant mass of buildings that create a continuous ridgeline of built form when viewed from oblique angles. The addition of traffic movement coming and going creates additional noise, and the sense of having so many additional neighbours to overhear conversations held and outdoor living spaces all adds to a loss of amenity for us. The overly dense nature of the development gives a sense of being overcrowded and not what we expected from a neighbourhood in this location. Particularly the mass of asphalt, minimal southern landscaping and houses crunched up to each other all detracts from a sense of openness presently enjoyed in our neighbourhood. Finally, the additional traffic generated from the additional homes being shoehorned on the site and an overly steep right-of-way creates very real safety issues, noise issues, and neighbour conflict issues through illegal parking, etc. So overall, I cannot see how this proposal responds sensitively to the context and character of the locality. And it's definitely not designed to maintain local amenity values. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. O'Malley. Do you want to explain the attachments that you've got? I can see the first one you've spoken to about the right of way. What was the reference to the letter? Is that the original? Is that an original submission?
Sorry, no. So the letter at the back. Yep. So the letter at the back is from a few years ago when the section of right of way from the application site back out to the main road was just a gravel right of way, and in the underlying subdivisions that created our property and the ones next to it, one of the conditions in there was a specific roading development contribution for that particular section of road. So it actually mentioned that section of road, and we were obviously not that happy that this money had been sent in, but nothing had been done to the road. It was a gravel road full of potholes, rutted, etc., etc. And so they eventually upgraded that to what they call otter seal, which is a cheap sort of form of chip seal. But there's still pretty rudimentary stormwater drainage off the side of it. As I say, fence posts stuck in the middle of it. Not the middle, to one side of it, sorry. So that's really what that related to. But the point was that specific money had been requested from underlying subdivisions to go towards that section of 250 metres of road.
And nothing's improved, right? The last attachment are they all the submitters that are represented by Mr. Gordon, or people that are adopting your submission?
Both, yes.
I did have some questions on the right of way and on Atlee Road itself, but your submission has answered those. And on amenity, actually, thank you for explaining what the amenity values are that you value in your area. Just my last question was on if you could just explain the layout of your house. I just want to understand that a bit further, and I'm not sure if you can speak on behalf of your neighbours on that. I just want to understand their orientations. From our site visit yesterday, we could see, I think from 3 properties, we could see outdoor living areas that appeared to front the right of way.
Yes, okay, so I've got the screen up here. This is an old image. We have recently upgraded our outdoor area and extended it out into this area here. So from perched up where lot 7 windows would be, they'll be looking into our outdoor area. On the O'Donnell property, you can see their outdoor living areas here. The house at the bottom of the hill has I think they've got it set up so they can have 2 tenancies. The lower tenancy has the outdoor living here. The upper tenancy has the outdoor living here. Mr. Jones, I think you're going to hear from soon. Their outdoor living is in here, and Trish McDougall's is off-site. Can't quite see it. The Gourmet property on the right bottom left of this corner of the image is the outdoor living in this patio. You can just see shown here. Lot 2 sits at a very elevated position from this. So when you stand on the lot 2 site, you steer straight down into that outdoor living area. Again, this is a very old photo. This is before the Devery extension to their house. So this is the original little cottage that was there, which they've possibly double the size of. Their outdoor living is more over the top here.
Thank you. That was all I had.
So, well, thank you very much for that. The evidence is it's a bit unusual for not for somebody not purported to be an expert witness. Obviously, you're well equipped to provide evidence which is of a standard which one would normally expect from an expert witness. So it's very comprehensive, and you haven't really left any stones unturned from what I can see here. There was one comment one thing I was just going to mention, and that was in your paragraph 19.4, where you queried the comment made in Ms. Devlin's report about complying with the district plan. I think that may have come from other submissions. I'm not sure, but people often, it's common practice for people at hearings to come along and say, well, the applicant should comply in full with the district plan. Of course, if that were the case, there'd be no such things as resource consent hearings, but I think I understand that you appreciate the distinction there, but it's a fairly important point.
Yes.
You've also raised a couple of issues which we will need to follow up with council staff to clarify the situation, particularly from my own point of view, with developments which are undertaken, comprehensive developments ahead of subdivision. I'll try to be able to get a clearer understanding of that, of what the rules are. So it's helpful that you brought that to our attention. But other than that, I don't have any further questions. That's very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So that brings us to Mr. Edmonds, who I hope is with us somewhere.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Can you perhaps summarise your evidence now, please?
Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I trust you have a copy of my evidence. It's an 11-page, I think it's got actually, it says page 13 on the top of it, but 11 pages of evidence. Obviously, I'm following behind Mr. Gordon and Mr. O'Malley have given you quite extensive summaries and explanations. So I thought I might quickly step through the objectives and policies of the plan and simply confirm my evidence that I consider that the PDP lower density suburban residential zone is the primary set of objectives and policies that will inform the decision. And in particular, in my review of Chapter 7, I guess the key point that I keep on arriving back at when I'm reviewing these objectives and policies is I acknowledge that there is a level of enablement for some higher density development to occur in the lower density suburban zone, but that all of those policies and objectives come with riders, or I think as Mr. Gordon described it, sorry, I can't quite find the term, but it effectively, on the one hand, the introductory sentence of most of those, statement of most of those objectives or policies talk about, the outcome they're trying to achieve, but then they followed up quite closely with minimum expectations, whether it's compatible suburban densities, whether it's maintaining the current amenity of the neighbourhood. So those themes keep on coming through in all the objectives and policies. When I was reading the evidence of the two planners, I felt that they were not having due regard to the full policy, that they were tending to identify the lead sentence or the lead phrase in the policy and rely on those. So it's possibly where we've departed a little bit from each other. I've picked up on what Mr. O'Malley has described as the character of the neighbourhood, and I too have reached the same conclusions. and that has had a significant impact on how I interpret those objectives and policies for that zone. Without repeating myself, I think you'll find my policy assessment sits at pages 9 to 12 of the evidence. There was a question about the National Policy Statement of Urban Development, and I think it's a similar principle to what I was describing about with the objectives and policies, and that was that the witnesses have tended to go and grab policy 6 and tell you that it's inconsistent with a couple of clauses within policy 6. But when I read the Urban Development National Policy Statement, if it is relevant, and then I would suggest that it needs to be looked at and read in the round. The policy statement is a bit more extensive than simply what you've been advised. And I have a copy here. Obviously, there are 8 objectives, and they're supported by 11 policies. The crux of the National Policy Statement is a well-functioning urban environment, and to understand that, part of that is you need.
I seem to have lost you there.
I think you have. It's just saying that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm good.
Yep.
I'm not sure what happened. So yeah, well-functioning urban environments. There are also, one of the other objectives is planning decisions that improve housing affordability. So there are a mix of objectives, and they're supported by an even broader range of policies. Policy 6, which you've been told about, does say that you should have particular regard to the planned urban built form anticipated by the RMA documents. When I read that, I interpret that to mean that you need to then, to understand the RMA documents, you need to read the objectives and policies of those zones. So we kind of keep on coming back to the same set of objectives and policies that are key. One of the other points that hasn't been brought to your attention, though, is sub-policy D. So that will be 6D. And that asks you to have particular regard to any relevant contribution that we made to meeting the requirements of this National Policy Statement. And you'll see in my evidence, I don't say that the National Policy Statement is particularly relevant to the determination of this application. And that's largely based on the fact that this application would contribute 3 extra houses to fulfilling the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And in all honesty, the southern corridor and the Ladies Mile corridor, there's 2,000 houses there. So that's where I think the NPS is really focusing. It's not, in my view, driving at individual small resource consent applications. So that's why I've distinguished it in this current situation. The other question that I heard the commissioners discussing with Mr. O'Malley in particular, and with Mr. Freeman, was the situation of if you get consent to build first and get your restricted discretionary consent to go from 450 to 300, whether you can then subdivide, and whether you get caught as a non-complying activity for having undersized lots. And unfortunately, the answer is not entirely clear. Mr. Freeman drew your attention to Rule 27.730 in the proposed plan, and that's correct. But there are two rules that sit underneath that. The first one is titled Subdivision Associated with Infill Development, and that rule says you don't have to have regard to the minimum lot size, and you don't have to have regard to the minimum shape factor, both of which this application otherwise breaches. But that's for infill development. And when you look at the definition of infill, it's not in the plan, but when you look online, it's clearly about where you're putting another sectional house in the backyard of your current property. It's not about a small development site like this. So then the alternative rule is titled 27732. And that is titled subdivision associated with residential development on sites that are less than 450 squares in the lower density suburban residential zone. And that then has a series of preconditions about basically stating if the minimum lot size doesn't apply, that's the 450 square meters, doesn't apply if you have either a certificate of compliance or a resource consent for development. And in addition, the rule states the consent holder shall register on the computer freehold register that the development occurs as per the resource consent, that the maximum building height is 5.5 metres, and that there's no more than one residential unit per lot. So there is opportunity for a development to get a land use consent and then come along and for an owner to then subdivide, but there are quite a number of restrictions on what that subdivision would allow. What that means is that you can bypass the minimum lot size rule, but that's all. So the shape rule that Mr. O'Malley was referring you to doesn't appear to be exempt when you then subdivide a consented development. But it's not
2713 or 30, I couldn't quite hear.
Oh, sorry. 27730 is the parent rule.
Yeah.
And then there are two rules underneath that. 27731.
Okay, thanks.
732.
Right, got it.
So, Mr. Edmonds, are you saying that the shape rule still is applicable?
Yeah, I say yes, Commissioner. The two rules that I just referred you to. The first one is about infill development, and that says that if you're doing an infill development, you're exempt from both minimum lot size and shape factor. But this is not an infill development.
Yeah.
And so then you go down to the next rule, and the only rule that you're exempt from in that case is the minimum lot size.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mr. Edmonds, you're only exempt from that if your maximum building height is under 5.5?
Yes, that's what the rule anticipates. Yeah.
So this proposal doesn't get there.
No, it wouldn't. And I hadn't seen that until I started listening to the evidence of others today and realised that rule, which is hidden right down the bottom of the subdivision chapter, pops up as well.
Finally, are you able to share a screenshot or a snippet of that so that the commissioners can see it sooner rather than later?
I can. I'll just warn everyone that sometimes when I share screen, the whole system crashes, but I'll do my best.
Take a risk. Live dangerously.
Right. Now, does everyone see
Yeah,
Yes.
we do.
a snip? So that's all I've done there is snip the rule.
Right.
Can everyone see that okay?
Yes. And Mr. Edmonds, is that a new rule in the PDP, or has that come from the ODP? Is this something that's different?
There was a similar rule in the ODP,
Right.
but it was a lot more simple, and it simply said if there is an existing or consented development, I think it was actually only existing, that then the subdivision rules effectively didn't apply.
Because it was built. Is that what? Yeah, okay. And it didn't have that 5.5 metre height rule, or okay, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The 5.5 is a new one, obviously, and it has a related rule sitting back in the residential lower density suburban residential chapter that talks about where 900 square metre sites are subdivided or multiple units are put into a site less than 900, the second unit has to be less than 5.5 metres. But I don't have any experience in that rule. So I can't tell you too much more.
So, Mr. Edmonds, what would this do to the rule framework with this rule? Does it make it more non-compliant, or is it a restricted discretionary, or?
So if you're doing a subdivision under 27.732,
yeah,
I understand that if everything else is compliant, then that is a restricted discretionary, because the way that the district plan subdivision chapter is now structured is that pretty much every subdivision, regardless of how compliant it is, still requires a restricted discretionary consent as a minimum.
Yeah, that's common practice.
Yeah.
Now, this might be a case of sort of subdivision for slow learners like me, but I'm still a little unclear about if you're just undertaking straight subdivision in this zone, 450 is the minimum. If you go below that, is it non-compliant? I'm not quite understanding the relationship between 450 and 300.
Right, you're correct. Yes, subdivision below 450 in this zone, non-compliant.
Yep.
It is confusing, by the way, Commissioner. It's because the zone rules talk about a slightly more enabling path to get more dense. You go down a restricted discretionary path, whilst in the subdivision chapter, if you're just doing pure freehold subdivision, the thresholds are more restrictive, so you go straight to non-compliant below 450.
So if it's like a development without subdivision, it's a easier pathway between 300 and 450. Yes,
that's right. And my understanding, and I may be wrong, but my understanding was that that same structure occurred in the operative district plan that and I think the rationale behind that was that the forfeit, in that case it was 800, but the larger lot size was held onto at subdivision stage because it gave the council a bit more confidence that a range of permitted activities might be able to occur on that newly created lot. So, but because the lot was larger. But if someone came along and promoted an actual residential development and built it, then the council effectively rewarded that confidence in allowing smaller lot sizes. So it seemed like the system was based on creating some certainty that the council didn't allow a whole lot of small lots, freehold lots, to be created and then struggle with a whole lot of houses that didn't comply when they got to get constructed.
Thank you. Now, in your evidence, you also were critical of the planning officer's assertion that you could really have developments down to 150 square metres. If that is somebody, so in terms of a comprehensive development, I presume that's defined in the plan, and I assume a potential developer has to identify a minimum area which would be subject to a comprehensive development. So I know some district plans have those sort of provisions in them.
Not in this plan. The operative plan, yes, it said if you had 2,000 square metres, you could do a comprehensive development down to a density of 200. But that comprehensive rule didn't carry over to this lower density suburban zone.
So where did the 150 come from?
150 comes from some gymnastics and it's based on the maximum density anticipated in the lower density suburban zone is 450, and that's supported by the subdivision rule. But then under restricted discretionary, you could end up with down to 300. And then you could have a residential flat, which is meant to be, the smaller subcomponent. And the council's saying, well, if you divide your 300 into 2, that's your 150 density. But I think that does require some interesting gymnastics to get there. And I don't think it can't become the new norm. It can't become the anticipated density baseline, because it's not realistic, except maybe, and I'm saying maybe, in some greenfield area where the established character, there is no established character, residential character, that might be. But if you're heading down that path, I think two things. One, if you're doing a comprehensive development of that scale, you're probably going to be A, looking at a plan change, and B, you're rubbing up against the medium density provisions all day long when you start talking about a density of 150 in a lower density suburban zone. It doesn't really make sense.
Okay, no, that explains it for me. Thank you.
Mr. Edmonds, can you refer to your map that you produced on just in paragraph 20? And you talk about the lot sizes. The blue represents the 800 square metre lot sizes, and I think you come to a position where the 150 square metre mark is unrealistic. Just in your knowledge of walking around there or of that area, Commissioner Nixon and I noticed that a lot of the houses were large and centrally located on sites. Has any of your analysis looked at properties where the dwelling is not centrally located and could possibly take another dwelling in their large garden area? Did you know how many properties would sort of fall within that group in this area?
And achieve those setbacks from roads and side boundaries and things. No, I haven't. But I think I'm just scanning across on the council's mapping software at the moment. I mean, there are a couple of larger sites that well, two things. One is there are, and I say in my evidence, there are two undeveloped chunks of land at the southern and northeastern end of Arthur's Point, and one of them is the one that Mr. O'Malley took you through this afternoon, the Gertrude Saddlery block that Mr. Leakey also described.
Is that the one that's been the court have told the council to go back to the start? Is that one? Okay.
Yeah. And then so there's that block, and that's about 7 hectares. And then there is another block of land which is, if you're looking at that image that I've got at page 4 or 5 of my evidence, it's that large undeveloped block of land that I've shaded blue, which I understand Chris Street owns, who's been responsible for a lot of that subdivision on that side of the road.
Sorry, Mr. Edmonds, they all seem to be shaded blue. Which one is it?
The large one at the top of the page.
Right up towards the north, that sort of cuts off.
Yeah, correct. And it's got effectively one house in there and a whole lot of trees and a driveway.
And is that the same zoning, lower density?
That's right. And then that zoning almost peters out. I mean, it just extends off the top of that map into Bullendale and Bullendale number 2. But beyond that, and sorry, while we're talking maps and zonings, I guess one thing I should also explain to the commissioners is that as you move further up the road towards Coronet Peak to the east, you end up in the old rural visitor zone of Arthur's Point, which is where all the hotels are.
Right.
And so you've got about 2 or 3 hotels and a worker accommodation precinct, and then the old rafting depot and various places like that. And I think you've also got the onsen hot pools and a picture frame. So a bit of commercial stuff happening. That most of that land is now zoned or going to be zoned high density residential. It was rural visitor zone, and that was there to enable tourism activities to establish. The council's realised that high density residential was about the same outcome in terms of what was allowed in that area. So they've rezoned that, and there is, in addition, a small pocket of land that is zoned medium density residential, which sits in the very northeastern corner of that zone. I can provide information for you if you like, but it's quite remote from this area and quite a distinct, different character. And by the way, that land has not been developed yet. That's just got some resource consents, but no physical development.
I just had one other question, Mr. Edmonds, and it was chapter 3, and it was to do with, what was it to do with? It was to do with the urban development objectives and policies, and it was to do with the words build on historical urban settlement patterns under 3221. I'm just wondering what you understand those words to mean.
Yeah. Yes, I had a good think about that too, because I understand what you mean. I had a look at this chapter of the plan in particular, well, particularly this objective as being, one of, as I've said in the comments, it's almost that setting the scene for the whole district plan framework and how it should all evolve and how the zoning pattern should respond. And so when I look at the term build on historical urban settlement patterns, I was thinking more that was a zoning, informing a zoning decision so that the council would look at areas that are all, say 4,000 square metres and say, well, that's probably a good place for rural residential. Or look at areas that are 800, 500 square metres and say, well, that's probably our lower density suburban. My own view, I don't think that part of the objective drops down to the level of detail of this particular application. If it did, I would say, obviously I would conclude that this application is not reflecting those settlement patterns, but I actually don't think this part of the objective applies.
Okay.
Just following on from that question, you might have, one of the earliest questions I asked this morning was this whole issue about widespread debate about the zone in this area is evolving and changing and is anticipated to go to higher density and all that kind of argument. And the proposition, that's a word for it, was that given most of this area is very new and they're largely modern houses and they're not likely to be knocked over and just replaced with, well, knock over a $500,000 or $600,000 house or $1 million house to put up 3 flats. And that where you're getting the diversity of it all is on what could possibly call greenfield sites, undeveloped sites within this area. And what was on Bullendale before it was developed?
Bullendale was, Mr. Fairmay would know better than I, but I think it just had one house on there.
Yeah.
So on a large section.
Yeah, so is it probably fair to say that the existing residential area of, well, certainly on the east of the Shotover River in Arthur's Point is not really evolving all that much, except where you've got big sites which enable large, more intensive development.
I'd agree. And those opportunities are still going to be there at Arthur's Point. I mean, we don't know what will be proposed on the Gertrude Saddlery land, for example, and also on the Chris Street balance site that hasn't been developed yet. So there's still options for other parts of those objectives and policies to be realised in Arthur's Point. But I think that image that I produced, and I know it was criticised by Mr. Leckie, but I think it is actually quite instructive and helpful, and it does really give a clear understanding of what the character is of that particular neighbourhood.
Yeah, understood.
No, nothing from me, Mr. Evans.
No, thank you, Ms. Edmonds. That's very helpful.
So thank you, Commissioners. That concludes the evidence for the submitters that I appear for, other than the evidence of those that wish to add to that by speaking to you directly. And I think there are one or two of those ready and willing to go.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to suggest at this stage is that we take maybe a 10-minute adjournment, and then we'll hear from those, I think it's about 2 or 3 people that want to speak. Okay, okay, everyone, I think we'll get underway again. Mr. Gordon, there's a few people wanting to appear. I take it you're not introducing or acting for them, is that correct?
Well, that's up to them whether they adopt what I say. But no, I'm not introducing them, Commissioner. It's up to them.
Okay, so what we've got is evidence of Sonia Coy and John Gavin. Are they present? May not be connected as yet.
Hello, that's me.
Are you there? Great.
I am here.
Oh, very good. Thank you. All right. Well, would you like to present your evidence?
Sure. Firstly, I'd just like to say I'm not going to recover Mr. Gordon's or Mr. Edmonds' evidence or Ben. This is sort of just an additional to that. We sort of support what they've said so far and involve and part of their group. I guess I just really wanted to give everyone a bit of background on the area. We've been here or living here for over 25 years. We're one of the first people here. So I thought that was really important, especially with the use of Atlee Road. You've got I think you should have my notes there, which shows you where we actually are. There's an image on the first page. So we come down Atlee Road, past the right-of-way, which goes up to the proposed subdivision. We pass that right-of-way and go up to the south and then up and then off onto another right-of-way. So it's all quite relevant, really. In my evidence, I've actually given you a bit of background on some of the piecemeal development that's been going on up here for the last 15 odd years, and it's made there's been some errors that have happened as the time goes on, and I mean we deal with those every day. I mean there's quite a lot of houses and properties up here. For people to walk down Atlee Road to go to the bus stop is dangerous. It's not safe. I wouldn't let my children walk along Atlee Road to go to the bus stop. We were lucky we had visitors. We had people next to us in Atlee Downs that allow my kids to cross into their property and go through Atlee Downs. That hasn't changed. And any further development on Atlee Road needs to be upgraded. And there's no doubt about that in my mind. I think in my evidence, I actually stated a position that the council took in regards to Atlee Road, and I'm actually really surprised that that's changed. I mean, I believe that their priority should be our safety, and that Atlee Road should be upgraded before any further development is done. And it astounds me that the QLDC have taken a step back from that view. Part of my evidence talked about a previous subdivision. I know it's in the past, but I think it does definitely have a bearing on this, in that an access way or a thoroughfare has been kept open. So therefore we have vehicles, pedestrians and cycles coming through from Atlee Downs and other areas of Arthur's Point, going through to Atlee Road and using Atlee Road as a walking path, cycles. We've got the postal delivery people go down there. We have delivery trucks. So they actually use Atlee Road as well, which actually increases the traffic dramatically. I mean, it goes past our door, so I see it all the time. I work from home, so I see the number of vehicles that go past.
Ms. Coy, can I just ask you a question? Yesterday on our site visit, we went from the right of way down and around Atley Road, and then we walked up past what I realise now is where you live, and then we went down a wee alleyway and came out onto, was it Larchmount? Is that the that name? Are you saying that the postal service and everyone drive down that way, or do they go the other way? I just wasn't understanding what you were saying.
No, they drive down that way. So if you have a look at my my evidence on page 2, I've done another diagram, and
Yes.
you'll see that there at Matthias Terrace and Atley Downs, they walk through there, through where that roundabout, where the turning point is, and then they go through and past our entrance to our property.
Right.
Yep.
I had assumed it was just a walkway through there.
No, it's not. It's actually a right of way, but it's only a right of way to 2 houses. So, but they've actually kept it open, and so people use it all the time. I mean, it surprises me how they know it's there. But delivery trucks, postal people, all Larchmont uses that. They put their wheelie bins on Atley Road.
Okay.
Down towards the right of way that accesses the development site, or just
well at the end of where it goes onto Atley Road.
Okay. Wow.
Yes. So that's quite interesting when that's really not where it should be going through to Matthias Terrace and Atley Downs. Yes, I mean that was a real error on allowing Larchmont to go ahead, and it's actually created the more traffic on Atley Road, and it's quite unsafe. I mean, we come out of our drive, and we have to be very careful because there's people coming along there all the time.
Sorry, Ms. Coy, can you just point out or explain on that map where the Larchmount subdivision is you are referring to?
Yep, I'll try to share my screen actually.
Do you know where it is, Bob?
No, I'm not certain.
Okay, I mean it.
Right, can you see? Has that come up?
Yes.
Yep, it has.
Okay, so this is us here. This is Larchmont here.
Right.
So there's nine properties in that, 9 sections in that little area.
Yep.
The Larchmont actually roading finishes there. So there's a little right of way here that services this property here, but it just keeps going through onto Atley Road here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And is it, you refer to a subdivision, the 130588, is that what created Larchmount?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so I guess looking at the proposal and the type of house that's going to go in there, I see that there's 4 bedrooms. It's quite large for a single dwelling. And Queenstown has this inherent, people can't afford these big houses, and if they do, they usually get people in to rent extra bedrooms. I can't see that the development there will be any different, which makes it not fit in with the character of our area to start with, but also it creates a problem when it comes to the number of vehicles per property. I mean, potentially, if those properties are rented with 4 bedrooms, they have at least 2 people in each bedroom. You've got possibly 2 vehicles per bedroom, and then where are they all going to park? And the excess or the number of vehicles that actually will use the road, it just keeps adding and adding. I mean, you do the maths, and it would just make the traffic or the the road users so many more than what they're predicting. That all needs to be taken into consideration, I think, when looking at the road use. I mean, so I think Mr. Bartlett said that he compared our road, or the right of way, and the road to other parts of Queenstown. Arthur's Point's quite different. We're 400 metres higher. We get more frost, snow, and that than a lot of other parts of the of Queenstown. I mean, I've so often seen cars just get stuck between the right of way and Thias Terrace on Atley Road, because it is quite steep, and if it's icy, people just get stuck and they can't move the car, so the car just gets stuck there. You know, that's not a one-off instant either. I mean, it's happened. I've seen it happen so many times. It's happened to me. So I think, you know, comparing it to other places and the gradient to other places in Queenstown, you need to actually take the uniqueness and our environment, local environment here.
One thing I'm noticing about it, your own property is among a group of others that are served by, well, my experience anyway, by a very long, tenuous right-of-way, quite unusual. There seems to be a lot of properties, including yours, served off that, what's called Atley Road, but is in fact a right-of-way. Correct.
Yeah, correct. It's a right of way that's privately owned that we all have access over. The councils never wanted to take it over because they know that they have to do so much to it to allow it to be safe. Realistically, if you're looking at the rule where 12 dwellings are supposed to be, if more than 12 dwellings use a right of way, it needs to be deemed road. Well, we're over that, and they haven't done it. It hasn't happened. I mean, it was quite interesting with Larchmont. They originally were going to come through Atley Road, but after the decision was that they had to upgrade it. They did a bit of costing and found out how much it was going to cost and how difficult it was, that they discarded that, and they actually bought the section between their subdivision and Atley Downs and made the right of way through that. Yeah, so it's left us again with the situation where we've got such a long right of way with the development that's been put in there, a subdivision that's been put in there, and it's made it more unsafe, to tell you the truth. And it goes, I mean, you go down towards the right of way that goes up to this proposed subdivision, and there's a real pinch point. I mean, you can't see what's coming. And there's so often that you go around that corner, it might be rubbish day, all the rubbish bins are strewn all over the road from the rubbish truck, and you've got to stop, you've got to move the rubbish bins out of the way, and then you can go through. Then on top of that, you've got number 83, which is at the bottom of that their right of way. Let me see if I can find it. Here, they have 4 cars parked along here. They've got a car parked in front of the letterboxes, and then they've got another car parked up here. So trying to get through there is very difficult. And these cars that are parked here, which there's a retaining wall, they can't quite get in to park right on the retaining wall, so they park out a bit from it. So it's very, very narrow. And I can't see if that little bit was actually made a little bit wider, whether that's going to make much difference. I guess something else that I mean, we talk about, there's been a lot of talk about the character of our locality. And I think Arthur's Point's has got different little pockets. And I think our pocket in this area here is more residential. It is low density. We have, you know, our one house in our block. Whereas if you look over towards Bullendale, it's definitely not that. And even if you go to Orem Terrace, it's definitely smaller lots, and it's actually quite different. But our little area, you know, is our character. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration and not looked at as a whole of Arthur's Point. So I don't know what the definition is of locality, but I think that's an important thing to actually define. Sorry, I'm sort of jumping all over the place, but I think another aspect with Atlee Road is the top of Atlee Road between Matthias Terrace and the right of way to the new subdivision, that pit up here. Quite often, you can't get two cars past there at one time. If there's a car coming up, you've got to stop to let the other one let it come up. If there was some cycles or there was pedestrians, that makes it more unsafe. So I mean that part of Atlee Road needs to be upgraded to a proper road with a separate pedestrian cycleway. With the new active or passive transport network they're pushing, I mean, it's got to be done. Otherwise, there's going to be an accident. I'm surprised that there hasn't been something already, and I'm surprised there hasn't been a school kid that's been knocked over. It's extremely dangerous, and it's a real concern. You're on your guard every time you drive down there. Even taxis hedge it coming down our road. You get a taxi home, they even hedge to come down the road. They want to go up, you to meet them up at the corner.
So you might have heard Mr. Bartlett's evidence if you were listening earlier today. Now he said, well, the crash data shows there's no evidence of any accidents along that section of road. But I take it that doesn't sway your view in terms of the safety of that section of road.
I think that's just luck. I really do, and I also think it shows the stability of the residents here and our character, because we don't have a high turnover of people. The people that live here have lived here for quite a long time, so we understand what the road's like. Whereas, you know, other parts of the area, there's quite a high turnover of rental properties. So you get a high turnover of people that are there. We don't have that here. You know, I can't do I don't know the figures, but you know, most of the people that live around our area here have lived here for a long time.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's interesting that the council have, when they put the otter seal on this part of the road, but the new part they picked up just near that pinch point down here, they've never done anything with it. They haven't put otter seal and they haven't maintained it. It is so bad. I mean, at the moment, it's actually potholes and uneven road surface is terrible, and they don't do anything with it. You know, so again, I mean, the road needs to be maintained, it needs to be upgraded. It doesn't matter whether there's one house or it doesn't matter whether there's five houses. Whatever happens, the road needs to be upgraded. The infrastructure needs to be there before any more development in our area needs to go ahead or is allowed to go ahead.
I guess that brings us to the critical question. In terms of this development, all its vehicular access will come off the access way coming down onto Atlee Road. Now, I understand what you're saying. A lot of the concerns you've expressed are about what the council hasn't done. But in terms of this application, what do you want us to do? Are you saying that you think the application should be declined or the applicant should be upgrading the road? What's your view on that?
Well, I think that the road, that before any more subdivision goes ahead, if this subdivision goes ahead, the road needs to be upgraded. Now, whether or not the council wants to do that to legal road, or whether or not they want to do it, it doesn't really matter. But in saying that, they need to make sure that it can be done, because there are a lot of constraints involved in the upgrade of the road. As Ben showed in some of the stuff that he presented, it's not a simple thing. So I think the due diligence must be done before any subdivision can actually be approved or go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of other points that I would like to touch on is our properties along here. Our living areas are all on the north. So development here, 3 stories high, will still impact our privacy. And when you think of light spill, that will make quite a difference to us too. Looking at the horizon, all we're going to see is lights. That affects the character of our area as well. So I mean, 3 stories is very high, and I think it isn't in line with the character of our area at all, and will affect, and the light and the 3 stories will make it extremely dominant, and actually lose our privacy. Even though we seem to be quite a way, we're not. That's our live. That's where we live, is on that northern side of our properties. It would be. I mean, I think it's interesting. It would be interesting to know what the target market they think they're doing the subdivision for. To me, it feels very Bullendale, very much rental property scenarios. With the way it's laid out, the 4 bedrooms, the style, all that sort of stuff. Again, our area, we don't have that here. We have permanent residents who, a lot of owners that have been the same for a very long time. So I think that's really not in line with our area at all. Yeah, so I guess in summary, I think that there should be no further subdivision of anywhere along Attlee Road until the road is deemed a legal road and it is widened to a safety, so it's safe for pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have here, we've got some photos from Jeff Jones. We understand he may want to also present a submission in support of these. Mr. Jones, present?
Yes, I'm here. I've just not got the screen on.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Is Sonia's still sharing her screen? She'll need to get out of that. Is Sonia there?
Okay. I'm not seeing myself on the screen here, but my name's Jeffrey Jones. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see you.
Good. Oh, that's good. So I'm new to this. This is my first attempt at the Zooming meeting, and so I'll do my best to present my viewpoint here. First of all, I agree entirely with Ben O'Malley and Sonia Coy. Their points have come up. They've been very to the point and accurate in what they're saying about the road and the dangers of negotiating Attlee Road from the access way to Matthias Terrace is particularly difficult, I see. One thing that I'm not sure about here, but I know you visited the site and had a look round, and you've got photographs there. There's 4 photos. Do you have those?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Well, photo number 1, as I'll call it, is the picture of the right-of-way and the driveway into my garage.
Yes, we were up on the site yesterday and we saw that.
Yes. And you'll see that in the write-ups that have been forthcoming about this development, they're talking about our garage loft. Well, in actual fact, that's our living space. We live in the garage. We live in the loft in the residential flat. Yes, above there. And my living room is actually 3 meters from the right of way. So I'm wondering what, with respect to the discussion as the day's gone on about the right of way being the public realm, where does the setback begin from? You'll note the hedge about 1200 high there. Behind that hedge and down behind the hedge is where we have our living space where we do the barbecuing and carrying on. That's our spot where we live.
Yep.
Mr. Jones, behind the wooden post?
Yes, yes, correct.
Yeah,
the duck on
is where your living area, outdoor living area is?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Jones, is there a window on that? I can't quite see from the photograph, and I can't recall from the site visit yesterday. Is there windows on that side of the loft above the garage?
There's 2 opening windows there which are strategically placed for the ventilation of the flat.
Okay.
Okay, and now the next photo that I'd like to bring your attention to is that one. That shows you from standing on the proposed site where the proposal's to develop, just on the ground level, looking down into our place and the house that we rent out and our living space. And I suppose it's very hard to imagine how that would be any better from a viewpoint of 7 meter high houses on top of a garage.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see that there's I've done what I can to put up some barriers for some privacy from the road with people walking up and down the right of way, but it's certainly not going to have any effect with respect to the elevated position of a 2-story home 7 meters high on top of a garage, which is quite a substantial height on that existing ground level. As I said before, I mentioned that the talk earlier was about the right-of-way being deemed public realm. Well, and of course, if you look at where the garages will be positioned along that right-of-way, that's what our view will be. And the dominating effect of the the dwellings up on the existing ground level will have quite an impact on our sunlight and our sense of amenity. When you're walking around on the site, you would have noticed quite a few stumps of trees that had been removed. This was something that was done when I first came to the district, and I've lived in this house for 20 years. The flat on top of the garage is recent. It's like 2017. But I've been in the house for over 20 years next to Ben. And we've experienced some serious issues there with the permafrost on the driveway and on the right of way. There's a picture there that shows where the snow comes in. Yep. Okay, and that snow has to be shoveled away, and it's been a bit of a neighbourhood effort, Ben in particular and Rory, and I help when I can to scrape the snow. But then after that, you've got this issue of the ice, this residue with the snow gone, and that makes that right of way, the steep right of way down to Atley Road, really, really slippery. And I've had a couple of occasions when I've slipped down there on my trying to walk down as well as drive. That's on the next photo.
I can see that.
You can see what I mean there, that sort of permafrost, it doesn't go away. But anyway, I had to put permission to remove pine trees from that knob, which I had done to allow us to get some sunlight to through the winter months, because the remaining larch trees, they lose their vegetation in the winter, so letting some sunlight through. There's still a couple of pine trees remain. So those are the two major things that I wanted to bring up. There has been a couple of items that were mentioned. I'll just try to read. Scott Freeman's written response to my submission. He concerns, my submission was submission number 27. And he mentions that proposed dwellings, lots 4 and 7, are closer at approximately 11 metres to my property, but because of the loft garage, that's what he's called it, rather than a residential flat, which has in fact our habitation space. He's saying that the effect of dwelling separation is much greater at around 20 metres. A lot of what was said earlier is exactly what I was wanting to say, so I'm not going to repeat it all, but I do notice that there was an engineering report by Mr. Arsalan Ali. He is a land development engineer, and this was reviewed by Michael Wardle. It was page 40 of 118, and it says, access portion serving up to 12 residential units, 85A, B, C, and E. And my property, or our property, is 85D, and it's got 2 residential units, and it's not mentioned anywhere in these reports. And I'm wondering whether they actually visited it, or whether there was some sort of misunderstanding that it was also Block C. Yeah. The other thing is the the road, where the right of way is currently goes past my place. There's one other dwelling at 85E. And with this development, if it proceeded, would be another 6 anyway, vehicles moving to and fro. And we've seen the description of the car parking situation and the disruption to our just sleeping in the bedroom right adjacent to the right of way, and our living area isn't going to make life easy for us. We find that the lack of privacy with the windows on the two-story house, floor to ceiling windows looking down over us and over to the properties behind us is quite an issue for us with privacy matters.
Mr. Jones, you may have heard Mr. O'Malley's evidence before, probably the other evidence during the day. Much of the debate centred on the extent of intensification proposed through this development, which is 8 units. But we understand that there's an acceptance of, maybe that's the wrong word, by the submitters that development can occur on this land. It could be 2-storey high. It might say consist of 2 or 3 2-storey units on that knoll. And we were very aware when we were out there that any buildings built on that knoll will inevitably look straight out over your property, and along with 85D, 85C, certainly those 3 and probably more. So do you accept that at some point there could be development on that knoll, albeit of a lower intensity?
Correct.
Okay. The other question without me wanting to be nosy, we've heard quite a lot about whether properties in Arthur's Point generally are just detached dwellings or whether they've got family flats attached to them. Is your property is yours like a family flat upstairs and other members of the family occupy the rest of the dwelling? Is that what it is?
We actually rent our house, which is the main thing, and we live in the residential flat.
Yep.
My wife and I.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about the balance of the building alongside the single-storey part of it? Is that rented as well by somebody else, by yourselves?
The single-storey building is a house. They're separated. There's 2 separate dwellings, and the house is a rented dwelling. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So there's effectively 2 household units.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
But Mr. Jones, you own the whole property. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just had one question.
Yeah.
I just had one clarification, Mr. Jones. It was to do with, excuse me, your original submission, and it refers to a letter dated the 4th of March, and it says it's attached, but it wasn't attached. Is that the same letter that's attached to quite a few of the submissions prepared by Ben O'Malley?
I just don't have that letter at hand.
You refer to a letter dated the 4th of March 2021, which sets out a lot of the concerns. You say it's attached to your submission, and I've understood it to mean the same letter that has been reproduced in quite a few of the submissions that Mr. O'Malley wrote, and that you've also wanting to say attach that letter to your submission too. I just wanted to check I had the right understanding and it wasn't in a different letter that you had written.
No, you're quite correct. I support Mr. O'Malley's submission.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much.
Now, at this point, the only other 2 we have before us is a tabled submission from Ken, forgive my pronunciation, Rizaya Gume. I presume they're not here, so we'll be taking that as read. Is there anybody else out there in Zoom land that needs to be heard? If not, our next step will be to turn to council officers and seek their response to any matters that have been raised during the course of the hearing and make any additional points relating to their evidence. So, is council ready to proceed at this point, or do you want 10 minutes to, Ms. Devlin, do you want a little bit of time to sort of gather your thoughts before commenting?
Commissioners, I'm happy to proceed. I'm just conscious that some of the experts have various commitments tomorrow, so we could sort of shuffle them around a bit. For example, Ms. Costello is not available tomorrow, so it could be good to bump her up for urban design. Up to you though.
Well, I guess it would be nice if we could conclude the hearing today, but I don't want to rush the council if they've got things on. How long do you think the council party would need? Obviously, can't know how many long our questioning would take, but any thoughts on that point?
I don't think we'll take long. I think we've all been taking notes, and we'll just respond to your questions, I guess. So happy to finish today. Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, I'll leave you to call your witnesses in the order you consider appropriate.
Well, perhaps in that case we'll start with traffic, and we could get Simon, who's there, I think.
Okay.
Simon followed by Mike Woodall.
All right.
Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I'm Simon. I work for Nova Group. So I was asked to look at Atley Road in terms of the district plan compliance, initially for the transport assessment, which I did. And then I was asked to look at Atley Road in terms of whether it needed to be upgraded with to a new design, which is being mentioned as E12. So listen today, the only thing I'll add, just so people are aware, initially one of my earlier peer reviews did suggest that the road need to be upgraded, but I would add that at that time I hadn't undertaken a site visit, so it was a bit out of context. I was merely looking at the thresholds based on the code of practice for an E12 design. However, subsequently, I did a site visit, which is about, I don't know, a few weeks ago. My interest was on the site visibility to ensure whether drivers driving on the road had good visibility, pedestrians or cyclists, which I was happy about. And I looked at the width of the road and where people pull over, the space to pull over, which I was fine with. But essentially, we are looking at whether I guess it's the existing road is whether it needs a new footpath. And the existing road serves 20 dwellings. A shared space is suggested to be okay for around 20 dwellings because with a targeted speed of about 20 kilometers an hour, because it allows, I guess there's low traffic volumes and people can mix. Now, we're looking at about an extra 8 dwellings, which is what I was assessing the effects of. So we're looking at about 28 dwellings. So basically, to me, the existing road is constrained in places due to the width. So this reduces the speed of the road to between 20 to 35 kilometers an hour, which is not going to change. I looked at the crash data. They indicated no crashes last 5 years. The existing road, it basically operates as a self-explaining road, meaning the design of the road and I guess the neighboring environment encourages people to drive more slowly. So that combined with the no crashes, the low speeds, construction of widths at various locations makes me believe, I'm of the opinion that there's the low safe issue. There's not much, there's any risk to pedestrians and cyclists. It's a low risk. However, my recommendation was to have, I think there was shower markings north of Matthias Terrace, which basically indicates presence of cyclists on the road, but there was none south of Matthias Terrace. So my recommendation includes adding shower markings south of Matthias Terrace just to make drivers aware of cyclists.
What are shallow markings?
Shower markings are, they're on the road. They're basically, if you look on the, they're not there. If you, your best bet is to Google shower markings. It basically tells you the driver you're sharing the road with a cyclist.
Okay, they're sort of like road markings on the surface of the road, are they?
Yes, the road markings. So they stop north of Matthias Terrace. There's a bunch there, and then they stop. But essentially, my recommendation is to continue through to where the cycleway is going to join Attlee Road. So that will show drivers and cyclists on the road. And then my recommendation is that they also add signs that show pedestrians will share the road. So there's increased warning to drivers that this is a shared space, drive accordingly. So with, and I was on site visit for 45 minutes, and that whole time I only experienced one vehicle. I wasn't there for peak periods, but considering that there's about 20 vehicles off the access road, and we're looking at only 8 other vehicles, 8 other dwellings. As a transport engineer, typically rule of thumb, one dwelling will generate 1 peak vehicle movement per hour. So we're looking at an extra 8 vehicle trips in the peak hour, which is what, just over 1 per 10 minutes, which is not a lot. So based on the existing road being low volume, well, anticipated to be low volume, reasonably low speeds because of its constrained widths in places. I believe, and I'm in the opinion that it's going to still function capable as an E11, which is its current design. It doesn't need to be upgraded to E12. But I agree with Mr. Bartlett that streetlights are required, especially for nighttime, to improve visibility. And I've made a note that the lighting needs to be sufficient also to cater around the tree. There's a tree in the bend next to number 83, just to make sure that shadowing of the tree, etc., is not affected by this, it's not impaired by this. The street lighting covers the shadowing effects. So based on those, I'm of the opinion that the road does not need to be upgraded based on the additional 8 dwellings. Obviously, if more developments occur in the future, then that could change.
Together from the point of view of the effects of this application, I presume the effects on Attlee Road only extend as far as the intersection of the access way serving 85A to 85E. Beyond that point, the development doesn't have any direct effect on the access on Attlee Road, does it?
Well, I actually started it up to the right of way off Attlee Road. So that's those existing dwellings that use the right of way and the new 8 dwellings proposed.
Yeah, but not beyond the right of way. Then it just does no effect beyond that, does it?
No.
Okay. It's an unusual situation, but there's quite a lot of material dating back to the time of the original AEE, where both the council and Novo Group, who peer reviewed it, came to the view that some more significant upgrading was needed. And I guess we're sort of left wondering whether afterwards both the council and Novo Group changed their position to the one you just expressed now, which I'm just wondering whether there's a bit of arm twisting going on there from the applicant to try and avoid meeting additional costs which might be accrued.
No, not at all. I think council might want me to recommend upgrading the road, but as I said, my initial viewpoint is just based on, I hadn't been to site, seen it out of context, and it's just based on the threshold, COP threshold. But having been to site, seen how it works, I don't believe it needs to be upgraded at this time. So there was it's completely independent of council. There was no change in my mind. It was my opinion only.
You've heard the opinion of a number of the residents who expressed concern about the steepness of the proposed right-of-way, well, not proposed, existing right-of-way to be widened, and issues on Attlee Road. Do you have any response to those at all?
All I've looked at I've looked at guidance, standard guidance for Australia and New Zealand that we typically use, and that recommends for domestic driveways a maximum gradient of 25% is allowed. That's for domestic driveways, and for a access driveway up to 20% is about the maximum. So if the existing driveway is working as it's doing now and serving those people, and the maximum is about 21%, if I'm correct, provided a bend, the 90-degree bend on the site is sufficient for visibility going up the hill, and vehicles can get past one another, and there's no conflict point, then I think 21% maximum is probably works. I would be okay with that. It's worth noting though that a 20% gradient, you will not get a refuse truck up that road. The council refuse truck will not go up that road. So I know someone suggested, if you vested it up to a certain point, a truck could drive up there. A refuse truck is too large to go up there, and it's too steep, especially a public one. There are private refuse trucks which could do it, but they're generally a lot smaller.
Okay, yeah, all right. So do those standards you've referred to, do they take account of climatic conditions such as the snow and ice situation that you get in this district? I am booked in the most experience of that, but I am only wary that the structure, the surface of the road is built to suit the climatic factors. So I think what Jason was saying earlier is probably correct, or maybe Mike Ward has some opinion, but basically you can design a surface of the road to suit the conditions to help. And that's about the limitations of what we do as a traffic engineer. Well, just if my colleague has any questions for you. Before I do that, sorry, Simon, what's your second name? I didn't catch that.
Simon DeVerte.
How do sorry, can you spell that for me?
DE space VERTEUIL.
Ah, yes, thank you. I now recognise it. Thank you. Thank you, Simon.
And no, I don't have any questions. My colleague has answered what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll go next. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Michael Wardell. I'm a team leader engineer for the resource consent engineering at council. I've reviewed all the relevant evidences and submissions today, and also with the council engineering report, I reviewed both of Aslan Ali's reports and addendum 2. So I'm familiar with the site, and I also used to maintain the road network. I was road network engineer for council, so I have a bit of experience in that. But I'm not a traffic engineer per se. I'm a land development engineer, so I'll have to defer to the experts really for for some advice. In that regard, the experts have endorsed the road environment in terms of the safety of Attlee Road. I suppose it was me that picked up that the footpath or some upgrade should possibly occur, and we instigated that review with Novo Group to cover that. Initially, they had indicated that that upgrade was necessary as indicated by our code of practice, and based on, as you heard, their site visit, they later resolved to agree with Jason Bartlett, and we accepted that that change. Because after all, it's the safety of the environment that we're obviously trying to ensure and make sure that there's no adverse outcomes. In regard to the gradient matter, that was not part of Arslan Ali's engineering report because that wasn't identified at that time. So I believe both traffic experts have covered that off today. And I do understand and believe that we can include conditions to cover those intervisibility sight lines on that 90-degree bend of the steeper gradient areas of that right-of-way, and some conditions of consent if the commissioners were of a mind to grant consent. There's been a bit of talk about the earlier consents on Attlee Road, and I'm not overly familiar with those necessarily, except I know they were both around 2013, and one of them gained access by an alternate means instead of going down Attlee Road, and that was that cul-de-sac development to the east that Sonia mentioned, and the other one I don't believe went ahead, and it was located further down the right of way. I understand. So down the beyond where this part comes off the public road, the other development was located around the bend on the private section of the Attlee Road. So apart from that, I'm happy to take questions and stand by the engineering reporting that's been presented in Ros's and council staff's planning evidence.
So just to clarify starting point, for matters relating to potable water supply, effluent disposal and stormwater, there don't appear to be any issues of concern.
No, that's right. I think there is a requirement for those service connections to come in for engineering approval, so that each, there might be some minor improvements on pipe sizes, but in terms of the existing reticulated network, it's okay to handle that.
Okay. This may be a difficult one for you to answer, but we're aware that from questioning this morning that there's a potential for rezoning a very substantial area of land beyond the bottom end of Attlee Road, I suppose you would call it, down past the narrow part. And we understand that would require fairly drastic measures to upgrade Attlee Road.
Yep.
And I assume that would involve a cut into the hillside immediately below the boundary of this lot. Would that be your expectation?
I would have thought so. The legal road there looks to be 15 metres wide. So what you've got is a 5.5 metre movement lane, probably round about closer to 6 metres by the time you have some curb and channels, and depending upon what the formation is. And then you have a separate footpath, which would normally be 1.5 metre at least on one side, street lighting. So it's not impossible to. It really depends on how they form that batter, I suppose, from the example that was provided by Ben. If they were to, for example, provide a vertical type of retaining wall at that location where it's constrained, I suppose they could engineer their way beyond that. But I don't think those type of designs would have been considered by anyone at this point.
Okay. Respect that.
I just had, I think, a couple of clarifications, Mr. Wardell. One was, with that change in gradient new rule, would that require, you mentioned that there could be some conditions which could be included. They would be new conditions to what we currently have before us. Would that be correct?
Yes. And behind the scenes, while this hearing's been going on, I have been in discussion with our traffic expert from Novo Group, and trying to formulate whether or not we would accept a steeper gradient, in particular around that 90-degree bend. And I think we resolved based on the evidence that was available that that could be done.
And the other question I had was just one of those older consents. You said one got alternative access and the other consent didn't go ahead. Did that consent, it just was never, the subdivision never occurred? Is that what you meant?
Yes, that's how I understand it, yes. One gained access, which is now Larchmont Close, right, and instead of coming via Atlee Road. And because of that, I think the other development never progressed.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Just a matter of, if I may, a matter of clarification, if I can just intercede very briefly, and through you, commissioners, I'm trying to understand what Mr. Wardell is proposing by way of conditions at the 90-degree bend in the right-of-way, which Commissioner Sinclair just referred him to. And we do understand that they would be conditions as to how the right-of-way is able to be used. For example, whether cars can park on the edge of it, or whether there are no parking lines. And why I'm concerned about that is that it's not presently public council-controlled land, of course. It's private right-of-way, and there are people who have rights that can't be interfered with in relation to that right-of-way. So can we have some clarity around the kind of conditions that he and Mr. de Bertwell are cooking up?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordon. I'll take that as a question of clarification. Can you help, Mr. Waddle?
Yeah, sure. So when the gradient matter came up, I mean, normally with steep road sections, it's normally okay to have steeper roads where you have visibility at the other end of the steep section, because you can typically accelerate up and get beyond that steep section. They're normally required to be sealed, so there's a traction element. Mr. Bartlett mentioned the need for a high friction surface, which is definitely required in this situation, particularly through that 90-degree bend. And I suppose the question was, with the widening, that 5.5 metre widening that is taken through that 90-degree bend, would that permit vehicles to carry that speed up through that steeper section to negotiate that corner? And I think the general consensus was yes, it could, and also with the additional proviso that there might need to be a site splay on the inside corner to permit that intervisibility of opposing traffic lines as they come together, such that those speeds can be maintained, particularly in in more winter conditions and the like, as people are trying to negotiate these areas. So it wasn't a discussion to do with parking on a right-of-way. Legally, people can't park on a right-of-way because it's they're meant for passages of travel. But that's not something I can comment on, because that would be really to do with the owners of the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gordon, do you have any further clarification required?
No, thank you, Commissioner. Other than to observe that if the right-of-way now requires a certain kind of friction seal to it, then there are questions about who meets the cost of that maintenance that you can't deal with under the RMA.
No, that's correct.
Maybe Mr. Leck will have some suggestions for us.
So typically chip sealed surfaces are considered high friction surfaces, and I think that's what Mr. Bartlett had alluded to with a chip seal type surface. And we also, lastly, I suppose, I think having a centre line that was alluded to by Mr. Bartlett as well around that corner to help delineate and allow the passage of opposing traffic lanes to safely pass.
some of those things you've just described, one I know right away is not the council's responsibility, but would seem to me that maybe things that have to be looked at by way of conditions on the consent, if that sort of thing to be given effect to. Because I think you're probably detecting there is concern. We've got a very steep right-angled access way here, which will be serving a lot more units. And in certain times of the year, there's going to be a rather exciting little section of roadway, if I can put it, to be travelling up and down.
Yes, and I think probably in essence the right of way itself serves the properties now, and I think the widening will certainly it will likely improve safety to some degree on that right of way, because it's it's making it wider and making they must have conflict at the moment at that corner for the existing amount of vehicles served. So to some degree, I think that's going to be improved, but certainly enough to cater for the additional lots in this instance, from what I understand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Can I just butt in? I'm sorry. I just want to make a comment about Simon suggested there are only 20 houses using that Atley Road. It's actually 27. I think he needs to actually recheck his figures.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll return to the council at this stage. Who wants to, Ms. Devlin, who are you wanting to speak next?
If I could just step in a little bit for Mr. Exeter, who is our acoustic expert. He is here listening in, but he's not well today. I just wanted to pass on his comments, and he's happy to ask any questions. So he's just summarised to me, nothing has been raised today regarding acoustics, so he doesn't have any particular statement to make. And as the opening submissions for the applicant confirmed, the acoustic experts agreed that the permitted construction noise and vibration standards can be complied with. Mr. Exeter agrees with that, subject to proposed mitigation measures, which includes acoustic barriers, noise monitoring, and preparing a plan for the project, and all stated in his peer review. So he's happy to answer questions, but he's a little bit worse for wear today.
Okay, all right, I understand that. I suppose I did have a question in the sense that while we understand that there are various measures proposed to be reinforced by conditions, such as acoustic fencing, noise suppression measures and such like, there was nothing really in the evidence that really gave us an indication of how long the rock breaking would take. It's probably a question the applicant needs to address rather than Mr. Exeter, but it's something that perhaps the applicant might take a note of now. Perhaps we should have raised it earlier. I mean, is the rock breaking going to go on for all day for 5 days, or is it going to go on for half a day over 20 days, or really have no idea of the sort of length of time it's going to take? And it's related to the question asked earlier by my colleague about the number of truck movements required, because all but 200 cubic metres of material are going to be taken off site, which I think is about 1700 or 1800 cubic metres. So there is a bit of a gap there in our information with respect to the expected duration and time of the rock breaking work and the number of truck movements.
Yes, I can jump in there, Commissioner. We'll put that on our list, as you say, next to the truck movements question, and that they are related. There is a proposed condition around timing of rock breaking, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, but I appreciate that's not the question. It's more about duration over the course of the build. So we'll put that on our list for closing.
Yeah, I don't expect them down to the last minute, but the sort of a ballpark figure, so could tell the residents be aware, well, it's going to last for 5 weeks or 5 days or whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Thank you. Now back to you, Mrs. Devlin.
Yes, if I could jump in with, I guess, some of my notes that have come up, and then answer questions, and then we could finish with Ms. Costello, who's here beside me, if that suits.
Yep, that sounds good.
So I've made a few notes as I've gone along. Just wanted to start with the NPS for urban development. I agree with Mr. Edmonds that the NPS is more than just policy 6, and my understanding is that parts of the NPS do apply to resource consent decision making under the PDP or pre-NPS planning documents, and that could include limbs C, D and E of policy 6 and policy 1. I've taken this understanding from some of the MFE fact sheets, which are short fact sheets, but one of them states local authorities should be able to demonstrate how their plans, resource consents and other RMA decisions contribute to the outcomes outlined in policy 1. And it goes on. And policy 1 has a lot of sub-bits under it, but it just starts off and says planning decisions contribute to well-functioning urban environments, and lists a whole lot of matters to consider. And just by way of a note that's not enormously relevant, but just for clarity, the NPS was updated this month to align with the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act from last year. That includes, as probably everyone in the planning sphere knows, medium density residential standards and intensification policies to be incorporated into district plans, which kicks off this year. Currently, that only applies to Tier 1 authorities until such time as the regulation requires Tier 2 authorities, which is Queenstown is one, to also implement the Act. I do note that Rotorua Lakes, which is Tier 2, has been included in that this year. The only updates to the NPS, however, just relate to policy 3, which I didn't reference in my report as it relates to Tier 1 urban environments only. So just clarity. Just another point for clarity, that Arthur's Point rezoning we were talking about that went back to re-notification. I had a quick look on the council website. Further submissions have just been received, so it's certainly some time off for a hearing or decision there.
Sorry, is that for the rezoning for this?
The land out the back, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it's still way off. And if I could ask Trish Anderson very kindly to share her screen of rule 27.7.32 of the district plan. That would be all right, Trish. I just wanted to go through that because it had been discussed with Mr. Edmonds earlier. Thanks, Trish. If you could search. We'll go down to page 72. Long way down, sorry. My point when we get there is that this rule doesn't apply to this site. I just wanted to clear that up.
Sorry, Ms. Devlin, was that you don't think it applies to the site?
No, I don't think it applies. I'll explain. So, just down one more page, please, Trish. So you'll see there's the bold heading at the top there that says 27.7.32, subdivision associated with residential development on sites less than 450 in the lower density suburban residential zone. That's a heading. And then the rule is the point below, 32.1. in the lower density, blah, blah, blah. So this rule only applies to sites as per the heading, sites less than 450 metres squared. So just by way of clarity, I just wanted to put in there that it doesn't apply to this site, which is more than 450.
Sorry, less than 450 has to be before the rule is okay, thank you.
There's another point down there as well that this 450 subdivision stuff doesn't apply to, even West boundary and out of control boundary. So moving on from that, there's been a bit of discussion about whether 1 unit per 150 is feasible or realistic in this zone. And just by way of example, Trish, I don't know if you have those plans that I sent you or the GIS. Yeah, so on the GIS here, you can see there's a development under construction there, just at the top on Venus Place. That's an Arthur's Point over Morningstar Reserve side.
It's got 6A, 4A, 2, 4B.
Yeah, so this development was consented it must be sometime in 2020 perhaps. It's RM200838. and it has a density of 1 unit per 137 square metres, or you could consider a household density, if you like, of 1 per 103 if you included residential flats in that. So I mean,
can you just tell me what the first density was you referred to?
1 per 137.
Right. And the second one, 1 per 103, that includes flats.
Flats, yeah, if you wanted to talk about a household density, if you like.
And that's consented?
That's consented and under construction. So just as a way of example anyway, of something that's come through post PDP in the local area.
Was that a vacant site and then they've put the units on it, or was there an existing house and they demolished it and put the units on it?
That would be vacant in that area. Yeah,
it's like, yeah, okay. Subdivision.
Okay.
Thank you, Trish. So just in carrying on in this sort of density realm, Mr. O'Malley thought that perhaps I've placed weight on these densities down to 1 per 150, and I have mentioned that density in my section 42A report, but just for context in relation to the zone purpose, part of me trying to tease out what the zone is anticipating and what could be achieved there, I'm certainly not relying on that as some sort of, you know, this is what we will see everywhere throughout the zone. And I would like to point out there that as per my role and my professional expertise, I have assessed the application on its adverse effects or merits, and all of Council's experts have done so as well. In regard to rule breaches, and just in a generic sort of sense, whether a rule breach means that an application is problematic. Commissioner Nixon, you did address this when in your discussions with Mr. O'Malley, and my paragraph 5.1.3 of my 42A report, I just simply note that some submitters have raised concerns that if rules are breaches, then the development is automatically problematic. And I just, it's, you know, it could be or it might not be. I merely wish to reiterate that rule breaches are triggers for consenting pathway so that these breaches can be explored, and each application is assessed on its merits or its level of adverse effects.
That's entirely understood. It's very common at hearings to hear people say that, and probably a more appropriate way, which I think Mr. O'Malley may have raised, is, or more particularly Mr. Gordon, is the concern in this case is not so much the fact that there are breaches, but you've got sort of combination of breaches, you know, en masse in some ways, like all the separation distances between the units, every one of them is breached. That kind of cumulative type of effect, which I think is what we need to focus on rather than the fact that there are breaches per se.
I appreciate that, yeah. Having a look now at the 15 metres by 15 metres shape factor that turns up in the subdivision chapter. This rule was triggered in the applicant's AEE and it has been assessed. In my opinion, it's most relevant for subdivisions that are creating vacant lots to show how a detached house could be accommodated so that you don't get unanticipated or perverse outcomes. It doesn't provide for other housing typologies that might also be acceptable in the zone, such as townhouses. And in this instance, in this application, there's also a land use application that shows how the residential units are to be accommodated on the lots that don't achieve this shape factor. Moving on to landscape coverage for the new lots. I'm happy to be corrected if Mr. O'Malley is correct here that there are some breaches. Perhaps the applicant could have a look at Mr. O'Malley's points in detail. But I do consider this to be a relatively minor breach that would not change my conclusions, as I have also viewed the development holistically based on the plans in front of me. I do point out that I have recommended in conditions, should this proceed further, that more details about the south-facing landscaping be provided, because I don't know how well that might get established, and I do consider landscaping to be an important part of this proposal, and that's reiterated in Mr. Freeman's evidence too. And just in regard to some points that came up, I think in Mr. O'Malley's evident statement about setbacks and the building separation, I've definitely considered these matters, and as did Ms. Costello, who concluded in her report, I do not identify any amenity or adverse urban design outcomes related to the separation between the individual units on the site. In regard to the subdivision design guideline, just clarifying, Mr. O'Malley references me there, but that point was actually from Ms. Costello's report. And moving on to non-complying lot sizes, this was triggered and assessed in the AEE, and it's been assessed in my 42A report. And Mr. Freeman did explain earlier that because land use is applied for concurrently, a breach of lot size applies because the land use consent or a building consent hasn't been granted yet and no residential units currently exist. In my assessment, because it's a holistic application with land use and subdivision, I've assessed it on that basis as the two breaches are intrinsically linked. And Council's Land Development Engineer and myself have recommended that these two applications, the land use and subdivision, be linked by conditions if they are approvable, so that the titles cannot be issued until a level of construction of the units has been completed. And I've recommended in a possible updated condition, following Mr. Freeman's comments about the conditions, that this construction be to a fully measurable state, which is usually considered as roof framing. And I do wish to just comment on a little bit on this terminology from Chapter 7, existing suburban residential environment. I delved into it in a bit of detail in my 42A report because I felt myself going a little bit astray in those policies and the wording in those policies. In my view, existing suburban residential development means the environment as anticipated by the PDP. For example, 1 unit per 450, possibly with a detached residential flat and associated standards, height, coverage, setbacks, and so on. In my view, this doesn't mean a more intensive development that is automatically appropriate. It does just depend on site-specific circumstances and design, and the design must be mindful of and sensitive to existing neighbours and their amenities. That's policy 7213. But in my view, this means that a new development under the PDP does not have to comply with or mimic how Arthur's Point has been developed during the previous planning regime.
Yes, I'll just comment at that point. It seems to us that the argument here is not that, I mean, even if there were 5 or 6 units on the site instead of 8, that would still represent a significantly higher density than what is typical of the surrounds. So the issue, I think, is well, with risk of oversimplification, it's almost come down to is it people accept 5 units on site, there's virtually no dispute. That's probably a bit of a strong statement, but I think that's probably accurate. The dispute is somewhere between 5 and 8. It's that range in the middle there. In other words, intensification is okay. Just how far do you take it on, given the characteristics of this site? That seems to be where the issues are heading.
Yeah, that's how the discussions have been today. Yep. And I have looked a little bit further into the hearing panel's report into what they intended by these different policies. So like objective 721 and then objective 723. And the hearing panel did, and I don't want to go back in time and sort of, go through all their text, but they did talk about objective 7.2.1 is a general policy framework that applies zone-wide, and then 723 is more focused and issue-specific. So their wording was, these provisions focus on the higher density provisions proposed for the zone and provide a more focused and issue-specific fleshing out of the general policy framework set out through objective 721. So I don't know if that's a hierarchy or not, but it's general policy framework of requiring good amenity outcomes. So there's that more directive language. And then if you're proposing higher density, you go and look at objective 7.2.3 and policies, and they are more specific and targeted and based on the rules, or the rules fall out of them. Something that did trouble me was that when I was flicking through the panel's report, their recommended wording for changing 7.2.1 isn't the same as what we see on Chapter 7 on the website now. I don't know what's happened there, but it is different. I just put that out there because I've seen it.
That's interesting.
Yes. And moving on down, Mr. Gourmet raised some additional concerns about wheelie bins and things. I did have a recommended condition for just some further details about how they're going to be stored and dealt with, as well as litter boxes. I do think that is quite useful because it's a constrained, bit of a constrained environment for those bins to be moving around. And Mr. Wardell has recommended some additional wording about that as well. And just, I had some notes about conditions. Mr. Freeman has pointed out that we had a duplicate condition pretty much, 30A duplicated 29C, and this was the condition I was referring to before that links land use to subdivision. I'm happy for that duplication to be removed should the conditions be needed. And Mr. Freeman does state that a high quality landscape is a key component of the overall development, and I agree with him. And so if there was any wording to be put there, I would include landscaping as well as establishing those residential units to roof framing prior to subdivision. And my other notes were just about transport things that have already been noted. So yeah, happy to discuss things further and answer your questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've just got a couple, Ms. Devlin. And one, my hand's getting really sore. I was wondering if your notes are in any format that you would consider submitting them to us, just to help with our deliberations. I'm not sure if that's something that's
that would be helpful.
Commissioner Nixon supports. Yes,
certainly.
That would just be very helpful. You raised some interesting points, and I didn't quite capture everything as well as I would have hoped to.
You may need to circulate those to the parties as well, but I think it would just be helpful.
Trish, yeah.
A couple of my questions I had. One was about Mr. Freeman's anticipated, I better get the right words, I think it's anticipated development plans. I see he now agrees with your permitted baseline assessment's not relevant, and he submitted those anticipated development plans. I was just wondering if you had a chance to look at those and what your response was.
I did have a look at them. I couldn't figure out a permitted baseline, which is why I just sort of left it in my report as, for the applicant to come back with if they considered there was one. I have looked through them, and there's a lot of similarities between what's sort of suggested here. There are differences. There's a bit more separation between the units because there's fewer of them and as viewed. I guess I don't see massive differences. Is there anything in particular you'd like me to comment on from your?
It's just your general thoughts.
I guess Mr. Freeman's point was that it's not a massively dissimilar theoretical development that could potentially go through a non-notified pathway and not trigger the non-compliances that have popped up here, but there would be ultimately a similar outcome, just in terms of the built form that would still be there because the shape of the land is not changing. yeah, I don't see, yeah, I guess I don't see massive, you know, differences in them unless you interrogate it down into, you know, just really the real tiny details. Those are my thoughts. Sorry, not very inspiring.
That's okay. The other point, Mr. Edmonds raised issue with some inaccurate lot size reporting along Atley Road and Suhoi Lane. I just wondered if you had rechecked those figures at all.
I did have a look around, and I think he might be right. Yeah. I must have clicked around somewhere and found what I thought was smaller lots, and potentially they aren't. So yeah, he's done a really thorough job of looking around there. So I concede to that. Yeah.
And my last couple of questions were just on that separation distance between dwellings of 4 metres. My first one was, there isn't a similar rule in the ODP, and I understand that's a new requirement. Is that correct?
It is a new requirement. I've had a look back, and originally when Chapter 7 was notified, it was 6 metres. And it was, yeah, as Mr. O'Malley had said in his evidence, you know, it's just about amenity values really. And through the hearing process, it turned into 4 metres. The argument being that that was your standard 2 metre setback. I dug back in time, but I haven't found anything specific about why it was put in there originally. The section 32 is a bit bland.
My next part of that question just relates to the matters of discretion that are associated with that rule, which talk about if you are to drop the distance between the two, it's got to, I think the words are something like justify alternative siting, and it's got to have amenity benefits for the neighbours. I just wondered if you'd considered that part of the matters of discretion and what your response was. I couldn't quite see that detailed in your 42A report.
No, I wouldn't have gone into that much detail, I guess. What I have done is looked at the plans holistically. In terms of really detailed design, I have deferred to Ms. Costello's reporting, as well as Mr. Ware's quite a bit as well. I guess an outcome that affects off-site neighbours, these buildings are reasonably well separated across the right-of-way. The right-of-way is an internal boundary. It's only required to be 2 metres as well, but the dwellings are all offset, and they don't, you know, sometimes they have a bigger offset than that. Whether an overall better amenity value outcome is achieved, I mean, it's just very subjective. That, you know, they're just trying to make the most of the site they've got and the access they've got, and then, yeah, I think. Yeah, Miss Costello says she has more comments around that as well, but I think they've done fine with the setbacks they have. You know, they are deeper setbacks than you need from the right of way. There will always be issues of dominance with this site, so I guess they've attempted to pull the buildings back a bit from the right of way. It's not going to make that dominance disappear, but hopefully it's mitigated down to an acceptable level.
Thank you. I'll look forward to hearing from Ms. Costello on that point. And my last question was, the section 42A report didn't seem to cover off section 104D assessment. I just wondered what your conclusions were on section 104D.
Is that whether
that's the gateway tests?
Gateway tests, yeah.
Normally it's in the report, so just for some reason it's just not in this one. I just wanted to make sure we sat with that.
Yeah, right. I've either missed it off, or I've thought that it wasn't appropriate for me to put that in there. I've concluded it, haven't I? At the end. that will just be a mistake on my part, I think. Yes, I see what you mean. Yep.
Do you want to find out? No.
No.
It's
okay.
Thank you. That was all I had, Mr. Devlin.
I did have one further question. My colleague has already answered it. Now, it's 4:56 p.m. We definitely want to hear from Ms. Costello because she's only available today, as I understand it. But we need to take a 3-minute adjournment. I've got to make an urgent phone call, among other things, and then we'll just come back and conclude the proceedings for the day. And from, of course, from Mr. Leckie's final. So I'll just take a very, very brief adjournment, about 3 minutes. Okay, everyone, we can go again. It's Ms. Costello.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. I'd just like to start by just noting that my notes are in no state to be circulated. So unfortunately, hopefully we can get through the points. I just thought I'd start with a couple of the questions that have been raised around, I guess, the street environment question and separation from that street view. So the status of this right of way under obviously the planning rules is not a road under the district plan. Mr. Ware mentioned his thoughts, that this functions as a public realm. While it's not a public space, of course, it's a right of way. I mean, I accept his point that it is, it functions as has one of those roles. But I would also describe it further as more akin to a lane. The nature of the site, how it's oriented, this right of way comes round and provides access to the southeast of the site, which is its rear, essentially. And so naturally, this is where the garaging is required to be positioned. So that sort of sets up the site planning, I suppose, of the site. Just moving to the separation question, I suppose when I look at this and in terms of the planning framework, there's sort of two permitted options, you could say, which is either attached or 4 meters. So in this case, it's the garages that are approximately 1 meter apart. The majority of the vertical form is approximately 3 meters apart in most cases, which does give that separation at the above ground levels. I mean, to me, the trade-off there is the garaging could be entirely attached, which would mean it's permitted. However, that, in my view, would lose one of the benefits of the design, which is the step and entranceway, which for each unit up through the sides, which does give interaction and activity onto that right of way. Is there any questions around that?
I do have one that sort of come from that is when you're making these sort of comparisons, I suppose you're making on the basis that there are 8 units has to be achieved. Because I think one of the key issues coming out here is there overdevelopment of the site in terms of number of units? And as we understood it, or 3 things perhaps. First of all, that the right of way shouldn't be really just treated as a utility space, because it's certainly not perceived that way by the affected residents.
Yeah, I agree.
The second one is that notwithstanding compliance, the units are coming up pretty close to the northern side of the access way, and you've got a bit of an unbroken wall. That's the 3 things we've been hearing, which of course concern. And does that go back to the intensity of the design?
Yes, and I guess approaching that, I guess as I put it in my set out in my report, I mean the principle of this density is this density anticipated by the plan, and I've stated there is a pathway for this density. This number is potentially appropriate, but then we have to just look at the design. Is the design of a quality that means this density at the 1 to 300 level can be absorbed on the site? So yeah, and with that, the unbroken length thing, I think my point here was saying the vertical components have a 3 meter distance between them, is that they're not far off that 4 meters. To me, they're not accurately described as unbroken. But certainly I agree with your point about the right of way, ideally having high levels of amenity that we can achieve, and that was some of the recommendations in my report around, the surfacing, breaking it up, and we've also discussed today landscaping, which if there can be higher quality or assured landscaping that will grow there even better.
Yes, well, I guess what we're having to contemplate is that it's a very clever design, and it's been obviously very well thought through. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of development being squeezed into quite a small site, which is unique in one respect. It's not so much the separation even from the neighbours, but the elevation from the neighbours. It's an unusual site, I'd put it to you that way.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And that is, like you say, that's a result of its topography. I mean, somewhat unavoidable, but I guess the other thing is that the development doesn't seek to breach any height rules. It's, so while it sits up, it does that because of topography, and yes, it is a unique site, and this it's sort of an island or a knoll that sits here.
I've just had some general questions, Ms. Costello, just on the guidelines.
Yeah.
First of all, the status of the guidelines.
So the residential zone design
guidelines, 20, whatever they are, 2021.
Yeah, there's 2 sets of design guidelines I mentioned in my report, and the subdivision one has been mentioned today, but I'll address the residential zone design guideline. That is, well, it's a document referred to in the district plan, and its sort of framework is that an application is non-compliant if it doesn't address them, or provide an assessment against them, and also referred to in the policies. Does that answer the question?
Yes, but in terms of status, not under appeal, just no, they are what they are.
They're not under appeal. They've been resolved. All the appeals are resolved, as I understand. Yeah.
Just in a broad view, how do the guidelines work? I see there's like a good design elements page, and then there's the design elements themselves, and I just wondered how they actually work.
Yeah, so just through the use of them and experience in the last 2 years, that's right. They sort of set out, firstly, a process for how, council encourages good design, and they say, this is a set of guidelines that we encourage you to use when you're first setting out to look at your project. Please come and speak to council, we can look at these. Then it sets out, like you say, some exemplars, I suppose, for each of the different zones of imagery of, a low density environment, a high density, and then goes on to identify I think it's 9, 11 good design elements, and relates those for each zone. It provides a discussion, and then some, again, visual representations of the concepts it's seeking to explain as good design elements. And then there is a table which attempts to link each design element to the relevant objectives or policies of the plan.
And in your statement of evidence, you refer to testing. The way I would interpret it, well, I'd like to know how I interpret that, is that test against these guidelines and perhaps any relevant assessment matters, and that's how we would know how a development was appropriate?
Yes, I think so, yes. So I think, as I just explained in my approach, this density is feasibly appropriate. Coming to a site, this density has a pathway under 1 to 300. Is it a good design? Test that against, like you say, assessment matters and the design guidelines, which are there to help to do that.
Okay. My 2 other questions. It was on page 5 of your peer review. It was paragraph number 9, guideline 9 about site coverage.
Yeah.
And it was just clarification on site coverage, and then you say permeable area as well, being met with the design. And I just wanted to understand, I thought there were breaches to site coverage, and I just didn't quite understand that comment.
Yeah, I mean, that comment is saying that I understood they were compliant. That could be wrong since the time I wrote this report, which was, February 2021. That could have been clarified that there are breaches. I'm not certain. But I would comment that I guess the assessment that hasn't been undertaken, well, I didn't undertake it anyway, but does the site as a whole have these these permeable or landscape areas rather than the individual site-by-site analysis that Mr. O'Malley suggested.
And if there were site coverage breaches, will it change your opinion on that guideline number 9?
Obviously, depending on the breach, but one of the suggestions I had there was about, you know, there is a reasonably large area of proposed new seal in this right-of-way and manoeuvring and access area. And one technique that could be used to also break up, but also to contribute to, you know, stormwater management, permeable pavers or other solutions like that, which can soften the area and help with stormwater management in terms of site coverage.
And my last question was just, it's probably more to Ms. Devlin. I may have missed my chance. It was, had this proposal gone through the urban design panel, or is that something that's more commercial zoning?
I don't believe it has, and I don't know if the urban design panel was really functioning still, in my experience.
Right.
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, there may be the occasional one, but it's certainly not a regular or a monthly meeting or any of any.
And that's a applicant-led thing, isn't it? Do they have to? It's
correct. Yes. Yeah, current process would be, I mean, an applicant, like you say, could certainly request a panel. To my knowledge, it's rare, but I think council would probably gather one if it was requested. But more commonly, with these design guidelines in place now, it's required by the rule, it's approached by an urban design assessment within or attached to the assessment of effects, and then an expert peer review of that.
So it's taken, those processes have taken place over and they've replaced the went away. Okay. Right. Yep. That was all I had, Ms. Costello. Thank you.
Okay, so I have no further questions at this stage. Thank you for your help with this.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further from the council?
Commissioners, I think that's all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Right, we'll get back to you, Mr. Leckie, if you're there. And
thank you, Commissioner. Given the time of the day, what I'd propose with your leave would be for me to file written closings, not only due to the time of the day, but also to incorporate a few of the points that have come up throughout the course of the day, some of which will require Mr. Freeman to liaise with Ms. Devlin at the council. And we also need to do some work with the architect and urban designer at our end on that southern facade and landscaping treatment. So what I'd propose would be a 2-week timeframe for us to do that. Mr. Freeman's unavailable next week, so it is to also allow for those planning discussions to take place. And at the conclusion of that 2-week period, I would propose to be filing the closing legal submissions with incorporating those additional work streams that I've just outlined. So that would take us to the 3rd of June, Friday the 3rd of June.
Yeah, that sounds fine. I was anticipating you would do a written reply, so that's fine. I assume that that would also include discussions with the councillors to an agreed set of conditions should consent be granted.
Yes, correct. And also an agreed set of consent triggers as well.
Please, that would be excellent. Thank you.
So with that concludes the oral part of our presentation, pending filing of those final documents.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leckie.
Thank you.
Well, okay, on that basis, we'll adjourn the hearing. I'll just take the opportunity to thank everybody who has contributed today. It's been quite a long day, and I appreciate we've all had to listen to a lot of material, but I appreciate all the contributions that have been made. We both appreciate those. So wish everyone a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay.